Good afternoon and welcome to the 8th round of the British Championship. We're doing a live commentary from Hamburg here in Chessbase. And today I'm pleased and honoured to be joined by British Grandmaster Stephen Gordon. How are you, Stephen?
Very well, thanks. Yeah. I've really dedicated to the cause. I've come from London to Hamburg to commentate on a tournament that's been held in Wales. So, that
is true. Turn this off here. So, that's true. You could be playing there, and instead of that, you've come over here to give me a hand to analyse the games.
Absolutely. Playing wasn't an option for me this year, but second best is to be able to sit back, relax, and judge the others who are involved. Yeah.
Stephen, thanks a lot for coming over.
And a pleasure.
Myself, being next to you, I hope I'm going to learn many things this afternoon, and also I'm sure that we'll get your insight not only on the moves in the games, but also, as you know and have probably played with many of the players.
It's quite a lot of my rivals are involved in heavyweight matchups today. So
as soon as we start the games, we'll get to see the action. Stephen will be with us today, this afternoon, and also tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last round, and I'll be reminding you during the broadcast 2 or 3 times that it starts early in the morning. Typically, lots of tournaments play the last round in the morning, which for players is not such a good thing.
It's you get a lot of complaints from the players when the round time changes, and especially when it's so important as well.
It breaks up the rhythm. And
it's not ideal.
The last round.
It's just a sign of the times. You know, modern tournaments, they always seem to end the last round a bit earlier to try and fit in a playoff if they can do. So something players have to get used to, unfortunately.
Also, so the tournament normally ends at midday and gives some time for the players to get home if they're travelling from.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an extra hotel night they don't have to use. So remember tomorrow morning to tune in earlier. I think the round starts at 10 o'clock English time. We'll be here 1 hour later, obviously, because from Hamburg. And Stephen, I see that the games are coming in, but if you want, before we actually see the games, what do you think of the pairings today? What feelings have you got when you see, for instance, Ems with 6 points against McShane and Gawain Jones just behind with 5.5? What do you think could happen here?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when I look at the lineups, it does look as though there's 3 favourites on the top 3 boards. You know, I would expect Luke to keep going the way he's going. He's been playing very solidly. Looks like he's been playing very well, from what I can tell. So it would be difficult to see Ems causing a big upset there, but we'll have to see. He's in great form.
Anything can happen when the game is going to be played.
Yeah.
In principle, you don't see McShane losing. In principle,
no. But there was yesterday. I was really impressed with Ems because he showed a lot of fighting spirit, and even in the position at the end where there's sort of rook and queen against rook and queen, sometimes it's quite easy to, especially when you've got black, you feel like you've done the job and you're at least holding.
He was a pawn down at one point. Didn't seem dangerous, but
at no point did it feel like he ever gave up his hope of putting the guy away.
Yeah, well, he repeated 2 or 3 times, and then there was always the third move.
Yeah, he was just
that's
great attitude. Yeah,
it was very easy to get a draw. What about on the second board, Gawain Jones against Nicholas Pert? I'm sure you know both of these players.
Yeah, I know them well, and I've not scored well against either of them, unfortunately.
Okay.
I think obviously Gawain with White is just an incredibly difficult pairing, but Nick's a very resourceful player. He's changed his style a bit in the last couple of years. He seems to be quite a bit more aggressive, and he has quite a solid repertoire in general. But
I thought he was a solid player, but
I think he comes with a lot of fresh ideas, and he's be interesting to see what his opening choice is today as well, because he's been a French defence player for a while, but then more recently, I'm not sure whether it's a more active opening choice or not. He's moved to the Sicilian.
I've seen him playing Sicilian here.
Yeah, and he makes these sort of Sveshnikov, Kalashnikov systems look like they really suit his style. So that'll be an interesting one. I mean, my money's on Gawain, but
he's playing with White.
It's going to be.
But Gawain's game has been a bit shaky in this tournament because one day he sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Very ambitious, but it didn't seem quite correct.
It's maybe a sign that he's not in his best shape because he was playing against Hanley in the game that you mentioned where he sacrificed the piece, and
it seemed interesting, but then he had to go back.
Yeah, well, it's difficult in some way. I think Hanley played in quite a clever way because he's not a very active player, and he chose to settle with this Sicilian where you don't really need to have a very in-depth knowledge of the exact move orders at the start and intricacies, and he was aiming for a middle game that was quite provocative, and it worked well. You know, Gawain jumped at an opportunity to sacrifice a piece, and it just meant that 3 results were available, and
that was quite clever, actually.
Yeah. I think that Craig is he's not active, but his approach to the tournament has been. I think he's put a lot of thought into it. And
so the third game is precisely Craig Hanley with white against Gormali, who is playing very well. At least that's our impression these days, watching him play.
Yeah.
So that's an important game because. Of course, Gormali's been playing in the first boards of all the tournament, so if he is able to win with black, he'd be a contender for the first 3 places. What do you think about that game?
Well, Gormali's interesting to me because he's obviously a super talented player, and I've been playing in the British I've been playing since 2003 to 2013 every year, and we did speak a lot in between rounds when in critical moments of those tournaments, and he's a friend of mine, Danny, and he's a nice guy, and I could sense at times that he sometimes lacks a bit of confidence in the critical moments. There are certainly rounds that I can remember where he might be faced with Jonathan Rowson in a 2006 British, and the pairings come out, and we all see who we get, and you get this. You get the reaction from different players about the pairings, and when Danny stepped up to a big game like that, it felt as though maybe the self-belief wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
And this is the first time it's in all those years that I've been playing that I've really felt like he is.
He's there. He thinks he can do it.
Really on form, and he's in a position to put himself in a position in the last round where he could take the title.
Yeah.
So if his confidence is there, then we could see
definitely
we could see him win with black. Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed with a sequence in his game against Adair where he had this Najdorf where he was under some pressure, but he found a lovely way to sort of sacrifice a pawn and turn the tables, and I mean, it was a key round for him as well when you've got black and you're trying to up yourself in the rankings, and he pushed for a win and he got what he deserved. So, but having said that, Craig's
he's playing very well.
Yeah, it's difficult to predict how he's going to do.
Well.
Yeah, I think his approach has been good, and it's clear that he's put some thought into the preparation. We saw. Who did he play yesterday? I'm struggling to remember. Is it James Adair yesterday?
Craig played yesterday he won. He played against Adair.
Yeah,
he defeated him yesterday.
So this was
and he hasn't lost a game in the whole tournament.
No, he's not. Yet. I mean, that's another thing as well. If you go through 7 rounds of a tournament,
he's actually playing nearly Grandmaster norm level.
Yeah,
so for him, actually, it's a very important game because if he's able to get a positive score in the game today, and he's paired with the Grandmaster in the last round, he could have a Grandmaster norm chances.
Could have a Grandmaster. You don't want those thoughts to get in the way of you just being able to play.
Could be tricky as well.
Well, I mean, when there's 3 things on your mind, and you're trying to play the game as well as you can, you're looking for a Grandmaster norm, and you can potentially win the British. It's going
to be a tricky thing. Well,
it's quite
we'll
a lot
see how
to handle.
how he handles it.
Yeah.
So, those are our thoughts for the first 3 games, and these are the games that will most likely decide the tournament. Obviously, there are other pairings. Archer with Howell, Eggleston with Hawkins. We'll be seeing those games as well. So when we get to those games, we can also talk a bit about the pairings. Now's a good moment to see if we can pick up one of the top games. So let's.
Have we got any?
Yeah, let's see if they're on the list over here.
Okay.
Down the bottom there.
How am I doing this?
Yeah, let's go to the circle at the bottom and pick up there. Those are yesterday, so we have to add them. So let me see if I can do that.
Okay.
We can do it. Here we're going to put the new I think it's the audio broadcast. I think
we
it
just
is.
we just got some.
Or maybe we can just pick them up from
Yeah, I think
here, putting the select broadcast. No, because these are yesterday's games. So we need to
Right.
update. We need to update this somehow, and this would be. This is the tricky one. This is the one we were, because these are the games of yesterday. I think we have to close these ones and add the new ones. So let's quickly close these. These are yesterday's games, so they're not good for us. As soon as we added them, hopefully. Okay, we can't. I think we have to put. I think it's the new.
Yeah,
the,
can we
the new
pull-
broadcast.
Yeah. Where do we find? Okay, there's 8 games. Let's see what we've got.
Let's see.
Hopefully,
Here we go.
we can
Okay.
now select something.
Yeah, except that one can't be possible because Howell Eggleston, they're playing together? No. So that one can't be correct.
Here we go. Let's
Here we
see.
go. Now you've got them there. Okay.
So, what should we start with?
we
Are
can
going
start off
straight
with
to the top
Ems
board?
and McShane if you've got it there.
Let's see if we've got it.
No.
For some reason, it's not pulled.
Yeah,
in.
so we close here. Now we go to the multi.
Yeah.
And now we're going to close that one and add. If it's not there, we'll add it now. Let's see.
Okay.
No. So
Let's see.
pick one up from there and look for the Ems one.
M's.
Yeah,
Do we have
well,
them?
with white, yeah, with white, sort by exactly, and try and pick it up.
So we do. We've not got M's yet.
No, but we're not on that one. Oh, that's funny.
We're not seeing them yet. Maybe we can pick up one of the others and see if it appears in
But-
a moment or two.
Hold on a minute. Go down a bit. Go down a bit. No, on the main list,
On the main list, sure.
and try and find the tournament. Yandudno, there it is.
That's a Friday.
Oh, so
We've
it's-
got other games.
Yeah, but it's strange.
It might just
we
be
should-
a little
glitch.
issue with the.
Okay, I can see if it's on the. It's coming through on the Chess 24 board. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll start with the other ones, and
Can we go to board 2?
yeah. Or the,
Um,
okay, so it's Gawain Jones.
there we go.
Okay, fantastic.
I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, that one's good. That one's good to go. So close there,
Okay.
and if you want, we can start at the beginning. So
Start,
this
yeah.
is Gawain against Pert, and we were speculating that he might not decide to play the French today, but he's gone for the French.
Yeah, it's difficult when you've got 2 openings that you quite like, and it's such an important game you're playing with black, and you know that your opponent is sort of going for he's gonna be going for blood. So I think Nick sort of has to get in the mindset before the game that whichever opening he picks, his opponent is going to go into a sharp variation.
Okay.
And so it really comes down to taste and which one he maybe trusts the most. So
Today he decided to play the French. It's a Tarrasch variation,
yeah,
and I think Gawain played knight gf3 in a previous round, or at least we've seen a couple of knight gf3s here on the broadcast, and I think
Yeah.
one of them was by Gawain. So
Okay,
this
so
is
that's in this
this is the
position.
gambit variation, yeah.
yeah.
So normally knight e2 is played in this variation.
Yeah,
Knight
this is
gf3
similar, isn't it? Yeah,
is the offer of the d4 pawn.
Yeah. So this one, I mean, essentially we're aiming to overprotect the d4 square.
With
so
knight on f3.
if black goes in for queen b6, which is probably not the best move there, we get something like this, and white has managed to fortify the centre. So there are other ways for black. So for example, maybe this knight on e2 is slightly less actively placed if black goes in for this
Yeah,
mainline
that's the main
system.
line.
Yeah,
Capture with
yeah.
the knight, or even with the queen, it's possible
Yeah,
as well.
something like this would happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really sure what the current opinion is of this kind of position, but it does seem as though maybe white has chances for a slight advantage, but it's certainly not as sharp as
This is very solid.
Yeah,
I
it's
played
a
this
solid
with black against Tivyakov. I played it with other grandmasters.
right.
Tivyakov played bishop f4 against me here.
Okay.
He actually has 80% with white
Yeah.
in this line.
Oh wow. Right,
But I
okay.
exchanged bishops, then I played knight e4, and he
Okay.
went back knight e2.
I know these things can go on quite some time, can't they?
Knight e4.
I remember there was a.
No, he played
Oh,
queen c1. He played queen c1 against me.
Yeah, this is.
And I
this
think I
is
played knight
interesting.
e5 or something like that. It was very tricky.
Yeah, well, this is the sort of dream that White is aiming for in these lines, is some kind of long-term positional action.
Yeah,
There's
it's
something that
small
I
edge.
remember in this system where there was a recommendation.
You can take on h7, knight takes e6. It's a tricky line.
Ah,
this
right.
one.
Is that somewhere else or?
No, I think you can do
Oh,
it now,
here,
actually,
right?
yeah.
Okay, wow.
But it's very tricky. It's,
Yeah. What I'd seen before is this kind of approach.
that's what Tiviakov played against me.
Yeah.
I played bishop d7, and I was
Yeah.
slightly worse, but I got a draw.
Yeah.
So it
Well,
was. That's probably would have been happy
Yeah,
with this type
yeah.
of opening.
Well, this is an important moment because it kind of defines what White's strategy's been from the start. So there's this piece on c8 which just the if it remains against a white knight, then it can start to look like a really terrible piece. And there's a future for the knight on this e5 outpost. So you said that you played bishop
No, actually,
d7.
I played a6.
Well, this is this. Actually, if you look
bishop
at
b7, bishop b5 could be.
well, yeah, if you look at the machine assessment of this, it says completely equal,
Yeah.
but then there's
No, but
this
it's
underlying
a tough-
long-term
Yeah.
difficulty.
I think I
that
played
you've
a6
got.
in that game.
Yeah, I think a6 is to be recommended, and maybe White is still slightly better, but it's
He was slightly better, but I was able to achieve a draw after many moves.
I mean, this is it as well. Does Gawain want to approach it where he sort of goes for a long-term advantage and potentially it's going to be a 2 results game, but there's a high probability of a draw, or does he play for something a little bit more ambitious?
But he went knight gf3.
That's what he's yeah. So
So
that's
now-
an interesting choice.
Of course, now he's essentially offering the pawn as a sacrifice.
Yeah,
it's a very
so-
tricky line.
I think I'm probably going to learn something from you here because I don't really know the
Pawn
ins and
takes,
outs of
pawn
these.
takes, knight takes d4,
Yeah.
knight takes, queen takes, knight f3. I played this with white, and I'm very happy
Right.
with it.
Okay.
Knight f3,
Okay. Yeah.
queen b6,
Yeah.
and now the move, which is very interesting, is queen a4. That's the
Okay,
key move,
right.
move of the variation. And the idea is to swing the queen over to the king side,
Yeah.
to f4 or g4, depending on the circumstances. Black should play queen b4 here,
Okay.
and we drop back to c2.
Oh wow. Okay. Right.
And after queen c5, then players used to go queen e2, but queen d2
All right. Okay. Well,
is nice.
yeah. I mean, I like the look of this. It's like you're really sort of persevering with the idea
No,
that your
but
queen
I'm
is coming
sure
out to this
Gawain
side.
would be pleased to play this.
Yeah.
This seems
Absolutely.
like,
Yeah.
and actually, we had this discussion with Daniel, the third or fourth round, and which reminds me that someone played this because we were looking exactly at this variation,
Yeah.
but it didn't happen on the board. It was a possibility.
Right.
So,
Okay.
but
That's interesting. Well,
Perth has gone g6.
well,
That's a strange one.
yeah. I wish my knowledge was a little bit better to make proper comments on this, but it looks like an unusual move, G6.
But I've played this as well. I've played this.
Yeah.
I played this with black against Radot Kalik, grandmaster
Okay.
from.
So what's the idea?
He played h4 against me. No, the idea is to play
H4.
bishop g7, castle on f6,
Right. Okay.
and then recapture with the queen.
I
And if
see.
you get to that position,
Yeah.
you're completely fine.
Right.
But
Okay,
but
makes
it's
sense,
tricky
yeah.
because white does have the h4 h5 break, and
Yeah. I see. Right,
Gawain has
so-
gone for that.
So straight in.
And that is a new move. That move, I'm completely
Rook G8.
no idea.
Yeah.
No idea. But look, he's played it instantly, so this must be part of his
Well-
preparation.
I mean, I'm sort of scared to touch the pieces too much here because I've got absolutely no idea how things are going to
No, this
progress.
is a tricky
But
one.
it's extremely sharp. I mean, from you get a Tarash variation, and there are so many ways that a Tarash can sort of remain along sort of normal
Yeah.
positional lines,
And you
but
see
then
this.
we've just got fireworks. I mean, this looks even more sharp than a French winnower.
for instance, yeah.
So.
But this rook g8, I've never seen this game. I'm going to check
Yeah.
the theory now,
Okay.
but I do know that queen b6 is possible,
Yeah.
and I seem to remember that when I played this against Kalik, I think I did h6 when he played h4, but I can't
Okay.
remember it exactly.
So that is.
Or maybe no, he castled against me,
He
and then he
castled.
played h4 later on, but more positionally, not as a direct attack.
But this would be an attempt to try and shut down the play on this side. I guess maybe you could answer h5 with g5, and I mean the game looks like it's going to take Well, I mean,
It's a bit quiet.
it's still quite a crazy position, but at least it looks like it's a slightly quieter version.
Yeah.
Whereas this is
Rook G8 is unbelievable. I'm going to check this because Gawain is already spending 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I think he's
to think. So I'm going to check if this has been played.
It does look as though he might be forced to give a pawn.
It has been played, and
okay,
and some strong players with white and with black as well. Vallejo Pons played this in 2012 against an Indian player, Gopal.
Right. Yeah. Well, it looks as though
I've never seen this move.
No, and it does look as though black is probably going to win a pawn, just because maintaining the centre as it is it's no longer possible when you've invested in h4, h5, and black gets the pressure on the d4 pawn. It's going to crumble.
Play rook h4, but
this rook h4 move. Yeah.
I've seen it several times.
Yeah.
Well, Luke won an impressive game,
right,
with his rook on the 4th rank.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if we can.
I think Aronian played against. No. I'd exchange pawns first.
Oh, you did. Okay. I see.
But it's still very tricky.
No, it's a possibility, isn't it? Yeah, and then maybe you could ask the question to this rook.
I was going to put it on g4. But
yeah, no, it's why not?
That's modern play.
If you could maintain your d4 pawn, then the sort of temporary inconvenience of having the rook on g4, which might not actually be so badly placed.
Well, this has been played. Pawn takes pawn has been played, and after pawn takes pawn. No one's played rook h4.
Okay. Well, I like it. It certainly would have crossed my mind if I'd reached this position. I don't think I'm ever brave enough to play a variation like this. So.
It's a bit suspicious, but
yeah.
Okay. So we'll come back to this game. Obviously, pawns have just been exchanged, and it's now White's turn to find a solution to deal with the threat on the d4 pawn. I think Gawain's going to sacrifice it. That's my thinking. Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how he decides to sacrifice it. Because now he has to do a useful move. He can't play knight b3. Mm-hmm. Queen e2 is not such a good move. Yeah. So the suggestions here on theory are a3, which is a sort of waiting move, controlling b4. And then if black captures, we could go into a position similar to the one we saw before.
Right, this kind of thing.
Yeah, and knight f3 and see how this goes. For instance, he won't have queen b4 or bishop b4 now in these positions. No? Yeah. So this could be a possibility.
It's interesting, yeah.
Okay, well, we can see that in a while.
Sure, yeah.
Because now, so the game of Emerson McShane.
Okay. Let's see what we can find here. Where are we?
There's been a draw on a lower board, Grant and Akamia, which is a bit surprising but they're both Scottish players. I'm not sure if that may have something to do with it.
That's my problems with this. I'll try and get the M's game up. Struggling with that for some reason.
Okay, we'll try and find a solution. We can see if our.
Okay. Should we go elsewhere? I'm struggling to get that on the list.
They're working on the M's game.
Oh, okay.
There's your answer.
That's the answer to the draw between.
Quick draw, but we can forgive it.
Yeah,
because
Grant and Akamia.
Yeah, we don't want any.
We've been told there's a relationship between them.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think it's incorrect to say they're husband and wife. I mean, it's probably known.
Yeah.
Over in England. I didn't know, but it's a bit strange that a 2187 will get a draw so early against a 2400 player. But of course, this would be.
Oh yeah, you've got to do your husband a favour sometimes, haven't you?
This would be the explanation. Okay.
Different grant or the rating's wrong.
Okay.
Could be a different grant.
Yeah. Okay. I think you're right.
But it would seem
married,
to be logical. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So
although you can't see him, this is our man behind the
makes all this happen.
Takes care of everything. He gives us the info that we're lacking, and we were surprised by this draw, and now we might have an explanation. Yeah. So, what other games can you pull up? For instance, Hanley Gormari is around there. So the thing
I've not seen that either. Yeah, I've got Arkle against Howell. Should we go to that?
Yeah, let's go to that one and see if the other games come up a bit later.
Problems in the moment. Yeah. Okay. So
this is another interesting matchup. Keith Arkle is a very solid player. He's playing quite well here,
Yeah.
and Rahal was playing very well. He started off with 4 out of 4.
Yeah.
Last games have not been so. Yesterday he had a small advantage. I think it was
Yeah.
against.
I think yesterday was
Against
almost
Eggleston.
more of a
Eggleston.
blow than the loss against McShane because
Because I mean you can lose against McShane
well,
and it was
yeah,
a game.
and if you win your first 4 games, you're allowed one of these sort of full
These things
point
can-
upsets,
can
and you
happen.
can still turn it around and
Yeah.
put yourself in a position. But I think David made a clever choice in picking the Queen C2 variation that he did against Eggleston yesterday, and it.
He had a
it
slight
looks
advantage.
Well,
at
it
the
looked
ending,
like
but-
he got everything that he could hope for because Eggleston is very well prepared and he's playing the same sort of openings as Magnus Carlsen with black. So if he's well prepared everywhere and he's playing these correct openings, he'll go with a Nimzo, Queen's Gambit, Queen's Indian. It's very difficult to sort of show anything against these main lines. But David, he must have found that. Maybe his opponent didn't have much experience in those lines, and he played something that is. I saw that you were discussing with Daniel yesterday. This 5 A3 move in that line.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so popular just
delayed
because.
it.
Yeah. So David played it immediately, whereas Hawkins delayed it, and actually Hawkins the Hawkins approach is more popular nowadays to try for that one. Because there seems to be a lot of ways for black to be...
I think he played very well yesterday, and he was nearly playing to win the ending, but Eggleston defended very well that ending.
Yeah, I think
it wasn't so simple.
I mean, it's difficult for us to see exactly where it goes wrong for White. I mean, I did have a look through the game quite quickly, and you see that it's a draw, but you feel from looking at it that White let something slip.
That's the sensation.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure where, but the idea is that he might have had something, but maybe it wasn't so simple.
Yeah, but players like that sense it immediately. I'm sure if you spoke to David after the game, he'd say, "I can't believe that I played this move at some point. I should have just gone in for
something other."
That was his issue because he had such a promising position, and at certain moments there are 2 or 3 ways he can go, and then choosing the most optimal one, it can lead you to spend more time than you want to, and also out of frustration you might then make a snap decision at some point when you can't make your mind up and you find that it's the wrong one and things fizzle
that's
away.
why it's just so tricky.
But fair play to David Eggleston because he held together really well. And when you're playing such a strong opponent and to sort of hold comfortably like that, it was very impressive. So I think yesterday was a bit of a blow, and also the pairing today is going to be difficult for David because you have to be, if you're going to beat Keith Arkle with the black pieces, you have to be quite patient because he's a very solid player. It's very difficult to generate an unbalanced position with a fair share of the chances against him because he's playing so solidly with White. So
what can we say about this game then? So D4, Knight F6, Knight F3 6, C4 B6.
So we get this Queen's Indian
with G3.
Yeah. So this is interesting. I mean, David is predominantly a Grunfeld player with the black pieces, but he's decided that he's not going to go in for a sharper line today. I think the problem that David has is that he's played Keith so many times in loads of different openings that Keith knows what he's going to play, and if he goes for a Grunfeld, he's going to have his fianchetto system, and he's going to know his first 20 moves.
Yeah.
And if David tries his Queen's Gambit declined, as he's tried against him before, then
Keith's
going to have his... Yeah, he's going to
now
have
he's
the
come up
pass
with
set up.
C6, which is not the main move here, so
maybe
he's trying to get him out of the theory as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, this approach is... it keeps a lot of tension, and it's certainly not the most critical
It's more like
way
a
for
Catalan
that to play.
variation, though, actually.
It's an attempt to move into a Catalan. I mean,
but maybe sidestepping some line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if David would have played D5 on move 3, there's absolutely no way in the world that Keith would have gone G3.
He would have gone
simply because he won't allow sharper things to
Okay.
happen after pawn takes pawn.
Okay.
And also he's very
he's knowledgeable in the king.
Yeah, and he's very happy to play these kind of systems with White, and
Yeah.
he will just. Although this is objectively going to this
Yeah, but it's a
this
matter of
move
taste.
order should be.
If he likes to play it, well,
Yeah. This should be an equal position, but when someone has so much experience in it, I think there's many of us who've tried to push against Keith in this kind of middle game. So I played it against him a couple of times and 2 draws, and Michael Adams had it against him in a British, and it was a draw as well. Maybe not in a British, sorry, I think it was in a different tournament, but essentially it might make things a little bit more automatic for Keith to get the moves out. Whereas by just inserting
provoking B6, G3, and now he's trying to get to the other.
So he move orders him into a position where White should really be pressing for an edge more so than in a more critical defence, but he's also pushed Keith a little bit outside of his comfort zone.
Exactly, a different opening.
Yeah. So I mean, not
he's even delaying D5 until he's got.
Yeah,
this must obey some sort of strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure he delays D5 for a specific reason because
Look at the times. It's funny that Knight C3. It took 9 minutes to play this move.
Yeah.
Is it because he was considering? What other moves could he consider here?
Well,
B3 maybe.
It's a little bit of a difficulty in these Catalan systems knowing whether the knight should go to D2 or to C3, or whether you should wait to see what happens next.
Maybe some Queen C2 move, or B3. Or...
Yeah, Queen C2 would make a bit of sense here. B3 also. Yeah.
Keith would have to think, but based on the main line with D5, what type of position? Because Black hasn't moved his bishop yet. He could also go to A6 in some lines.
Yeah.
So
you have to make comparisons with
the different lines that you might know.
I mean, quite a sort of topical thing in the Catalan at the moment is to insert this bishop B4 check. So that plays to try and disrupt the coordination of White, and so we could end up with a very similar sort of looking middle game.
C6, Knight C3, B6.
Knight C3 here probably. Well, it doesn't get played very often because of this move.
So we play some other move, Queen C2 or...
Queen C2 is the main move, and then after B6, if we make a comparison with what we have, it's very similar, isn't it? I mean, it's White to move in this position.
But with the knight on C3?
Yeah, in this position, the Queen's on C2. It's White to move. But this bishop on D2 doesn't really fit well. It
always goes to F4 afterwards.
Yeah, it goes to F4. Sometimes it can, after rook D1, it can go to different squares. Some lines it even drops back to E1.
Carlsen played rook D1 and bishop E1 in one game, and then he played A4 against Ilyanov, I think it was.
So there's so the way that David's played is not, it doesn't disrupt White's coordination. So you would think that a well-prepared player with the white pieces would be able to work with this quite well and maybe demonstrate that there is an advantage to it. But as it comes as a surprise, I guess that David's felt, well, okay, I'm playing something solid.
He
and
can't have looked at this.
Yeah, there's no way that he's looked at this in the morning. Absolutely not. Okay. So there's going to be a lot of tension in the middle game for sure. Yeah, and Keith has decided to exchange on D5, which for me it doesn't look so critical.
No,
probably pretty close to equal for Black. And I would expect that David is pressing for a full point in this game, so we can expect a long battle in that one.
Objectively speaking, it's probably equal the position though.
Probably pretty equal. Yeah, in these lines.
Black with no problems for Black here.
Yeah, I mean obviously in this position, if E4 was played, then White has to be able to show something after taking on C4, where it's you're unable to pick the pawn back up. But just to demonstrate what sort of scenario White is after, you would be looking to achieve this kind of structure.
Nice for White,
and it's going to be very difficult for Black to break in the centre. And just having that extra row to get the pieces to good squares, it means that White's really got something to work with. So, but obviously in this position E4 is not achievable, and so C takes D5 is. Well, it's not the most ambitious.
No,
it's certainly not the most ambitious, but it's a solid approach, and.
But that goes with the style of Keith, probably.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a very sound position, and we're going to see some.
He's just played Bishop F4.
Okay.
It's a new move we got there. You can play it on the board.
Yeah.
And now it's Black's turn to decide what to play.
I think we should go elsewhere because it's not.
No.
Has to be said, it's not the
Probably
most exciting.
Knight FD7 may be the move here.
Yeah, it can be, but there's also some tricks to watch out for with Knight 6 pawn.
Oh, yes.
I don't know whether it works in this
but
position.
it has to be calculated.
Yeah, I mean, when you leave this guy on B8, then sometimes you can have some issue. I mean, for example, if this was taken, then you could throw in this check, and you're gonna end up winning the house that way. And if the pawn takes, then
bishop
takes. Well, after this, it's
we'll
a little bit unclear whether to take on A8 or take on E5. And
this has to be calculated.
Yeah.
So that's something that David will probably be doing now.
Yeah.
And
you can also drop.
He's spending quite a bit of time. He's already spent 9 minutes on this position.
Yeah, something quite typical here
Maybe
is to
just
go
go back
to
bishop B7.
Because this is your weak spot, and ideally, if you can try and expand a little bit with A6 B5, then that can be.
But this is extremely solid for.
It's very solid, and it shows the frustration that David's got in that. Keith's not going to be unhappy with a draw. David, after drawing yesterday, he really
needs to really try something.
Yeah, so.
But you can do what you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, against every defense, if White is a solid player, he'll have his lines prepared to keep.
And I don't know anyone more determined than David Howell, so I think we're going to see a long one.
Okay.
And,
we'll come back here in a while.
Yeah.
So, what other games can you with the select broadcast? That's the
okay.
There it is. So, what have we got here?
We've got Lawrence Trent, but maybe it's not the one to go to quite yet.
Okay, so
should we?
Becerra, Juan David against Hawkins.
How have I got that?
Hawkins is playing against.
It's going a bit nuts.
Eggleston.
Yeah, this can't be right.
Well, maybe it's correct, but the name is incorrect.
Okay, let's see what pops up.
Does that correspond to this tournament?
Yeah, so we've got Eggleston.
Oh, so it was a problem with the name, but the game is correct. Well, we should check later on the other ones. Maybe the game of Luke James is one of those.
Yeah.
As we're here, let's go on with this one.
Okay.
So, of course, Hawkins lost yesterday. Ems McShane is there now. Okay. We'll pick that one up afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
So obviously Hawkins lost yesterday against Ems. It was a tough game for him.
Yeah, and he was. He'll be very disappointed with the way that he handled the middle game because to me it looked like he did everything right. I also played this line that he seems to keep going back to with the Queen C2 Nimzo, and it looked like he did everything right yesterday to achieve quite a serious advantage out of the opening. But then he just let things slip in the middle game at a moment where he could really sort of prevent counterplay by. He has the two bishops, but he could have blocked it in a way where his opponent's knights don't really have a way into the game, and he's going to force his opponent to be passive. He allowed Ems to break out.
Well, we were talking about that. The idea of the knight coming to c4, the rook on c8. It seemed that White's bishops were not, especially the b2. It was just not doing what.
Well, it should have. It should have never happened. I think White should have played c5 at the moment before B takes c4. Sorry for the viewers that we're going into something that we don't have on the screen.
Of course, with hindsight, it's easy to pinpoint the mistake. But in any case, he lost yesterday. So, but of course, he's been paired today with a tough opponent.
Yeah.
I mean, David Eggleston is playing very well.
Yeah.
And of course, he would be looking to try and recover with a win.
Yeah. And
get back to 6 point, and who knows, with White on the last round, go for 7.
Yeah.
But he's been paired against a tough player. Have you played against any of these two
players? I have.
Daniel was saying that Eggleston had 3 Grandmaster norms. So he's a tough player.
Yeah, I mean, David, he can play some great chess. I think it's just a matter of consistency, because you can see that if someone's getting 3 Grandmaster norms,
he must have lost his rating points somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's not so consistent as some other players maybe.
I think it's a case of getting a string of good tournaments together, and that rating can start to look very different. And I don't think Jonathan sort of looks at this and thinks there's a 200 rating point difference. Absolutely. Yeah, so it's and these guys know each other quite well. I think they play in the same 4NCL team.
Did they play in Cheddleton?
Cheddleton, yeah.
Because someone mentioned in the chat before that. The games on board 2, board 5, and some other boards, they're all
just dominated by
Cheddleton players.
Yeah.
And sort of suggesting that maybe the pairings could be changed because of that, but you can't change the pairings. Because
Well,
of that.
no, and also I don't think it's
Husband and wife, two brothers. You can't do that.
it's not
because
as though the
that would affect
friends
the
and-
other.
Yeah, I mean, there's no friends at this point in the
Yeah,
tournament.
I mean,
they're all
I play
going.
with friends in every game, but when we sit down, we play.
Exactly, everyone's going.
And then
for the kill.
we're friends again when the game finishes.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. I mean, just the fact that they're in the same team just means that they're they're having a meal together after the round at the
Exactly.
4 in Seattle, and
No,
they'll be
that's-
discussing each other's games, and so they'll know a bit about each other's chess personality from that. But it
that's for
certainly
sure.
doesn't take anything away from the competitiveness of what's going on. So,
Okay, there's a question for you, if you want to take it, of course. Feel free to take any questions you want. Paul Robson, who, by the way, everyone has said Paul, so it must be someone well known in... So, does Mr. Gordon think Jonathan Hawkins could be a little rusty, chess-wise, as now doing a lot of coaching? I seem to understand that he's saying that Hawkins is doing a lot of coaching.
Yeah, I believe he's doing a lot of coaching in schools in London. And
Do you think that could be one of the reasons
well,
he
I guess
didn't
it's
play so well yesterday, or...
I think it's like all these kind of things. You have to have a balance in order to be playing your best chess. And so, if he's able to sort of do a lot of coaching and do a decent amount of study and dedicate enough time to sort of prepare for tournaments like this beforehand, then it may not have an effect. I don't think sort of the reason for losses like yesterday is rustiness. I think it's just these things happen, and I certainly don't sort of see a noticeable difference in the way Hawkins approaches the game. It's not as though he like for instance for me, I've got a full-time job now, so my openings are slightly different in a way where I would be I wouldn't be putting so much emphasis on opening preparation, and it's more important for me now to sort of get through the first 15 moves and survive that, and then be able to play from there. And so, but Hawkins' approach to the openings doesn't appear as though he's not working on chess. It looks like he's still putting a lot of time into the preparation. He plays critical things. He plays things he believes in. So it's difficult to say, really. I mean, he's the only one who can probably answer that, well enough. But
okay, so actually, Hawkins is the Hawk on Chess24, so he has connected once or twice after the game. So if he does appear during the round, we can see if we can ask him. Okay, so let's get on to the game. And David White is open with e4, and Hawkins has chosen the Perk defense today.
Yeah, so
with an idea of transposing to the Philidor.
Yeah, I mean this is another thing about playing someone who sort of knows your chess personality quite well, in that preparation in the morning can be so difficult because you sort of know what each other's thinking, and you know what systems the other player might be wanting to aim for. So Hawkins is... I mean, it's a little bit radical to go d6, which is probably a move that he's never played before. I'm not sure that I'm fully correct with that, but you normally see him going for a Caro-Kann or e4, e5, the sort of solid best reputation.
Caro-Kann, e45, and some Sicilians, depending on the opponent. That's what.
Yeah.
But he didn't mention d6. But of course, here it is specifically targeted to play with knight bd7 and e5.
Yeah, I think we can see after the next few
But
minutes.
this is tricky because most players play e5 straight away here and open up the way to an ending if White wants to.
Yeah.
Because knight bd7, White does have other options here. I played g4 here, for instance,
this
in
is...
this position.
I'm told by others that this is the best move.
I played that and with good results. h6, and then I go h3 and bishop g2 and bishop e3, and it's a position I like quite a lot. So that is the problem with knight bd7, actually.
Yeah. So this is his thought process in the morning is that he really needs to win this game, and you can see from a decision on move 3, you can see his intention, because this is a lot more solid.
Do you think David would have exchanged queens here? He doesn't have to.
Maybe not, but it's more that Hawkins wasn't willing to give him the option to do so. So you can get these endings which are
bishop
nominally
c4, now king e8 or bishop e6,
king
both
e8.
are possible.
This is the old line,
but it's
I think players seem to have made this
king e8.
this work as a way to equalise with black. or be very close to equal.
But the thing is, your chances to win go down
Exactly, yeah.
quite a bit. No?
This is the problem for the higher rated players who are playing with the black pieces today. They've really got to push themselves out of the comfort zones a little bit to maintain some tension. And Hawkins on move 3 just he's allowing a very sharp option with G4, and I would imagine that if you do some full preparation on this system, that
I'm sure
quite quickly the black players will start saying, no, I can't do this, so turn away from it, let's look for something different.
But maybe he's considered that David would not play G4, or it's unlikely at least.
Yeah,
and now we've got a transposition to the
Yeah, he may well
and
have
that's
seen that.
probably the position he wanted to play
Yeah,
when he was thinking out the game this morning.
Yeah. I mean, this is
mainstream.
This Philidor system is it's very flexible for black, and it keeps tension. And
But he has played with A5 and Queen C7 instead of castling and B6, which is the other line. So that's interesting.
Okay.
Because castling and then B6 and A6 is more or less what everyone plays, or at least that's what I know.
Yeah.
A5 is
There's a few different ways to approach it, isn't there? This looks solid enough. I guess the idea with A5 is that at some point we're going to have more control over the square. It's going to limit white's.
Yeah. Well, black will
space
capture on
the
D4
side.
at some point and play knight C5.
Yeah,
What he's
this
probably
kind of
thinking
thing.
of doing some.
Yeah, and free his pieces like that.
So H3, H6,
H3, H6.
and now B3
Okay.
to get the bishop out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to check this position. Well, there's been some more moves, so if you want, we can do them on the board. So after H3, H6, B3, black played exactly the move knight F8.
Okay.
So he's taking advantage of that. He hasn't castled yet too.
So it doesn't look like he will take on D4 in this case. And
No,
so
definitely not. Knight H4,
Knight H4.
maybe heading towards the F5 square.
Yeah.
And black played knight E6.
Knight E6.
And now he's attacking the D4 square. And white is considering his options in this position. Of course, knight F3 in principle is not something we want to do. Knight F5 is probably a move.
Yeah.
And pawn takes pawn is the other possibility. But in general, we don't want to capture on E5 because that would liberate the bishop on E7.
Yeah. I mean, in this position with the structure as it is, white does have a space advantage. But as soon as this comes in, it's gone. And then rather than talking about space, the discussion becomes more about coordination. And actually, black's pieces are quite well placed. I mean, white has a fantastic square for the knight on F5, but the same can't be said about this knight on C3.
That knight is
which
very well
is
placed when it's hitting a pawn. 4
Yeah,
squares away.
This pawn on C6 is just limiting its potential, and so white has that to deal with.
No, he probably shouldn't exchange pawns.
Yeah,
so maybe knight F5.
This looks like a
Looks
more
like an old
usual
move, no?
approach. Yeah,
It does have a threat as well.
Yeah, we're threatening to take and then a capture on G7 with check. So clearly Hawkins has got something in mind against that.
How did you put the arrows in without touching the keyboard, Stephen?
I'm doing a right click with the mouse.
Oh, straight away.
So,
Nice.
yeah. Seems like I know how this works. Yeah.
Can you change colours with the mouse?
I don't know.
Or you've only got green?
Yeah, I'm just going with the greens for now.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm a bit slow with this, but
No, you're actually very fast because you don't even have to come over here. So
okay. Well, I'm
Great.
learning as I go.
So what could black do here then? Capture on D4.
Well,
Maybe.
Yeah, if we take with the knight, then maybe it's possible. It looks risky on the face of it, but we could be looking at something like this, which is.
But he can also capture on D4.
Yeah, I mean, also the sensible option for white is to take and then
carry on this. But here, probably white is slightly better, no?
Yeah, I'm attracted to white's position because it's going to be difficult to break with D5, and even though one set of minor pieces has been exchanged, the space advantage still counts for something. And actually, this B3 move fits in very well because
bishop
once you
B2,
put this,
okay, D1,
yeah, I mean,
even
this
bishop A3 maybe
can turn into a machine gun somewhere on this side. It's just it's an excellent piece. So.
Okay, so a tricky position in Eggleston against Hawkins. What are you thinking?
I like white at this stage.
I prefer white as well.
However, I mean,
he hasn't
it would
played
be
knight
interesting
F5
just
yet.
to see.
He hasn't played knight F5 yet.
I mean, I actually suspect castles could be played. and it may not be such a disaster to exchange knight for bishop.
But now d takes e5 and bishop a3 could be an issue.
there's this kind of thing. What do we?
You don't really want to play c5 here, but putting your knight on
Yeah.
c5 is not an option either.
Is that not an option? I know you.
Well,
I know it's a self pin,
no,
but
that's
it's-
incorrect. You can protect it with b6 afterwards, but
yeah,
it's sort of something that I wouldn't want to do. But I don't want to do c5 even less.
Also, this position doesn't appear too bad to me. It's yeah.
Well, you're getting your
Maybe
knight to
have to-
d4 as well.
Yeah, maybe we have to look a little bit further with something like this, and I mean that maybe it is quite dangerous for black.
If you go to d4,
Yeah, there's possibilities to chase it. I'm also a little bit worried about this f4 move
f4
as
could
well.
be trickier.
Yeah. So
No, I'm
so
not quite
that's-
convinced. I think
Yeah,
white
so
would be better
takes
there.
takes here. Maybe knight
Maybe
c5.
knight
is
c5.
possible.
Maybe
It does
now-
look as though black has to tread carefully from this position for sure. Yeah.
Now white has played knight f5,
Yeah. It looks
and,
like a
and
nice
I
move.
think this will be an interesting moment to see how much time Hawkins spends on his decision here.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
it is quite tricky. When a
it's,
knight gets that f5, you have to be very careful
Yeah.
in the field.
I mean, white has played 12 very natural-looking moves, and black's playing a slightly, well, it's a provocative
This
opening, which
knight
gives.
f8, e6.
Yeah, and he's played this sequence, so it wouldn't be a big surprise if white was just better at
Do you know
this
if
stage.
Jonathan Hawkins normally plays the Philidor?
I don't think he'll have ever played
So,
it.
so this is an interesting question for you. I don't want to put you in the
No,
spot.
it's all right.
So, let's say he hasn't played it before at a certain level. He
Yeah.
might have played it, might have studied it with some of his students, but not him at a certain level.
Yeah.
Because this has happened to me as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got my opening repertoire. I know it reasonably well. But I've also prepared openings for my students.
Yeah.
But I'm preparing openings for students at maybe at 2000 level or 2100 or
Yeah.
2200.
Yeah.
So I decided to play it one day.
Okay.
Look it over in the morning, check some ideas, check some lines. Maybe I see in some games the knight goes via f8
Yeah.
to g6.
Yeah.
Is that a bit risky? You know what I'm getting at, no?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
don't know it
Well,
in depth.
This is it. You sort of understand the ideas, and it's not in your notes. It's not something that you've really spent time studying, but you have this superficial knowledge of
Exactly. It
how
will be a
the
superficial
pieces
knowledge.
coordinate with the
Exactly.
structure. I mean, Jonathan Hawkins is such a strong player that he can play good moves in any sort of position.
course.
You know, if you give him an opening that he's never played before,
He'll still find...
yeah, just
the
his
best moves,
understanding's going to sink into it, and he'll figure out the ways that the pieces should coordinate with each other, and he'll sort of be able to understand what sequences he should go for. So, but whether he's sort of had this position, he's thought about this position ever before,
That is
it's
something
yeah,
we
yeah.
can't know.
I think we'll probably get the answer in the next couple of moves,
Yes,
because if he
because
comes up with
It's
a nice response,
this,
then,
this position is quite critical.
Yeah.
Either he abandons the centre
yeah.
or his bishop is going to get exchanged off.
Well, there's also at the risk of
no,
saying
but
something-
remember, we can move the pieces back
no,
and forward. So,
no, I
no
just-
problem at all.
No, yeah, I just don't want to embarrass myself in front of
Bishop F8,
in front
Bishop
of the
F8.
live audience. Well, this is a possible
It
move.
might be possible.
I mean, you maintain the bishop, and it is based on threatening the knight on f5 in this way.
Is there any risk that I can play something like bishop a3 and start putting pressure on your d6
I would
pawn?
imagine there's 3 or 4 moves that white can play that
it's
is
tricky. It's
extremely. I mean, bishop a3
That's
is
one of them, but d takes
is
e5
one.
is another option.
Well, yeah. I also wonder if, and I don't know how to get rid of these now. Let's see if I can get rid of them. I mean, also,
or even f4.
It's the first move that I think of, because black has played three
Under
moves that are
development, yeah.
essentially not adding to the development. Why don't we just smash the place open? And
Well, if your rook was an f1, you'd definitely play f4.
Yeah.
No? With the rook on
well,
E1,
even with the rook on e1, it's
yeah.
You know,
sacrifice and try and
yeah.
break through, no?
although
Maybe even sacrificing the knight on f5 now.
yeah,
You don't move it.
well, there must be sacrifices all over the
All
place.
over the place.
I'm looking at putting pieces on d5, on b5. I'm looking at just any kind of way to open the position up. Bishop
Okay.
f8 is it's probably not
No,
serious.
probably not correct,
but if you're looking for the most ambitious way to play the position, then maybe that's
Stephen,
it.
our viewers might think that that's a move, And
Yeah, yeah.
And this is a good way for them to see that the type of moves they need to be thinking about that the other player can do if you try for this sort of slow defense and
Yeah.
I'll push him back later on.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you can easily get crushed
No,
with a couple
yeah.
of very strong aggressive moves that sometimes you need to
Yeah.
sacrifice some material, but you can do it here
Yeah.
because we have the development. So
I think
it's very provocative.
Yeah, this system for black is a sort of don't try this at home sort of system. You wouldn't really recommend this as
Well, you can play the Philly though, but maybe there are other lines which are
yeah.
more solid. No,
Yeah,
Castle,
absolutely,
B6.
Oh, you can play this opening in a much more solid way. In fact, I think after knight f8, knight h4, the stakes are already raised to the point where black has to tread extremely carefully.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so we'll see this in a while.
yeah,
Sherwood Forest has said that maybe Hawkins could have played G6 instead of knight E6. Of course, he could have played also Castle
that's
instead
right.
of knight F8.
So
There
actually we have
are
a
different
quick look at that,
options.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's an idea that has been suggested to try and prevent. But again,
Yeah,
you're
makes
moving
sense. Yeah.
many pawns. Now H6 is a weakness.
Yeah.
So it's always very tricky. Maybe the knight can just go back to F3 or maybe even
it's-
F4 now.
I wonder if f4, but again, it's
We'd have to calculate, but
it's-
pawn takes pawn E5
it's
looks
getting
really
to
interesting.
a point of
Here we'd have to calculate G5, but yeah, something like that. E5
no,
or straight away E5. no?
what? Yeah, what is going on? Because I mean, either this is very good for black or very bad for black.
You know, 20 move miniatures are made out of this type of.
Yeah, no,
openings,
absolutely.
so
I mean, this is a
never
way
know.
to try and win the best game prize, and I'm sure Hawkins wasn't willing to allow that sort of.
Okay, so we should try and to get
Let's see who can get this up now. Yeah,
the game between Ems and
right.
McShane, which we have been told is there. There you are. By the way, a warm and affectuous hello to our friend Daniel, who's been here 5 days with me in the booth, and is now in the chat. So imagine Najdorfs. Hi Daniel, and again thanks a lot for all your analysis here during the last days. Hope we're up to his standard. I think we are. And I'm sure he'll leave a few comments in the chat. Okay.
Sure,
So-
I'm struggling with this on the broadcast.
Okay,
It
so-
still doesn't appear.
Oh, it still doesn't appear. So we somehow have to update.
Yeah, is
because
there a way
the
for us
boards
to
are
refresh that?
the boards are there, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start refreshing on the other.
Okay, so I have it on the other.
Yeah. Is there a
I'm just
refresh,
struggling to
is there
pull
a
it
refresh
onto.
button here?
Let's see.
The game is there.
Can we do something like this? We're not getting a good view there, are we?
No.
Um,
But this is not the broadcast one.
No.
Yeah.
if I go into this and
it's
go
not there.
select, it's still not appearing. Maybe how do we?
Do you know,
How do we
what do you
refresh
think if we look?
I'm computer
No,
illiterate.
I'm going to give you a suggestion. As we've seen that the names are different,
Yeah.
go in each of them and see.
Okay.
Maybe the names are just different. So which one is this? This is correct.
Yeah.
Williams and Longson. Okay, try
Okay.
the other ones. This is Ward against Kolbus. This is correct. And the ones at the top, Trent. Okay. Ghazi Palliser is okay. Jackson Zoe is okay. Adair Toma is okay. Burke Richardson. This one's
okay.
different, for instance. Burke.
There we go.
There we go.
We're here.
So because the other name was mistaken. It said Becerra,
Yeah.
who actually is a grandmaster from Cuba. It's
Okay,
Julio
but that's in
Becerra.
a tournament on the other side of the world, right?
But
Or it's-
there must be some type of
Okay,
confusion
I
with
see.
maybe with the names of another tournament.
Right.
And but when we
Okay.
clicked, it was there. So we must remember the game of Burke
Yeah.
is the game of
It's the game of
M.
M's. Okay.
Okay, so this is the top clash. So we really have to check this one out. Okay, so I'm going to put this one on my board as well. So definitely a very important game. And funnily enough, it's a bit like the Philidor
Have we got a reverse?
the other way around,
Yeah,
isn't it? It
okay,
has
so-
certain similarities.
We've got this.
But there's no knights on F4 or
yeah,
F5.
yeah.
So let's go from the beginning. E45.
Sure.
It's an Italian.
We've got this on. There
Yeah.
we go.
Is that
We're there.
surprising for you? Because John normally plays D4, no? Or
I
does he
think
also
he's.
play
I think
E4?
he's normally E4. Yeah, I think
Oh, he's
there was
E4.
I think there was an experiment earlier in the tournament where he went with D4.
Okay, so
But
he's
this
more
is-
an E4
Yeah,
player.
it doesn't surprise me at all that
Okay.
he goes with E4.
Okay.
In fact, I think it's the approach from both players is it's their main line. So
Max Shane played E5
Yeah.
already 2 times in the tournament.
yeah,
He went for a Berlin defence.
yeah, he's
against,
playing very sort of principled lines.
yeah.
I mean, here he can offer up
That would be
this sort of stuff.
attractive for.
Yeah. I
at
don't
least
know
for us and
whether.
for the audience. No?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Ems would jump
No, of
into
course he can play
this.
D3 if he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean the option here is.
Okay, so
sorry,
he
I'll
went
go
for the
back.
Italian with quite
Yeah.
quickly, Bishop C5,
Yeah, so here, he could just go with D3 just to keep things a bit calm.
and White went C3,
Yeah.
and now Knight F6. Of course, D4 is a favourite for many romantic players.
Yeah.
The Greco Gambit, I think it's called,
Okay. Yeah.
but D3 is a solid move.
Yeah. This is extremely popular at the moment.
Yeah, especially with this quick A4,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
the top level players are playing.
Yeah.
I think it was Vishy Anand who started playing it, and then everyone caught up. And it's basically just to stop playing Berlin
It
defence.
seems like it occurs in almost
That happens
half
in
the
chess.
E4, E5 things
Yeah.
that go on at the moment because.
No one wants to play the Berlin ending.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're banging your head against a brick wall for so long, then you try and see if you can find something elsewhere. But
Very
also,
good choice of words as well. Wall, Berlin wall.
Yeah. But this A4 seems as though Black's holding their own in that system as well, and it's a little bit surprising for me. I don't really have experience from either side of the position, but players are still going to that for.
Yeah.
So there must be a real depth to the middle games that are coming in. I know there are a lot of nuances with the move orders, but
When to play Bishop E3, when not to play.
yeah.
it.
But for example, is this more critical than the castle's A4 or playing H3 before castling? It's all very difficult to tell. So A6 was
A6 is a normal move.
Yeah, Bishop.
Bishop E3 is. Normally you play Bishop E3 when Black threatens Knight A5, but
Yeah,
it's not the case
it's not
here.
really
so,
the case, yeah.
But of course, it may
Yeah.
he can delay one move.
It's going to be a useful move, I
You'll
guess.
have to do it at some point, no?
Yeah. So then,
Okay, so now I understand. If you play castle instead of Bishop B3,
yeah.
Black goes D6. So let's say castle instead of Bishop B3.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So
So
let's
at
say
at this stage, D3.
let's say A6 castle. So you
Yeah.
castle. Then after D6, there's a threat of Knight A5, but also Bishop G4. So although it might not be a threat, if Ems doesn't want Bishop G4 to be played, he has to play
No, it's
Bishop B3 straight
very
away.
nice point. Yeah.
Because then he plays H3 just after.
Yeah, so it's it's kind of a tricky move order that McShane's played. I mean, it contains this. It's a positional threat to go
Well,
D6,
now you have to decide
and
if
then
you're going to allow Bishop
yeah,
A5,
you
Bishop
have to
G4.
allow two different.
Not everyone
Yeah,
likes
yeah.
the knight to be pinned when when it
yeah,
can't be
exactly.
unpinned.
Yeah.
So
So that's
after I mean,
it's quite a tricky move.
well,
isn't
that's
it,
why he
A6?
thought about a minute,
Yeah, and then
and he
he's
opted
gone
to play Bishop B3 and
Okay.
just eliminate that possibility.
It's very easy to miss something like that, though, isn't it? And just play a move automatically,
But
like
maybe-
castles.
Maybe
and-
it's not a big deal, but
No.
But then when you're pinned, you might think, could have avoided this. No.
Well, it's certainly. Let's see if I can. So after castles, D6, Bishop B3, Bishop G4, the play could potentially start to look quite a bit more sharp. I guess Knight D2 might happen, and then Black isn't obliged to castle on the king's side.
He doesn't have to.
No, you may
You play
even
H5 if, against H.
yeah, you could,
or
you
H6 and
could
G5.
think about these kind of moves, and I'm not sure whether it's the best type of position to be going for that kingside launch, but these things are seen in some
Yeah,
variations, and it's a possibility.
So Bishop B3,
Yeah.
D6, H3. He decides to put that Bishop A7.
Yeah.
Prophylaxis, Knight B2. Now we're playing a standard moves castle, and now
see it
White
again.
takes advantage of the fact that
Yeah.
he's not castled to put the knight on G3 straight away.
Yeah.
no?
It's an attempt to save a tempo on rook E1, isn't it? Later, so if we, I don't
Yeah,
if
let's say
play
we
some
castle,
sensible
Bishop
moves.
E6, for instance,
Yeah.
Rook E1, and now White will play Knight
Let's say
F1
we do this.
and Knight G3,
Yeah, and so
which is normal.
it's taken this castle's rook E1 to get the knight on the route that it wants to go, whereas here maybe can save a bit of time. But he's also more committed to this knight manoeuvre.
Yeah,
In,
and Black strikes in the centre.
yeah, I
Doesn't
mean,
even think about it because
another,
White is underdeveloped now.
yeah. I mean, white has really, by going with this knight f1.
I would never play knight f1 here.
No.
But that is my style of play. I'm
Yeah.
just castle.
Well, you kind of it's almost as though you're accepting with white that you're not going to be the one to break with d4. You're going to allow black to break with d5. Yeah. So it's
Well, it's consistent. And now
yeah. I mean,
d5 has been played
absolutely.
after 12 minutes of thought.
Yeah, maybe the amount of time spent thinking about it's slightly strange, but it looks extremely natural. And when your opponent plays a move like knight f1, which slows down the development, it should be the first thing that you think of.
Well, the alternative was probably bishop e6. I don't see many other reasonable moves, no?
Yeah, bishop
Knight
e6
h5 maybe, but it's a bit... No, it's bad.
Yeah.
Bishop e6.
I always do a quick check when this happens to see
Just in case.
whether there's a chance to
the
be greedy.
double check.
But it's never really on in these positions.
Well, queen c8 here.
Queen c8. I mean, even
queen
that's
d7,
probably a better way.
It's unclear. You just lose, no? Bishop
Well,
takes
it's,
f2 out at the
it's
end.
just
You lose the queen.
it can get a bit embarrassing
Yeah,
if you
very
try and go
embarrassing.
pawn snatching at that
The
stage.
first one of the British. We try to avoid these
Yeah,
things.
you try and avoid that stuff, but it's nice to do a quick check of that. So okay, d5 makes sense, and then ambitiously he wants to keep the queens on and keep the tension. So then d takes knight h5, and it's almost as though McShane's taken some inspiration from the way David Eggleston's approaching the opening, because that knight's gone to h5 in a very similar way.
Yeah.
So
he did it in the end, but of course, when I'm facing knight h5, I always consider knight takes e5. I suppose that with a king in the centre, this can't be good, but let's check it just in case.
yeah,
Probably knight takes e5, queen takes h5, and now it seems to me that knight d3 check could be very strong.
yeah.
And then we're coming in on f2. This is a disaster.
Yeah, but it's certainly something to check. And
Well, this highlights the problems with knight f1.
yeah.
You open up the centre, and now he has to play g3.
Things slow down for sure, don't they? Yeah, so he has to. I mean, maybe there are other moves, but it does look the most ambitious to just say to that knight, "What are you doing there now?"
And now black has played queen d6.
Okay.
Okay, so now he protects the e5 pawn, so knight takes e5 is protected.
Yeah.
And what other ideas has he got with that queen? Where does he want to go? To g6 maybe?
It's quite flexible, isn't it? I'm not entirely sure where it's going next. I think it's just it may even partly be played in order to prepare the exchange of these bishops, which looks quite nice.
And recapture with the queen.
Yeah, recapture with the queen. Try not to give the double.
The thing is, with this completely symmetric pawn structure, if black doesn't create something the next 3 or 4 moves, after a few exchanges, this will be very, very equal.
Yeah.
What can black do to try and unbalance this position?
I think that black just has to be fairly sensible for the moment. Actually, although white has this knight on f1, if I look at that and you ask me who's got the better coordination, I feel like white is the one with the better coordination, because
that knight on c6 again is...
these pieces are the developed,
hitting walls,
but they're not really developed on...
They're bad squares.
On decent squares, yeah. This knight, really, it would like to relocate. I mean, in fact...
c5.
c5 is a possibility.
Or d6.
Yeah, d6 maybe. But in order to get to those squares, it takes such a long time. I also wonder if queen d6 is, in some ways, designed to...
Queen d8, e6.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's...
Slow but effective, no?
Well,
Get knight c5.
I mean, it's very difficult to form a plan where you're pressurising the white position. So I think the way that McShane will be thinking about it is how can he use each tempo to improve the coordination of his position. So this queen move might be fairly multi-purpose. It prepares bishop e6.
I know it seems a bit strange, but is it possible to play bishop e6 instead of queen d6? Or is it too risky?
Well,
with the idea bishop takes e6, f takes e6.
Yeah, it did cross my mind, and it looks...
Now the f file is open.
Well, it looks ugly, doesn't it? Because you've given yourself these isolated double pawns, but
they're not
in
an
exchange,
open file.
You've gained control of squares. This g3 move means that this is now...
The knight is a bit shaky on f3.
Yeah, there's some pressure there.
Queen f6 is coming.
Yeah. So it certainly wouldn't... McShane wouldn't have thought about that and thought, no, it's rubbish. There's no chance I'm playing that.
Probably crossed his mind, but
Yeah, I
maybe
think he would
he saw
consider it.
something that he didn't like.
Yeah,
Maybe knight g5.
I've got to get rid of all these.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Maybe knight g5.
Yeah, I would imagine that there is. Maybe we've got to keep an eye on f2.
Oh yeah, sorry.
For the moment, but
Sorry.
but just if White were to
bishop
slow
e3.
play with bishop e3,
Okay.
and then I don't know, say if you wanted to really try and take.
Queen f6, for instance.
Yeah,
Knight
it
d2,
does look as though something like this
or knight d2 even.
Yeah, knight d2 looks fine.
Of course, White is going to coordinate after castle, and
Yeah.
the weaknesses are there, no?
I mean, Black has really sort of, there's some long-term structural damage, and in order to justify it, you do need something fairly tangible in return. And if it's just an initiative over 2 moves and then it runs out, then that's
not a good idea.
you've really shot yourself in the foot. So
Well, actually, this has been played. Queen d6, bishop e3, and I think we're going to change over to another game.
okay,
But it's clear this game, it might head towards an equal position, but I think
there's still plenty of
there's
life
still-
left.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Not the
game's
most
quite
exciting
open.
we've seen. I mean,
No.
one stands out as the most interesting opening choice of the top board so far of what we've seen.
Okay, so what else have you got there on the board? Should we see one of the games? Why don't we check the Simon Williams games?
Okay.
He always produces interesting
Okay.
openings. Oh, he's also up in the.
Yeah.
He's now playing on board 10.
Yeah.
He had a shaky start, but he's making a sort of comeback.
Yeah.
And this is a Swiss citizen, so
Yeah.
you can easily start off badly, but you win your last 3 games and you end up much higher on the
This
table.
is
no?
it, isn't it? You can look at some of the names on 5 points, and there's David Howell, who has been sat on the top.
All the tournament, Hebden, Hawkins.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys have been sat
One
on
of
the
these
top
guys
boards
loses
all the
today
way
and just
through.
and you pass them over.
Well, exactly. Yeah, and people who may have started with a loss in round 1 or a draw, they've made it to 5 points. I can see Conor Murphy's.
Look, he's already
managed to.
he's
find
already
his way
gone
there.
over Adair,
Yeah.
who has been playing all the
Yeah,
tournament
exactly.
up in the first boards.
Yeah.
So that's a Swiss for you, no?
Well,
Or
and
Chris
this-
Ward, who's also been who started with 4 out of 4, didn't he?
Was it
it one?
3 out of 3 maybe?
Yeah, 3 out of 3, and then he lost
faced David.
two lost and 2 draws.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's pick up the game of
Okay.
Simon. How's that going?
He's playing on one of my teammates there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Alex.
against Alexander Longson.
Alex
So
Longson,
you're in the team of
3 C's in Oldham from
3.
Oldham. Yeah.
Oh, where is Oldham?
So it's northeast of Manchester, just
Okay.
outside of Manchester. Yeah.
But you don't live there, so you go and play there
So
when there's tournaments.
So I still play for 3 C's in the National League.
Okay.
So I meet my teammates who've travelled down. Most of them have
okay,
travelled down
okay,
from
okay.
Manchester. And
Okay.
I'm coming up from London, and we're in the
Because
same team.
where are you from originally? Or
I'm
that
from
you-
Oldham originally. Yeah.
Oh, so you're from-
I,
so it's your-
this
it's
is
your
my
local
this is
team
my
then.
chess club
Okay,
from when
okay.
I was a
Okay.
youngster.
So we
yeah.
talked before, and I thought you were from London, although
Not,
your accent.
right, yeah.
Well, I was born in
yeah.
Aldershot,
I can't
your
pull
accent
off a
wasn't-
London accent,
That is the
unfortunately.
thing,
Yeah,
no?
I'm stuck with this one.
when we were talking this morning, I thought
Yeah, it's a bit
this-
bizarre, this, isn't it? Yeah.
I was trying to
Londoner
think
with a
of-
Manchester accent.
but I didn't know which accent it was because I've
Right.
so many years without living in
Yeah.
But it didn't strike me to be a London accent, so I was
Yeah.
thinking,
Yeah.
okay, there must be some
I'm
explanation.
stuck with a northern accent.
So this is your
yeah, it's
your
one
local
of,
team
one of my
for-
teammates. Yeah.
Are you in the first league?
We're in the first league. We qualified for the European Club Cup this season,
Oh, yeah.
so
Oh.
we do quite well.
But
yeah.
that's in October, no?
That's in October.
Are you
yeah.
going to go and?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm too,
oh.
too
But is
busy
the-
at the moment with
Is the
other
team
things.
going?
The team is going.
Oh,
yeah,
great,
Yeah.
great,
As
great.
far as I know, the team they're about to enter, and
Great.
yeah, we've got
great.
a lot of local players. Turning
Of course,
up,
of course,
Yeah, so
of course.
it should be a nice
course.
experience for everyone. Yeah.
So Alexander is your teammate then?
Yeah,
Okay.
teammate.
So you'll be cheering on for him in this game, obviously.
Well, yeah. I have to stay neutral because they're
Of course,
both
we're
they're both good friends
commentators.
of mine. So
But what about the first move of Simon?
Well, I think.
The bird opening, it's called, no?
Yeah, I mean, Simon's an extremely ambitious player, and he's another one who has played in. I mean, he must have played in much more British Championships than me, but obviously I went a bit OCD with it, where I played 11 years in a row trying to win the tournament and didn't, and I I think Simon may have played in. He's probably played in more than that now in a row. I would imagine he's played in about 20 British Championships, and his aim is to win.
He's never won it.
He's never won it, and really, just it must
But
be
it is a tough tournament.
Well, it's and it's extremely strong this year. I mean, you look down the list, and seed number 20 is a grandmaster and a very strong player. So you just have to be really on your game to win. So I would imagine that Simon, we shouldn't be too sort of critical of his opening choices or the way that he's going about playing, because
actually I wanted to know
he'll be a bit disappointed
if he's
about
played
the way
that before. That's why I was, as I don't know. Of course, I know he plays a lot of games online in this channel, but
he is probably.
I didn't know if he's played that's normal.
If you switch the colour of the pieces,
he does play the Dutch defence.
Well, exactly, yeah. So he's like the sort of leading expert on this classical Dutch defence, and he knows he knows a lot
really
about
good
the
wins
theory.
with black in that
Yeah, and he's written a book, and I think he was doing a lot of online updates about the current theory for his Ginger GM site. So
that's great. He's getting his preferred opening a tempo up.
Yeah, he gets his preferred opening a tempo up, but we should remember that it is
a
a defence. Yeah,
that's what I say to my students.
Yeah.
Some of my students ask me that always.
Yeah.
Michael, can I play this? It's a King's Indian with
right.
and
Yeah,
I can play it one tempo up. Are you sure? I said, yeah. Look, I do this and this and this, and look, it's the same position, and I can do one extra.
Yeah.
But you're playing a defence.
Yeah.
And then they sort of look at you and say, so I can't do it. I would prefer you to play an opening,
yeah.
not a defence.
No. Well, look, the King's Indian attack it's quite a popular
And everyone
way.
plays it now.
Yeah, it's quite a popular way for people to approach it, but you don't tend to see one F4. It seems as though maybe the extra tempo counts for a bit less in a reverse Dutch than it would for like a Reti King's Indian.
Okay.
Simply because in a reversed sort of King's Indian attack or Reti, you're hitting the centre with C4 or E4, and the position can open, and then the tempo can count for a bit more.
Okay.
Whereas a Dutch is more of a closed opening in nature, so that tempo will. You're probably not going to see the real benefit of it there. So maybe that's a reason.
Okay.
It's my attempt at the explanation.
No, but it sounds in the variations of the King's Indian where the centre is opened.
Yeah.
That tempo could be important.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe there are some lines in the Dutch where it may be important, but other lines it's not so important.
Yeah.
And here we have a sort of Tromposki Torre attack sort of thing. That would be D4 F5.
Yeah.
Knight F3 E6 Bishop G5.
Yeah.
Without the pin, but then Knight F6 would be okay.
Yeah. And it does
very solid.
With white, you would think of it as a bit of an unambitious way to meet the Dutch, but I guess black is just looking to develop the pieces
to equalise. That's okay.
Yeah, because he's not really playing for an advantage with black, so why not just put the pieces on decent squares and get everything developed? So it all looks quite innocent for the moment, but I can see that a few moves down the line, some intentions get shown. So this is maybe an interesting moment to talk about this move. So he goes knight e5, and obviously now it's quite difficult to remove that piece from the centre in a decent way. You don't particularly want to give up your bishop for it, and although white has double pawns here,
but we know these are strong pawns.
Yeah, the strong
especially
pawns.
the E5 pawn is very strong.
And also there's
open
this open
file.
F file, and I think there's a concrete problem. Or maybe there's not. After bishop takes, queen takes. Well, it's maybe playable for black, but it does look as though it's going to be quite passive. And although this bishop's blunted, this pawn on E5 is really restricting the scope that the black knights have. So it doesn't look as though it's an attractive way for black to go. Also, should mention that removing it in this way is disastrous because
but it's always good to remind. Although we know this because we're masters, a lot of viewers might think, why don't we just exchange knights and keep the bishop?
Yeah,
there's a clear tactical reason that's not allowed.
Yeah, so he times knight e5 at a nice moment where it can't really be budged in a nice way.
So black exchanges bishops, standard, queen takes, and now tries to keep the solid position with c6. Yeah. Although that has taken him 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe c5 was an alternative.
I think that Simon will be very pleased to reach this position.
He must be very happy with this.
Yeah,
Look at the move he's just done. Rook f3.
yeah.
10 minutes, but his attentions are very clear.
Mm-hmm.
Put the rook on h3, g4, g5, stick the queen on h5, and mate as soon as possible. No?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know whether the arrows help to show.
You know
that,
he's got a name for each of the pawns. I think it's H. Harry is H, and F is.
What's G? Gary.
Gary.
Are we making the
no,
names
no,
right?
no. The other day there was a guy on the chat
Yeah.
who knew every.
All right. Well,
there was a bit of a. We weren't quite sure with the A pawn, although it seems that Andrew was the choice. I'm sure someone will say on the chat the names.
Yeah.
Harry and Gary for sure.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
maybe Freddie as the F pawn.
Well, it reminds me of books by Jonathan Rowson. He's
Okay.
probably my favourite author, and he.
In the Seven Sins, I think he says something about that.
It's I'm not sure if it's in the Grunfeld or one of the other books.
Or the Zebra.
I mean, there's Chess for Zebras, which
Yeah.
is one of my favourites.
I've got the Seven Sins.
Grunfeld,
The Seven Sins is
Sins.
excellent. That's one of my favourites.
No, I love all those books, but he refers to his D pawn as Delroy. So
Delroy.
But that's the only one I sort of feel
Okay.
I know the name of this guy.
Okay.
So yeah, but
Well,
Harry and Gary.
We'll see if someone in the chat can give us the names of each of the pawns. So when we actually comment on Simon's game,
I'll try not to bring too many names into it. It's going to get confusing, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
but it's clear that Rook h3 is a threat here.
Yeah. The one move that I've not been so keen on so far for Black is this c6 because
a bit slow, maybe.
Well, yeah, and it's also your the way your structure is defined in the centre. It's sort of the way the pawns point. It can suggest the side of the board that you should be aiming to play on or gain space or expand on, and
White's going to attack on the king side. You have to do something on the queen side.
Yeah, right? I think the idea behind it is, we can see it on the next move, is that he really wants to evict this guy.
Or force White to play d4, in which case he can play knight e4.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen because we know that Simon's played d3 in these positions always.
Yeah. So there is a clear idea behind this c6. Somehow it feels a little bit passive, but he's trying to evict the e5 knight under decent circumstances, and he manages to do so. But the cost is that this decent defender on f6 has been pulled away, and now you can see the intention of White is he's
so Rook h3.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nicholas tells us that you're right with the Delroy.
Okay.
Dealing with Delroy in understanding the group.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And the names of each of the pawns are Ari. Well, that's a bit.
Ari.
Ari. Barry.
Really trying to squeeze Ari, Harry, and Barry.
Cedric, Derek, Eddie, Freddie, and Harry. But there's a G pawn left. It must be Gary.
Must be Gary.
Must be Gary. Okay, so we've got them all. I'm not quite liking the Ari one.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's consistent with the rest.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
So we've got Queen h5, and there's a threat.
It's a very serious threat. We can maybe play knight f6 so the viewers can see what could happen. Because we can capture. He has to capture up with the pawn.
Knight f6 is quite a looks as though it could be a decent move.
It might be playable. Pawn takes,
but obviously not to try and keep the structure, because we're going to drop on h7.
Okay.
But
Pawn
we
takes
accept some double pawns. And
can this be playable? Might be.
Looks okay to me. Looks okay. I mean, the pawns as they are, it's a very static position, and so having some control of the squares that the white knight can potentially jump to, I'll just get rid of those.
This could be playable actually.
Well, yeah.
King h1, maybe knight d3, knight d2.
There is a bit of an onus on White to sort of justify why he's left himself with a knight remaining against the bishop, and the knight doesn't have a clear sort of path to a nice square. I mean,
of course, he's not forced to exchange. He can play Queen h4, for instance.
Yeah, maybe Queen g5, Queen h4,
no?
one of these.
Keeping the threats,
moves.
no?
It's a bit unclear. You know, I was critical of c6, but having had some time to stew over the position, I think it's actually quite a nice move because after queen c7, if this knight has to
This actually has been
disappear from
played
e5. Okay.
because I can see the double pawns on the.
Yeah.
So let's advance and we can change.
Okay.
So this was played like this: queen h5, knight f6,
Yeah.
and after the trade, bishop takes, pawn takes, c4, getting some play on the queen side. Queen f7. That's a very sensible move, trying to change the queens, but of course, white plays queen h4.
Yeah. I would like to go back to there in a moment, but okay, let's see what happens.
Okay, well, whatever you want
yeah,
to jump back to.
Well, it was just it just interested me because the way the structure is at the moment for white, the fixed pawns in the position, well, f4 and sort of e3, they very much limit the scope of the black bishop.
So
if
d4 maybe?
Yeah, if I'm thinking in sort of very ambitious terms, I want to open the... I want to attack the base of the pawn chain and open the scope for the black bishop. So ideally, I want to play this move, and I would... Let's see if... I'm just going to play a nothing move for white just to sort of demonstrate how the bishop
this
is
will be
now
very
coming
good for
to
black.
life. Yeah, well, we can see that black is clearly left with a better minor piece than white. So
white has to sacrifice something here. Maybe he takes d4 and knight c3.
Yeah. So this is the difficulty for the players, is assessing what this pawn structure is going to be like. Like, for example, could this be taken?
Maybe knight c3 sacrificing d2 pawn, or maybe d3 and then knight c3.
Yeah.
But of course, it's very tricky because first it's a pawn, and second, the d4 pawn can be attacked as well.
Yeah.
But I'm always thinking that king's a bit exposed, which worries me.
Yeah, the king's exposed, but I feel as though the major pieces they're in positions where they're in time to help. After the king comes to h8 and
as long as the queen's defending.
This queen does a fantastic job along the 7th, holding these squares. So it's very difficult to pinpoint where the weaknesses in black's position. Normally you'd look to this pawn on e6 and call it a weakness, but it's quite easily defendable. And well, actually, the more we look at this, the more I feel as though black's really doing it.
So d4 was an interesting option.
Yeah, I guess we have to stare at it a little longer to try and figure out what white should have done.
Is e4 a possibility here?
E4 might be a possibility. Yeah, I'm just
having
to think about
check on
this.
d4.
Yeah,
but I'm going to get two pawns. Rook a8, a8.
This, I mean, even possibly f5 just to. Yeah, it starts to look great for black, doesn't it?
Okay, so maybe, who knows, a missed opportunity for Longson here.
It's difficult to say.
You never know, because he's on the board. He could easily have seen something that with a superficial glance that like we're doing, we
and
might miss.
It's easy for us to say as well, to go for something ambitious,
especially when we can move the pieces.
Yeah,
and see the position that arises.
The position's quite original, and sometimes it's quite difficult to go from the mentality of just like playing sensible moves and neutralising your opponent's attack to actually going on the front foot and pushing. So we can't be too critical of the move that was played in the game.
No, I think it's okay.
Queen f7, is that right?
Queen f7?
Queen h4. Yeah, it looks to me as though black is absolutely fine, and this structural damage that white has inflicted.
Queen h4, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn.
We've got this,
Knight c3.
Yeah.
And this is the position.
Yeah, looks fine for black to me. This.
No, I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong.
Yeah, I think it's
actually
fairly...
the rook on h3 could easily
Well, it's misplaced.
Be a problem afterwards.
Well, it's misplaced because there isn't
There's
really
no attack, what's the rook doing there?
any meaningful threat here.
Black can double on the g file,
Yeah.
and black has the control of the centre.
Yeah. Well, if you ask me who I prefer, I'd take black.
I
for sure.
take black as well
Yeah.
here. That doesn't mean that white can't win the game, but I take black here.
Yeah. I think actually the action is, although like it's been on the king's side, it was a temporary initiative, and it's going to switch over to the other side. And even there's a bit of an adjustment for Simon to make here in that he has to, I think he has to go from sort of being in the mentality of I've got white, I should be pushing, to right, my coordination looks a little bit dodgy. I'm going to have to
But
switch
I'm sure he'll
gears and
understand
try
that.
and
He's
neutralise.
going to understand that, and he'll probably
But
do it.
it's-
But how does he get the rook out of there?
Well, it's even coming to the stage where after this move, it might even be best for white to just go back and just hop in. But another problem that he's got is with this pawn having been committed to b3. He's
his
going
dark
to
squares.
he's going to struggle to challenge for the c line. This bishop, as soon as a rook drops on c1, it's going to get hit. And meanwhile, doubling rooks on the c file for black is quite easy. There's going to be potential to expand with a6, b5. This knight can potentially be a little bit shaky.
It's not looking good for white here.
No,
Maybe he can try king h1 and rook g1 and blast open with g4, but he's not going anywhere there, really.
Yeah,
First, it's tricky to do.
it doesn't look like it, but Simon can be a bit of a magician with attacking chess.
Yeah.
So we'll see. King h1, rook g1 does look
or knight
sensible as
e2,
well.
d4, and try and play against the overloaded queen.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah, it's with this knight. It's
But now
difficult
that
to
the double
say.
pawns are great because the knight can't go to any of the central
Well,
squares.
this is it. It's very difficult to point to a square on the board and say that's where
But
the
I
knight
put it on
wants to
d4,
be.
but
Yeah,
it's probably
but even on d4, if we were to, let's say we just play a couple of moves to show, it gets to d4 and
now there's a threat.
it
has to be defended.
Yeah, it's hitting e6 and there's potential on this square.
But of course, I could have played rook c8, rook c7.
Yeah,
for instance.
let's go back and play some more sensible moves.
Knight
If I
e2,
go say
rook c.
this
Now,
one,
if you want to, just play rook c7.
yeah, and then if this,
There's
then
no threat.
I might ask where it's going next.
Or a6 first, and then
yeah,
bishop c5.
that kind of thing. And
Yeah, there's no real.
the structure doesn't lend itself to the knight, which it does sort of. One bad piece can make a position a little bit undesirable. So I'm not particularly fond of what's happened.
Stephen.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock. We've gone through most of the first boards. We've still got
Okay.
2 or 3 to go over
Yeah.
when we come back. I think it's a good moment to take a small break,
Okay.
get some energy back, and
Sounds
let
good.
the games go through.
Yeah.
Okay, so stay with us here. We're going to take about 10-minute break, and we'll be back after to carry on with the commentary of the games. Leave your opinions and your questions in the chat, and we're trying to interact a bit more today than previous days. But the games were so interesting that I just couldn't keep my attention off the
Yeah,
board.
no.
But I'll try and switch and see your questions and pass them on to Stephen. So, see you soon. About 10 minutes, we'll be back. Bye-bye. Good afternoon. International Master Michael Rahal here, joined by Grandmaster Stephen Gordon from Chess Base in Hamburg, and we're covering the action in the 8th round of the British Championship. And we just had a small break, so we're back, and we're going to look at the other games we haven't seen, and also check back on the main games of the round and see if there's any developments. So, as we said before we went for the break, please feel free to put your questions on the chats, on any of the YouTube chats or the Chess24 chats or the Chess Base chat, and we'll try and answer those questions. Stephen, any interesting developments on the first board?
Where are we up to with this?
So it's Baron, I think.
This one.
That's the one. Okay.
Okay, so we left it
on Queen E2.
just around here.
On G3, Queen D6.
Yeah,
This was the
point
position we left it.
Yeah.
This is the first board between Ems and Max Shane, so it's actually a board that could easily decide the title depending on the result in this game.
Yeah,
it's very important.
Yeah, if someone can gain the full point, then they've really put themselves in a strong position to win the tournament.
What do you think about the fact that John Ems spent 23 minutes to play the seemingly logical Bishop E3? What other things could he be thinking about in this position?
I guess the other move was to consider whether the knight should go there.
Okay. Yeah, this actually looks a bit like some of these lines of the King's Indian attack.
Yeah.
Where you play G3, but then you have to put the bishop on C4 and the pawn on C3. There are some tricky variations when that happens.
I see. Yeah.
Especially when black plays a quick B6 and threatening bishop A6. You can't really go bishop D2,
Right.
so you change strategies and develop on C4.
That makes sense, yeah. I mean, for me, it does look as though white has got quite a nice coordination, so I'm not sure whether there's going to be a best move in this position, so maybe it's personal preference.
Okay.
This move, bishop e3, it does feel as though it's a bit more of a neutralising
normal move, no?
Yeah.
Gets the rook out, finishes the development.
Yeah. I don't know why he wouldn't have tried. I can't really pinpoint exactly why this
It doesn't
move
look
didn't get
bad.
played.
No.
Well, it looks more ambitious to sort of, because the other way, clearly the dark square bishops are going to be exchanged at some stage. This is keeping more pieces on the board and also just aiming to jump the knight into a forward post a little bit quicker.
Let me ask you a question here with the knight on E3.
Yes.
Because I think that I more or less understand in which positions I need to keep which minor pieces. But sometimes, and this would be a case, I struggle with these decisions. For instance, now I'd be unsure if I would have to capture the knight on E3 and change it for the bishop on E7. And not because I don't value my bishop highly on A7.
Yeah.
The problem is that knight on E3 is just threatening to go to many squares that I wouldn't like. So would you exchange it, or would you say, no, Michael, you could never exchange that bishop? I mean, that's unthinkable. Would you consider it?
Yeah, you've got to make... Well, you really have to... You have to make the judgment calls on how the middle game's going to develop from an exchange of the bishop for the knight. So if you were to capture this guy and this exchange happened, you've got to judge whether you were justified in giving up the piece which is controlling the dark squares of your position and allowing this one to roam free.
Okay, but apart from that, do you have to consider what the knight can do if you don't exchange
well, yeah,
it?
That's
what worries me.
This is the next thing, isn't it? For example, if black were to play a natural move like bishop e6, then you may have to consider what the situation would be like if white offers you to remove this bishop for the knight.
Exactly.
I'm not really sure this position's a sound one for white. It looks
a bit shaky, yes.
It does look dangerous, but these are the considerations. Yeah, so players are certainly not looking at these bishop captures and just saying, no, I would never think of that in a million years.
So it's not completely irrational.
They'll be considering it for sure, but maybe the amount of time they spend on it will be longer or shorter depending on the position. I don't think it's...
And their knowledge on the position as well.
Yeah, it doesn't really look as though it's in black's interest to exchange this piece. This is... But
I think about it, this move.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
I do think I also have a tendency of exchanging bishops for knights.
Right.
So, some other friends of mine have told me, Michael, you like to exchange knights.
Well, I'm
in your openings, your
the bishops are just it's a sacred piece. I'm not
You're-
giving
you're-
it up under
You're like
most circumstances.
you're like Vache Lagrave yesterday in the in Singapore in the booth.
right.
He said bishops are bad, knights are bishops are good, knights are bad.
Right, yeah,
Directly. No,
yeah.
He's a bishop player as well.
Yeah, if I could pull off a French accent, I'd be saying exactly the same way. I'm sure. Yeah.
But I was trying to imitate.
No,
him,
no, absolutely.
But Vishanan, for instance, seems to
Well,
prefer
he's
knights.
known for being a little bit more just willing to make those exchanges where he'll trade in a bishop and keep his 2 knights on the board. But
Well, I'm going to launch
Yeah.
this question to our viewers in the chat. Are you knight players or are you bishop players? Let's see the statistics if it
yeah,
works for anything. Just tell us in the chat if you prefer playing with the knights in general, of course,
yeah,
or are you bishop players? In principle, they have the same value. Or I did read somewhere that some guy had elaborated some sort of statistic that gave the bishop a tiny plus.
yeah. I don't really.
Of course,
You hear different things
in general,
don't
in
you?
all the
Yeah.
positions.
I mean, when you start out, it's much simpler to just think of the pieces as both the bishop and the knight being worth 3 points, and then the next thing that you hear is, well, the Russians call the bishops elephants, so clearly they're a more dominant piece than the knight,
okay.
and that adds to something. And then you might hear players say, well, actually this bishop's worth 3 1/4 points. But I think it all comes down to the specifics of a position. And,
Of course.
I mean, sometimes a knight, it could be an absolute monster in the middle of
The first 2
in the
go
middle
for
of the board.
knights.
Yeah.
3 knight players here. 4 knight players. 1 bishop.
All right. It seems
Okay,
as though
so
I'm
4 against 1.
feeling a bit lonely now.
Here's a user called James Glenton.
Mm-hmm.
I got to draw against Mr. Gordon many years ago. Does that ring a bell? Of course, we play against many players in tournaments, but James Glenton? Does that
I'm not
ring a
sure
bell?
if he told us the tournament.
Okay, so James,
or the league match
if
that
you
we
can
played.
if
Yeah.
you can mention the year or the tournament, then
Yeah.
it's probable. I can remember many of the players I've played against, but
Yeah,
of course, if you play
no.
against club players, I mean, who know, the first round of a tournament, for instance, you might not remember.
If he gives us some specifics,
A bit
of
more information,
yeah,
right?
then I may be able to remember. Yeah,
We need the
that'd be
opening.
great, yeah.
We need we need everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but
Now
maybe-
here's it specifically. Admittedly, he was only 12 at the time, so
right.
not really a
I was
grandmaster skull.
12. Okay.
So it was.
No, but I was still
okay,
a
well,
fighter back then.
let's see if he remembers the tournament. Okay. Bishops are coming in now. Bishops
Okay.
are coming in hues. But I think Paul Robson has said bishop twice. You can only see it one time.
Yeah,
You can't put
no. Me
5
and
bishops.
Paul. Yeah, me and Paul's the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, so here I think maybe his thought process on that last move is to try and identify which of the black minor pieces is operating the best at the moment, and for me it's clearly we did mention just before the break that these knights they're actually not on great. The coordination's not great. They're going to have to reroute to find decent routes to attack White's position. At the moment, all the forward squares that they have, except for A5, they're being hit by white pawns, so they're really limited.
in his book, there's a book called Chess Reformation by Grandmaster Thomas Luther. I don't know if you it's German.
Yeah.
And he mentions this in his book, specifically the knight on C6 against the pawn on C3,
Right, I see. Yeah.
and the knight on G6 against the pawn on G3.
Right.
And he talks about that in one of the chapters, calling it the knight to 4 squares, knight
Right.
to pawn 4.
Okay.
And he identifies it as a pattern,
Right.
a specific pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, intuitively, I knew this,
Well,
but
yeah,
after reading it in this context, it makes it much easier for me to understand.
Yeah, it really
Perk
cements the
defenses,
idea,
perk
yeah.
defenses, pawn on C6, knight
Yeah.
on C3. You have to reroute
Yeah.
very quickly, like to
absolutely.
get out of this pawn.
Yeah,
Pawn knight to 4 square.
it really is a typical thing that it can happen across a sort of broad range of
Yeah,
openings.
many
where,
openings.
This pattern recognition comes in where you see. I mean, you look at that position, and even if you've never played any E4, E5 systems before, and you're just thinking about the potential of the pieces, when you start thinking in this way, you can start to point at pieces and say, that's on a good square, that's not on a good square, that's doing a good roll. So I think that's probably why Ems has had to sink into the position a little bit
23
and burn a
minutes.
bit of time.
Okay.
And
We have digressed a bit, but I think it's
Yeah.
been interesting. So let's go on now.
Yeah.
With
So
Knight
he-
F6.
so that's why he's gone for it. He's gone bishop E3, get
Black-
rid of the best
yeah.
black minor piece.
Black reroutes.
So
He does allow the bishop to exchange on A7, but he doesn't want the knight to come out
yeah,
free from F1 to E3.
yeah,
So Rook D1 hits the queen,
Yeah.
queen falls back,
hmm
exchange on A7, recapture with the knight normal. And now G4. Now that is a tricky one.
yeah,
Of course, he wants to play knight G3 and knight F5, but that does weaken the dark squares on the king's side.
Mm.
Do you think, specifically the F4 square?
yeah.
Let's put
so,
that on the board so everyone can see what we're talking about.
So we've got
11
G4.
minutes for that move.
Yeah, yeah. It's committal, but then it's very much coming down to the specifics of the position. And I think G4 is playable. It's made playable because of the coordination of the black knights. If a knight was on a quick route to this square,
No, he wouldn't do that.
it would be positional
Suicide,
suicide.
yeah.
It's just a disaster to give up this square because it's such a fantastic square for the knights. But
The thing is, why didn't he play knight E3? Because the pawn is hanging and black will capture it. Do you think that could be the thing?
in this position,
Yeah.
um,
I think black would really consider capturing that pawn now. Because
yeah.
white might get it back, but his king's in the centre.
There's this move.
Oh,
to
there's a trick.
contend with,
Ah,
yeah.
careful here.
Yeah.
No, this trick can't. No, okay.
I
I missed that one.
But that makes knight e3 a possibility.
So why would he prefer G4 instead of knight E3?
Well, it looks as though with his knight on G3,
He wants to go to G3.
then he kind of it's quite solid on G3, and it can stay there for a few moments, and also it may, rather than jumping to F5, it may want to jump to H5 at some
Okay.
point if white has some ambitions to
Okay.
launch an attack. And also, not to say this is a bad coordination, but it does feel as though it's a little bit more rushed if you're going to take the defence off the E4 pawn. It's
Okay.
almost as if you have to launch a bit more directly.
Okay.
So it looks as though he's played I think it's a very ambitious move, this G4. I'll get rid of the arrows just for the moment.
Something. I'm not. I don't know. I don't like this G4 move.
You don't like it?
I don't think. The thing is, white is
I,
solid. He can get the rest of his pieces out. He can exchange rooks from the D file
Yeah.
and can hold this to a draw. I think reasonably easy at Grandmaster standard. But G4 is a very committal move. Could work out badly for him.
So I like it, but I'm not sure whether it's good.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
this is.
Okay.
I think it's very interesting,
Yeah.
and it's very double edged.
That's the word.
and
Double edged.
it's almost if you're sticking to the sort of like positional themes that are going on, you almost wouldn't think of it, but. I just feel like it's a very ambitious way of going forward, and he's calculating sequences. He's looking to see whether this giving up control of this square forever,
If
a
that's
pawn's never going to control.
relevant.
Yeah,
No.
whether it's going to be relevant. Yeah. And we could see over the next 3 or 4 moves, we're gonna really be able to tell whether
Well, let's
McShane can take.
Let's do the moves on the
advantage of
board.
that.
Black has played bishop E6.
Yeah,
Knight G3 has been played.
yeah.
And black has played rook A8. Very sensible moves.
Mm-hmm.
And now white has castled,
Okay.
which seems relatively sensible
Yeah.
to coordinate the rooks. And now a nice move by black. Knight C8.
Okay.
So he's rerouting that knight
Yeah.
to a more active square. C6 is a bad square for the knight because of what we said before.
Yeah.
So he's either going to B6 or to D6.
Yeah, I mean, if you sort of see this for the first time without taking into consideration the structure, to bring the knight from C6 to C8 looks like you're doing absolutely nothing and a complete waste of time. But he's actually coming to either D6 or B6. It improves the coordination of the black position.
That's very
quite a
interesting.
lot. Yeah.
I would think B6, but D6 could be a possibility.
Even E7 could be a possibility. I mean,
Even
if
E7?
this queen moves
Oh, and
at
then,
some
G,
point,
and then D6
well,
F4.
it's always good to dream.
Yeah, but it could be on its way.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly when that knight goes to C8, McShane's not looking just at the next square. He's looking at the the sort of the end point for the night.
So, for
And
instance,
this
something
is-
like, let's take away these arrows.
yeah, sorry,
Something like, for
get a bit
instance,
happy with the arrows.
Queen C5, Knight E7, Knight G6 could be a plan.
Yeah, so, I mean, for
Of
example,
course,
let's
we
say
have
if,
to, or maybe exchange first on
yeah,
B3.
let's say
That's
for
the big-
example, I don't think this move will
Okay.
happen because it seems
Obviously,
as though it
it
helps,
helps.
black a little
But
bit.
to illustrate the
But
idea,
now we're really sort of
that would be very
becoming a bit
tricky.
focused on this. Yeah, yeah. Although even in this scenario, it does feel as though it looks slightly more pleasant for black just because there is an outpost for the
Okay.
knight and it's there forever. It doesn't look as though white has done too much wrong. And if we gave white a couple of moves to control that,
It wouldn't be the end of the world.
it's not the
yeah.
end of the world,
Okay.
is it? Yeah.
Right, so
But actually, Ems's castle surprised me a little bit
Oh.
because I assumed that with G4 he would be able to continue.
some sort of attack.
Well, yeah, with the rook maybe staying on G1 or H1, just to sit on one of these squares and launch the
Try and go
pawns
for
forward.
Knight F5
Yeah,
or...
it's possible. Yeah. So for example, let's see if he'd have played with G5.
Okay, we'd have to go back to D7 in principle.
Yeah.
But now I
That's
can...
why.
I'm not sure about this because what would happen if I exchange, for instance, H4?
Mm-hmm.
Now I can see two interesting plans. One is exchanging on B3 and playing Rook E8, Knight F8, E6. That's a bit slow.
Yeah.
But the other one is trying to go for F6 here.
Right. I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
or not?
well, yeah, absolutely. I think, although it looks like white is the one making headway on that side, it's really, there's an opportunity for black to open the position. Up
Also
with a pawn
Bishop
break
G4.
as well.
That
Yeah.
could be a tricky move.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as control of that G4 square goes, the
So
bishop's
it's-
got this other
It's a
option.
difficult position to decide on. The
Yeah,
plan. Castling is probably the safest.
yeah,
situation,
sure. Yeah, I think as
Get
just-
castled, coordinate the pieces, and
But it's easy to say as a spectator, oh, you should have gone G5. But
course,
you know,
that's the thing. We
it's
can move the
running
pieces
some risks as
and
well.
then,
Yeah,
and see, not so
Yeah.
good, and go back. Nothing's happened.
yeah.
The player, if he plays G5, he
Yeah.
can't go back.
But I certainly, when we reach this position and Ems makes a decision like pawn G4, it felt as though his intention was to keep going
Yeah.
on that side. And
Maybe he just had the idea of putting the knight on G3 and then
Yeah.
castling,
yeah,
and he needed the square for the knight, not
Yeah.
so much to attack.
yeah, yeah.
Might have been a
That
idea.
yeah, that sounds completely plausible as well. And it's not to say that he can't keep advancing. It just feels as though there might be a little less bite to the G5 push now that he's castled, and it's difficult to attack with a rook behind those pawns, and so it doesn't feel as though it's a necessarily very aggressive coordination that he's got.
Okay, so now they're on move 18
Yeah.
and 40 minutes for McShane, plus the increment,
Yeah.
and 28 for Ems. As you know, here they're playing to a time control at 40 moves,
Mm-hmm.
and they've got the increment, and then there's 30 minutes more.
Yeah.
So we have seen some time scrambles, maybe less than what I was expecting, but
Yeah.
of course, if they're on move 18 and they're already down to the
There's
last half an
potential
hour,
for it, isn't there?
there could
Yeah.
be a time scramble here.
Yeah.
Looking at this position.
I mean, it as there do seem to be quite a few options for both sides on every move. We could see that they dropped to quite a low time, but it does look like a position. Well, certainly at the moment, that if it did come down to scramble, they'd both be able to choose sensible moves quite quickly.
We might like to jump over to the game where Danny Gormali is playing on board 3, because
Okay.
2 or 3 users of the chat are saying that maybe he's in some sort of trouble.
Can we get that game?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Which one is that? Jackson. Okay, so I'm going to suggest then going to the
Let's have a look.
going to
This
the,
one.
and taking one of these off. We
Yeah.
actually have we can take that one off. Exactly. We have 2 spots here to get new games in. So let's go and see the other list, and maybe the game is there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. If you can see the game. Now it's the 8th round, so sort by white. And this one would be Gorman is playing with black. Who's he playing against? He's playing against Hanley. So H for Hanley. or sort by black, whatever you prefer.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
There you go. So the game's coming in. We have another spot, so maybe we can add another one. There you go. Perfect. Fantastic.
Okay. So we've not seen this one from the start.
Okay,
We'll go through it fairly quickly.
Of course.
Okay. So we got.
Because this is an important game.
Yeah. I mean that's a strange move to answer knight f3 with e6.
I use that a lot, e6,
Right,
actually.
okay.
Because I sometimes go for Dutch.
Right.
And sometimes for Queen's Indian.
Okay.
And it's a sort of, depending a bit what white does in a second move, then I choose my...
Right. There's a very strong player who's essayed this move before.
Wow.
Yeah. So Rapour's played that in a game with black.
In serious games?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's happened. I think he's won a game with black.
9 f3, e6, g3, g5.
Yeah.
Well, there is a tendency
a little
to play
bit scared of it.
g5s and h5s.
Don't really want the hassle on move 2 or 3 to be having to sort of think originally. So, that has been played. But the intention was to go with this Queen's Indian type.
And now, Hanley just solid play.
Okay,
b3, double fianchetto, and sort of reti system. Okay, we have a reti.
Yeah, we're back into something.
And now we might transpose to a hedgehog.
Yeah.
Depending on... Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the most critical line against a hedgehog.
No.
Just very briefly show
okay.
like castles, maybe knight f6, c4, c5. This is a bit more of a well-known position.
Okay,
you can
D4,
get to it from a few different move
D4,
orders.
or knight c3,
yeah, you might get
b7, d4.
Like
take with the queen.
Yeah. And then...
A6 normal move or D6? I can't remember which one is.
Yeah, I think...
the line I like...
D6 is maybe the move that gets played.
I like playing bishop g5.
Yeah.
And then even sometimes playing bishop takes knight.
Well, it's possible to take, isn't it?
Yeah. And
this?
And queen... I saw it once played by
yeah. Well, this is
quite
quite
I liked it quite a lot. And then rook d1 and sometimes knight e4.
Yeah, these lines are thought
simple.
to be
That
quite
is exactly
critical,
this is the line.
Yeah.
Because I remember black can take on c3, but it's not good for him.
Yeah. So they're fairly theoretical, and also
they're simple to play.
in this position to play with.
That's the
maybe
other,
just b3
and
this kind of thing, and we've got a different scenario in the game because
black played knight e4.
Yeah, black managed to gain a little something by exchanging a minor piece, and so there is a slight... I mean, it doesn't look like it at the moment, but there should be a slight space disadvantage for black. It's because it's a little bit more difficult for him to push in the centre than white, but having exchanged one piece, it eases that a little bit. So after queen, d2, d6, e3.
Queen d2 is a strange one.
Yeah.
Here, white normally plays e4 and then tries to go for d4 later on.
Yeah.
But Hanley's playing a very reserved game, no? Very solid.
I think so, yeah.
Could that be part of his strategy against Gormali? Is it a decent strategy against the type of player that Gormali is?
It's possible. I mean, I'd say that as well. Playing in this way with white is a bit of a show of confidence as well. It's not really suggesting that he doesn't know what to do. So
of course,
let's just play in a neutralising way. He's by playing this reti, he keeps quite a lot of tension, and it shows. I think it shows an intention to play a long game and see if he can outplay his opponent a bit later on, and so. Maybe he appreciates that Gormali is quite an aggressive player and likes active attacking chess.
That's what I was... As I don't know how Gormali plays,
yeah.
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
If Gormali is an attacking player and likes to play with the initiative, this might be a way to sort of, In Spanish we say, vamos a secarle, which would be, let's dry him out.
Okay.
So I don't know what the word meaning is.
Maybe that's all right.
We're going to dry out the game, no?
Yeah,
and now, if you want to play aggressively,
yeah.
you'll have to leave weaknesses in your position.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And the reti is a good variation to use with that sort of strategy.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say that Danny Gormali's a very versatile player. He won't mind this kind of approach either. But it may just suit Craig's mindset at this moment, in that he's feeling like he's got good stamina, he's quite able to play a long game, and feels as though he can sort of do that against this opponent. So
so
it's certainly not. it's not the most impressive opening with white
No,
that I've ever seen, but it's
an excellent opening.
Yeah,
I mean, played by many of the world champions, and he has allowed for 94,
it's just very
but that's
sound,
playable as well.
It's just a very sound structure and position, and it's very dynamic as well. So he's got a lot of plans.
Of course, and the pawn structure very. So d6, e3, knight d7, rook fd1, rook ac1, and now f5. That brings a bit of spice into the position because now black is trying to play towards the centre squares.
Yeah, I wonder if black is going to play with e5 as well.
Well, that's what it'll try, but white has stopped that by playing d4 straight away. Of course,
that's sensible. If I was to give black a move, I would say that by playing e5, although it creates a weakness here,
but it's hard to exploit that without a knight.
Yeah, knight.
That's precisely
this piece is very far from that square. Exactly. I'll take that away.
If he had the knight on c3. But he doesn't have it. So e5 would gain a good centre and could even launch an attack afterwards.
Yeah, announces the space on the king side for
but
black.
d4 is standard for white here.
Yeah, okay.
He does give up the e4 square. But of course you can't have everything, no?
Yeah, well it's a clever move from Gormali because he wants to make sure that this piece remains a player, whereas there's a positional threat of going d5. With white, and then this bishop on b7 is going to be extremely limited. So
it's funny because
bishop
this
e4.
position, not this exact position, but this structure was played in the game yesterday with the pawn on e2.
Yeah, so is this the Hawkins against Ems?
And white was always playing bishop h3 and trying to knight h4.
Yeah.
But with the pawn on e3, that manoeuvre is not possible.
Yeah, I think
so black can even go queen b7 later on and consider playing on
absolutely.
along
with it makes a big difference with the pawn
on e2 within e3.
That it's moved here, you're going to find it very difficult to avoid an exchange of these.
You can't just lodge the bishop, so it's going to be exchanged at any point.
Yeah.
Okay, so black went knight e1, and right away going for the bishop exchange. But black played knight f6, which that is an important decision because he could have exchanged the bishops now. By playing knight f6, he's allowed f3.
Yeah. After f3, the bishop does have to go back to b7, but the circumstances changed in that d5 is no longer available because that square is controlled that many times. So he doesn't mind now that his bishop goes back to b7.
Okay.
I mean, simply in the other line, if it's stuck on b7 and d5 can't be answered by capturing on d5 twice, then that piece on b7 looks hopeless. Yeah.
Okay, so bishop e4, knight e1, knight f6, f3, bishop e7, knight d3, and now rook a8, e8 looks correct because it anticipates knight f4, and now white has created another possible attack on the queen side with b4, putting quite a bit of pressure on black's position.
Yeah,
on the queen side. He's fighting for the e5 square here, I think.
Yeah, I have to stare at this one for a bit to try and figure out who I like better because I think it all really comes down to who can get a central break under their terms. So I do. If I was black, I would love to get this move in under good circumstances. So I would even at some point be considering moving this bishop out of the way to try and make it happen. But
that is a typical move of the Dutch. Bishop d8 and e5.
Yeah.
But it's not working here because I'm exchanging on c5 two times, and I put a knight on e5.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's the problem. You can't hold the queen side. That's the problem.
Yeah, so
now you're losing the pawn.
We're just dropping a pawn. But okay, this one's loose as well. I'm sure that wasn't the most critical way that white could go. Maybe white should take this pawn.
Take there first, and
for example, he's just going to drop a pawn.
Or with the bishop, I could capture with the bishop.
Yeah, it's certainly not what I was hoping for. But in the game, we've got c takes, queen takes, and. Well, is there an opportunity to do it now?
Yeah, because it's the discovered attack.
Yeah,
now.
if there's an exchange on this square, then at least we're hitting the queen, and there'll be an extra move to get this bishop out of the way. So, wonder if that was
e5 now.
Yeah.
I think he has to take and move the queen back, but
I mean,
then
King
black gets his centre.
Yeah, King h8 suggests that the was potentially going to be the king would be vulnerable on that line, but I can't really see.
No, but look, pawn takes pawn,
issue.
Pawn takes pawn, queen b3, for instance, knight d7, and we protect the pawn, and later on maybe
the
But
white.
can white play c5
Well,
check?
yeah, the white rooks start to look quite active. So if this, if there's not a nice move for black to hold things together in this position, then
But he
the
can't
whole
play
thing's
bishop
not
d6.
ideal.
He can't play knight d7.
Yeah,
He can't play
can
king
he do
h8.
this?
That's the only move.
Probably asking too much, though, isn't it? I mean, ideally, you'd love to take with the queen, but
Bishop
unfortunately,
A3.
we're running into that, and that's losing some material.
And what happens if you take with the pawn?
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, well, I still think the bishop. I mean, I'm a bishop's guy. This bishop on b2 is
This is a bad
it's
position.
a monster, isn't it?
I'm not sure exactly
Although
how
having
to
said
exploit
that,
it, but
yeah, it doesn't.
bishop on g2 is bad. This might be playable.
It might be playable. Yeah.
The problem here is
yeah.
something like rook d2, no? Just slow play.
Yeah, slow playing the position. In fact, with black, I would like to try and win something back for having given the two bishops, and I'd be looking to play with e4 to try and get some light squares.
But you know what happens, no, afterwards?
Yeah, what are you going to play?
No, I just play f4 here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And double rooks, and look at that bishop on b2.
I mean, although these guys are both sort of as bad as each other
bishop
now,
on
but
b2 is very, very strong.
yeah, but you can envisage sort of situations where this piece reaches a more active post, and maybe this guy relocates.
See,
But essentially,
that bishop
we
is
look at all four of the minor pieces, and
clearly
it's
very superior.
it's the bishop on b2 that's the monster, and yeah, it doesn't look like it would be a very pleasant.
So black played
scenario.
king h8,
Yeah,
which tries to anticipate the idea by getting the king out of the way.
yeah,
He actually threatens e5
yeah,
on the next move.
yeah.
But white went d5.
Okay.
But of course,
Yeah,
that
it's-
in principle allows e5, and here comes a tactic.
Well, very nice. Yeah. So he
Here
goes
comes the
d5.
tactic.
What? So just for an illustration, after this move, what's he going to play?
I could play pawn takes, but
you can-
knight f4 is
you
also
can play.
interesting, no?
Yeah, you can play pawn takes, and obviously there's this attack now.
c6
and
square.
You should hopefully with either knight f4 or e4, you're going to be able to lock up the centre, and it does starts to look very pleasant for
But
white.
knight f4 is also
Yeah,
quite
this
interesting.
is possible. But actually, I think it's a case of
But there's no need.
there are two good moves there, and white's going to be better after both.
Yeah.
So it probably, for a split second, Gormali looks at pawn takes, and that no longer he's then looking for some other.
But why did he allow knight takes e5? He must have seen it because he's played bishop d8 counterattacking.
Well, I do think that in this after b4. Both players have seen all that already. It would be very surprising if knight takes e5 comes as a surprise.
Definitely not on that move. Maybe
Yeah.
they hadn't considered it here yet.
Yeah, well, I would imagine that if Gormali's in good shape after king h8, he's seeing d5.
I would like to know how much time Gormali spent here
Okay.
considering e5.
Do we get that information?
Yeah, I think I can see that. Sometimes it comes up when we pull up the board, but I can see it on the Chess24 software. Hopefully, because here instead of the chat, I can put the times, and if the broadcast is going over well, you can see the times of the moves.
Yeah.
So, b4, c takes b4, queen takes b4. He played king h8 rather quickly,
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then he took some time to play e5, 13 minutes. So obviously he was considering if he could sacrifice the pawn.
If king h8 is met by d5 and it's a surprise, then I really do think that he's not in good shape.
No.
Because it's a pretty typical theme that white is looking
very
to
clear idea.
launch
No, so he
forward.
gave the pawn then.
Right.
Because after bishop d8, he's counterattacking the knight and the pawn on e3. So there might be a tactic here.
Yeah.
Bishop d8. This
So
is what he's probably thinking that.
But we need to show that this
course.
is
D6
this is what's happening. Yeah.
Recovers the pawn,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it looks
And
good.
again, we've got this similar scenario where I don't know where's going to be the best place for the queen. I mean, if we want to try and neutralise play, maybe we look at this move and then takes. But we've got a similar scenario where it's just going to be an extremely unpleasant ending for black to defend. Because,
But we do have to compare this position
yeah.
with the one that will appear afterwards, with the
Okay.
queens on the board.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
this is not a really nice position, but maybe black can hold this position.
Yeah, yeah.
Rook d6 is a move that
Rook,
strikes.
rook d6.
King f2 afterwards.
Yeah, there's also possibilities to get this one active somehow.
It's not a pleasant position.
Very unpleasant.
But I've played the Dutch many years.
I would.
But I've had this type of positions, and sometimes you hold it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you give a pawn at some point, simplify. Some 3 against 2s, 4 against 3s you can hold on the king side, but it's unpleasant. Clearly unpleasant.
I would say even if this is objectively better than what happens in the game, it's very, very difficult to play it.
Here.
Yeah, because it's just long suffering, and I think you'd prefer a worse position where there are chances to bamboozle or swindle your opponent. But in this one, the positions become so simplified and White's so active that he's just going to put his pieces on great squares, and you're almost going to be paralysed for the rest of the game. Yeah. So
he played bishop d8.
Yeah.
Okay, and so now what has happened is after bishop d8, White played knight d3. He just brought his knight back, which seems okay.
Knight d3. Yeah.
Gave the pawn back. So obviously this was a combination that Gormali had prepared. And after rook takes e3, he went bishop d4, which is a move that's quite nice, centralising the bishop and also preventing queen c5 at some point later on. But I think he wants to go with his knight to f4.
Yeah.
So he wants to keep the queens on the board.
Well, I did say at the stage that he played king h8 that he must have seen d5.
Yeah, he must have had it calculated.
But I think it's a complete oversight. Actually, I think he's completely missed it because
he missed knight takes e5.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because
but now he spent 30 minutes to play e5.
Yeah,
so he must have seen now that he's being played knight takes e5. He might have missed it when playing king h8.
I think he's played king h8 and he's completely missed d5. It's come as a big surprise because actually there doesn't appear to be a good reaction to the move. So he's down to a case of, well, what's the best I can do with a bad situation?
And in 30 minutes he's calculated, okay, I'll go for e5 and swap pawns. Okay.
Because the resulting position after these lines is so bishop d8 takes.
This is not a good position.
It's clearly preferable for White.
And he did have alternatives instead of king h8, of course.
Yeah. I mean, there are two absolutely fantastic minor pieces now when you can see sort of clear routes into the position. The bishop on d4 is incredible. This knight on e6 has a great route in. We've got this bishop on f1, which is not lifeless actually. It's going to work very well on h3 at some point because it's there's a weak spot on f4.
And also White's queen's active. So this is a clear advantage for White.
Clear advantage for White.
Okay, so after bishop d4, he went back rook e8.
Yeah.
Knight f4, 30 knight e6. That would be a killer. So Black played bishop c8.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but he has to do that move.
Yeah.
He has to protect.
Yeah.
And now bishop f1.
Yeah.
Which seems to indicate that he's going to d3.
Yeah.
Also protecting the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing moves like bishop d3, maybe queen b1 afterwards.
Yeah.
Maybe rook e1. Well, this is more or less a nightmare for Black.
Yeah, if you could teleport the
knight would need to get to somewhere very active.
Well,
quickly.
for example, if after this move there wasn't knight e6, which is it's a disaster. But
and it's not a position where you can give an exchange either.
Yeah, if say Black were able to.
This would be holdable. Yeah.
Well, we start to talk about the position as it's quite decent for Black. There's a great square on c5. The main danger's been neutralised.
A knight versus bishop. Of course, this is not possible.
No,
because you're losing material.
This is it. But if Gormali had time to coordinate his forces and get the pieces to the right squares, he'd be absolutely fine. But the problem is that White's been too fast. The coordination's already there.
He's played g5.
Yeah.
No. That is that is a move that either is very, very good or very, very bad. I mean, he's opening up his king side.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wouldn't say it's desperation, but it's a sign that something's gone wrong when you have to sort of launch out and you've done it with a pawn which is protecting your king from the most dangerous minor piece on the board.
So knight h5 is probably answered by queen f7, no? Because if not, I play queen b2 and you're in big trouble.
I guess you can answer it in a few ways. Knight h5 is it looks quite promising to add more pressure to to the pinned piece. But say, for example, hopefully I'm not going to.
Or even King H8.
Well, yeah, I would
Of
play.
course, you'd have to
I would
exchange the
like
piece
to
now.
play King G8 because with black, I'm looking to neutralise the pressure, and so the first move that comes to mind is the move
Get out of
where
the
I'm
pin.
forcing the exchanges. I mean,
out of the
it's
pin.
very much in black's interest to get a sort of scenario where he's
This would be
exchanged.
okay.
Well, this would be to the point where I think black is completely equal,
Yeah, this would be okay.
and if anything, there can be some danger later in the game
On the dark
that this
squares.
piece is a more active
Yep.
one than this one. So,
So knight H5, obviously not.
well,
He went to
It's-
E6.
yeah,
So he's sacrificing a pawn.
yeah.
But of course, the two bishops are going to be
Yeah,
very strong in this position.
Whether it's a temporary sacrifice or not is unclear.
Bishop takes is
because-
forced. Pawn takes. Rook
No,
takes.
Can we put this in?
And Queen B1.
Queen B1. Okay, so there were a few candidates there. Maybe
Bishop
this
D3 was
bishop
another interesting move.
and-
The Queen B1 is okay
yeah,
because it
all of these.
already
Yeah.
hits the F5 point and
Yeah. So this is the problem in that F5's not defendable because of the pin to the knight. This is stuck for the moment. And we were talking about this being the most dominant piece on the board
look at the
in,
bishop on
in
D8.
the other situation, but actually now the most dangerous piece on the board is this
potentially is
one.
the bishop.
Well, yeah, absolutely, because as soon as F5 falls and this D5 point's removed, the white squares can start to collapse, and so just
Okay.
as the game evolves, that piece is
Okay.
it's going to be licking its lips for a big light square in the centre to
Well,
sit on.
as all our viewers know, we're organic commentators, as someone said yesterday in the chat. We don't use engines in this analysis, so we're trying to be creative and offer our own thoughts. That sometimes means we blunder things because that's unavoidable. But it also gives you all an insight of what grandmasters and international masters more or less think when they're considering different positions.
Yeah.
We think that this is a bad position for Gormali. I personally don't think he's lost yet, but he's going to have to play very, very well to maintain the balance, because if that pawn falls, White has the two bishops. He could even be lost here, but maybe he isn't yet.
I really, really don't like his position.
It's very bad.
It's
But of course, there might be defences. The thing is, as we don't use any type of computer assistance, which doesn't really matter because it could be a decisive advantage and then you mess it up.
Yeah.
But it looks very bad, and I'd be very happy to get this position with White here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's,
we can say that G5 is probably a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's an
may-
interesting one, isn't it? Because Hanley's approach to the game, when you compare it to the other top boards, he's played in a sort of seemingly very non-critical way, and yet he's managed to generate the most chances out of any board we've seen with the white pieces so far. And I think it's just come from he's been able to.
But you said before that maybe Gormali could every now and then have that sort of tendency to try and play maybe over ambitiously. And okay, I'm equal now. This position is completely equal. Now I'm going to try and play ambitious.
Yeah.
But that means leaving weaknesses behind as well.
Yeah, it's
always tricky to balance that.
Yeah, with the tournament situation as it stands, it feels as though the onus is a little bit on Danny Gormali to come out and win the game. So in some way, being slightly provocative by not playing a very direct opening and a sort of ball off the bat type of chess.
But that's very clever by
I
Hanley.
think it's very clever, and it shows that he's got a.
So I don't know him personally, but
well, I think he's in fantastic shape if he's willing to play like
he's
this.
playing very impressively.
Yeah, he plays
but
against
also
a
he's
stronger
playing
player.
with intelligence,
Yeah,
thinking what type of position could be, and against this specific opponent, could be the way to go. And then sometimes it goes well, and it's a success, and sometimes it goes badly, and because the other player can also think of.
Yeah. And it's around this moment where you sort of see the intentions of the players. So Gormali goes F5, and it's clear that he wants to create an imbalance out of this. And then Hanley starts to move forward, and I mean we can see at this point it does start to look a bit more favourable for White, just because you feel as though the action's on the Queen side and he's very well coordinated there. And then it has to be a complete oversight for Gormali to allow D5 and just not.
How would you pronounce the first time I said Gormley, Daniel told me maybe Gormley is more correct. But in the chat, they're also how do you pronounce his name? Is it Gormley? Gormley?
Well, he's never picked me up on it before, but I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've ever said his name to Danny directly.
How does he name himself?
Well, I think it's Gormley.
Gormley.
Yeah.
With a strong A, Gormley. Or say it again.
Gormley.
Gormley. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how I've been saying it since the second day. No, the first day I said Gormley.
Right.
Because I really didn't know.
Right. I think it's Gormley. Yeah.
Gormley. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
But I'm not 100% sure.
No, that's what Daniel was saying as well.
Certainly not my area of expertise. So.
Okay. But it's tricky for me as I'm not living in England.
Right.
Some of the surnames I just don't really know the
No.
correct way of pronouncing.
Well, I certainly.
And my
would've-
surname is pronounced many ways. Rahal.
What's correct?
Rahal is the correct one.
Oh, okay.
But
Right.
no one calls me that in Spain. Spanish people are they're incapable of saying Ray.
Right.
It doesn't come out.
Well,
Michael. My name is Michael.
Yeah.
We go to Spain and no one calls you Michael. It's Michael. Michael. Why? Who knows? I'm Michael. You told me today. You said, "Hello, Michael,"
Yeah.
because you know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not how, doesn't happen in Spain. And you're lucky because Stephen in Spain, no one would call you Stephen in Spain.
Right.
They call you all sorts of things
Yeah.
except for Stephen.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm happy I've not slipped up there with any of this. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
getting
No,
back
so
to
it's
the
great.
chess.
Yeah, well done to Craig. I mean, if he can win this game, then really puts himself in a
So Queen
fantastic
B1?
position. Yeah.
And actually, Daniel is thinking now what to do.
How
And he's going to lose the F5 pawn. Let's say he unpins with King G8.
Mhm.
Is there any chance that pawn could be poisoned? No, because you attack the rook as well.
Well, it's difficult to see where. The first thing to consider is can the knight jump anywhere with a decent discovery?
But
if
the rook is
if
being
rook's
hit.
on, yeah.
This looks very bad for black.
Oh,
Actually.
it
G5
looks-
is falling as well.
The whole thing looks.
So King J is not possible. So what can you do instead of King J8?
I don't
Okay,
know.
we'll play H6.
It's very difficult. I feel a bit punished to try and suggest a good move for black.
No,
because
let's go
it's-
H6 for instance.
Okay.
No, before instead of
Oh,
King
sorry.
J8. No,
Oh,
we're losing
yeah,
the rook
right,
now.
of course.
Let's
yeah.
say H6.
So H6 here.
Yeah, Queen takes F5 and now move the rook somewhere.
Mm.
But where? Actually, Bishop F1, at the moment that Hanley played Bishop, it was an excellent move.
Yeah.
It does so many things.
Yeah. But his position was so good at that stage. I think it's almost like he has 3 or 4 good moves there.
Yeah.
That's how good his position
Probably
was.
has
I
more.
mean, it's
So
quite
now
a nice
let's say
multi-purpose move,
Queen F7, something like that.
Yeah.
Now, what can White do to increase the pressure here? He has to find a good plan.
Yeah.
So maybe Bishop D3,
Yeah. Bishop H3 is on the cards. Bishop
H3,
E3. Rook E1.
Rook E1 is another interesting move.
Yeah.
Probably Bishop D3 is
Yeah.
the most normal move here.
Okay.
Black's in a sort of, I wouldn't say zugzwang, but he's starting to lack
Yeah.
good moves.
Yeah.
Even C5 was interesting.
Well, this also, because this bishop on F1 can operate on so many diagonals now. You even consider this C5 move to launch to this square. It's a possibility.
We're going to change our game, but Gormley is in trouble.
He's in big trouble. I'm sure that Craig's going to demonstrate quite a convincing way. Actually, it would be incredibly surprising if he doesn't put him away.
If he wins, I think he practically bags his grandmaster norm.
Right. Well, that's great news, isn't it? It just goes to show you.
Obviously, we'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
he really, like, Craig's name being on the list of entrants is a surprise because he
doesn't play much.
He almost doesn't play at all. I think he played one weekend in the 4NCL and then.
Is he known as a strong player? One of these strong IMs that should be a grandmaster. I don't have the pleasure. Of
well,
I've been impressed with his game here.
I don't think he'd really given fighting for the grandmaster title much of a chance because as soon as he made it to international master, he was at university, but he passed and he went on to a full-time job straight away. So just playing as an amateur player since then, but and he's known as a very strong player, but just quite inactive. And
So
usually you would assume that it's going to
he's
take
not
him
gonna
at
get-
least
yeah,
a tournament
a
to
few
get back
tournaments
into
to
it.
get-
But he just steps back into one, and he could be playing on board one
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah, he could easily play for the title tomorrow.
It's really it's very impressive,
Okay.
and
Okay, so I think we should try and see one or two of the games we haven't seen yet. For instance, we haven't seen. By the way, Eggleston has drawn with Hawkins, so
it's a
probably a good result for Eggleston, not
it
so
was a
much
draw.
for Black.
Okay.
We haven't touched the game. Let's try and pick up Jackson against Zoe because it looks very interesting, the position on the board.
Right. You have to bear with me a moment to. It's okay.
And also the game Wells Murphy looks quite interesting. But if it's Jackson, there it is.
There it is. Right. I can
So-
pull that up. Let's see.
Have you got it there? Okay,
Here
fantastic.
we go. So
Yeah, we can check it from the
have a
beginning.
flip through from the start. Yeah,
Br-
this is
br-
another one
briefly.
we've not looked at before. So Sveshnikov, it's a pretty direct Sicilian system, not classical in the sense that you give away the d5 point early. So you're really you're telling White's pieces where they want to be, but at the same time, Black's development's a little bit quicker than it normally would be in a Sicilian. And it's a very active approach. So here it's interesting because there's two main ways for White. White can try and inflict a bit of damage on the structure like this, but Black does get pretty active play. And
I wrote a book on Sveshnikov.
Oh, did you? Right, okay, I'll stop talking.
No. Many years ago. No,
please.
carry on. That's why I was
No.
saying something on the chat here because many years ago I wrote a
Okay.
book on the Sveshnikov.
Yeah, no.
I was playing it myself many years.
Yeah,
And then I stopped playing it, went back to the French. It was a sort of
Yeah.
a... But I've always thought it's a good defence. Tricky,
yeah.
but...
Well, it's certainly
good
very
defence.
commanding, isn't it? You
although
put the
lately
onus,
no one plays it. There was a time when everyone was
but
playing
nobody
it.
allows it. Nobody's allowing
That
it
is
with
true.
White.
That is true.
People
Many
in this.
Rossalimos.
Well, yeah, in this position they'll go
Or play
knight
knight
c3
c3.
to try and get because essentially the only way to try and keep the Sveshnikov is to go.
But
knight
then there's
f6.
bishop b5, which is a
Yeah,
tricky
and
line.
then you're in a possibly a favourable line of bishop b5, and also players try e5 here, and it's quite an attractive system for White
Yeah,
to
bishop
put the
c4.
piece on c4, and so
Even d3, knight
Yeah.
d2, knight f1. There's all sorts of strange things.
But
here.
even in this position, I guess if you asked a top player in the world what the main move is, I think they'd probably say bishop b5 is the main move. Yeah, seems to have overtaken.
Well,
us.
and Anne played against Gelfand in the World Championship.
Yeah,
He didn't
yeah.
allow anything resembling...
Yeah.
Not sure if Gelfand would have gone for the Sveshnikov,
No,
but I think it's one of the lines he was playing.
absolutely.
So
It's not. I mean, it seems as though it's a tendency now for White players to try and play openings that maintain a certain element of control. And
But that is the line that they're playing now in the Sveshnikov.
Yeah.
The line with c4.
yeah. I mean, this is
So
this,
when they go for the Sveshnikov, it's nearly always that line now.
this one or the one in
No,
the game.
the one in the game.
Oh right, okay, yeah. So
this
for
one,
example,
we hardly see this one.
well, yeah, this is it. I think it's not popular because you're giving Black two bishops in quite an active position straight away, and although you keep some long-term positional advantages,
And
it's-
bishops are good,
Yeah.
knights are bad.
bishops are good, knights are bad.
That's the problem.
And also with the level of computer preparation
Yeah.
now, it's
Well, you can
easier
easily
to
you can lose your way here very fast with white
Yeah.
if you don't know what you're doing.
yeah. So the choice in
I
the
played
game
the other
is
way.
more
I actually
reserved,
played
isn't
knight
it?
d5,
Yeah,
and this is the line I play normally. I
Yeah.
played it recently in one of the games
yeah.
in the league. I don't play it very well, but that's the line I play.
It's-
That's
yeah,
the line I play.
yeah.
So c4, b4. Actually, castling is very interesting. Well, giving up the
Okay,
but
right.
b4 is the main move.
Yeah,
Knight c2, bishop
we get this
d5,
kind of thing.
g3 castle, bishop d2, and now queen a5. That's a new move for me. I've never seen that move before.
Okay.
Here, everyone plays or a5, and
Yeah.
then knight bishop e6, exchange on d5, and then knight b8, a6, c5. That's the
Okay.
Kramnik maneuver.
Right.
Or they play rook b8, and then leave the pawn on
Okay.
on a6. But they have to defend the pawn on b4. But
Yeah.
no one plays castling
I see.
queen a5 here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
But the idea is to go to
this is
c5. I
something that
understand
I
it.
yeah. It's one of those things that I've never really fully understood what happens with the structure on the queen side. Like, for example, that looks like a very natural move to me as a non-Sveshnikov player. But so the idea with this is maybe to accelerate the queen to this square?
Well, first of all, protect the pawn on b4.
Yeah.
Because when black's castled, already the pawn is being threatened by...
So I've got a question for you just from...
You can't
from
capture
this.
it straight away because
Okay.
there's some tactics.
Okay.
We can look into it. For instance, if he captured now,
Sorry.
for instance, knight takes b4, then queen a5. No, always queen a5 is the move at some point.
Okay. And then if a3...
Now, I think... But I did we exchange knights or queen a5 straight away? I think it's changed. Now, what is the move? I know there's some variations where you directly sacrifice the pawn.
Yeah.
But I think it's rook b8 now.
Okay. I mean, it does look as though it's
No,
extremely
but
dangerous.
I'm struggling
for
to
white.
see exactly. I think it's bishop somewhere, and then you move the queen, and a5 is the threat.
Okay.
And there's no good squares for the pawn on b. Maybe
So,
queen
for
c5
example,
now.
this, yeah. Okay.
I know I can't capture the pawn. That's something I learned very quickly.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's just
Until I'm castled.
I think
and then I'm
I-
going to capture it.
if I had white in this position and bishop g5 got played, I'd probably take a split second and think, no, I trust them. I'm going to just carry on and get.
But
my
actually,
pieces
bishop d5 straight away is not so theoretical.
Right.
Normally, black plays a5 or castle,
on. Okay.
and bishop g. But probably black wants to prevent one line, which is h4.
I see. Right.
G3 and h4 is the other line,
Okay.
and he wanted to get the bishop
Onto
fast
the
on
nice
that diagonal.
diagonal. Yeah, I see.
It's not forced. There's different
Okay,
lines.
so in this position, castles is
G-
h4 a move?
I think so, because really, if you
There's a-
capture it,
yeah.
queen h5 could be dangerous.
Yeah, it looks like it could be over that.
So, but of course,
Yeah.
you don't have to take the pawn.
Yeah, of
but if
course.
it's h4, maybe then after
But
g3.
but I see your point because you wanna play this so that, say for example, we get this
Now
position.
you can drop back to h6 if you want
Yeah,
to.
and you
exactly.
put your piece on a much more
Basically
active
to-
post. Yeah.
To contest the knight, which will come later
Yeah.
to e3.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so it's
This is an interesting line for both colours.
it's quite a solid line. I when I see this middle game, I do tend to think of it as being quite drawish. I'm always
It
I'm
is
always
solid. It is solid.
Yeah, in middle games, I tend to try and visualize what happens after some natural piece exchanges, and quite often in the Sveshnikov, it does look as though sort of this bishop on c8 is going
That will
to
be
get
exchanged for the knight on
this
d5,
one,
nearly
and
forced.
then
That
this knight
and the
for
two
this one,
and the two bishops are going to stay. on
and
the
then
board.
you're going to remain with. So
And actually, those endings are quite good for black
yeah, I just
because you can't
put something like that
because
on
you
the
can't
board.
go for the C file. But
Yeah.
normally, white tries to get f4 in at some point. That's
I mean,
the
that
thing.
maybe this was not a good example, but let's say king h8. How can we do this in a nice way?
No, now you wouldn't play king h1 here. You'd probably play either queen d3
Yeah.
or
I was just trying to demonstrate the scenario, although
Yeah,
if we
but-
can get past the fact that, say,
okay,
let's
this
say
this sort of position.
white doesn't win a pawn and this kind of thing, it does feel as though the evolution of the position could reach something like this, and it's pretty difficult for either side to make headway if it does
No,
with the
no, no,
opposite
obviously,
colored bishops,
obviously.
and black's so dominant on the dark squares, whereas white's so dominant on the light squares. It's it can often result in quick draws. But
I would say so we might get something like this now. So queen a5,
Yeah.
castle, queen c5,
yeah,
rook king h1, bishop e6, f4. That's the idea. No?
okay, yeah,
Push back the bishop, and now b3. Okay, he's protecting his c4 pawn,
yeah,
and now black goes for a5, which is standard in this position, to
Yeah.
try and unbalance with a4. And white plays queen d3. These are standard moves for this variation. The queen normally goes to d3, for rook d1. At some point, get the knight out and attack the pawn on d6.
Do you have a preference?
I like playing white in this position.
All right.
But not because he's better. It's just 'cause I've played it so many times
Yeah.
that I more or less know the ideas.
Right.
But I've lost games in this variation as
Right.
well.
Because I play the Najdorf in most of my Sicilian games, and it's a sort of scenario you can get from that opening as well.
You want to change
especially-
the knight and put the bishop on b6. You'll be
Yeah,
happy in that
at some
situation.
point, but when I look at these, I'm always kind of attracted to the black position, because even though there's a great piece on d5 in that knight, then the other two minor pieces, I'm always wondering if they're going to get left as without a role in the position, where each one of black's minor pieces, I do feel as though it's always got some potential. So So maybe it's just a matter of preference, but I look at that and I'm quite attracted to the black
if you're an
position.
Archdorf player,
Yeah,
you're going to like this type of position.
yeah,
Domination of the black squares,
Yeah.
your centre, and potentially the bishop on
Yeah.
D2 being a bad piece.
and I could,
And I've lost games like that.
Right.
But I've won games as well.
Yeah.
With F5, S6, with recapture on D5 with the queen, sometimes not with the pawn.
yeah,
Sometimes I've recaptured with the pawn and got my knight to C4.
yeah.
So it all depends on the expertise. And if you know
Yeah.
more than your opponent, you know how to
Yeah,
play it.
absolutely. And I guess there is a little bit of a race going on with because white is trying to expand on the king side, but it does look as though black is getting this a pawn pushing quite quickly. And yeah, I don't know. This bishop on D8 as well. It's worth mentioning that I don't really feel like that. It does look a bit ugly to not have your rooks connected, but it doesn't look as though it causes much of a problem with coordination. I guess after the next couple of moves we see that, really it's not getting in the way of the rooks whatsoever. The position stays quite closed,
Yeah.
and the rooks can operate on both sides if they need to.
One important thing in this structure is that the knight on C2 normally has to stay there
Yeah,
until black has moved his own knight
yeah.
somewhere. Because if it goes
Yeah.
to E3, then black gets his knight to D4
It's very
and blocks.
standoffish, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, we're sort of both knights are neutralising each other. And not
I have
really
to tell you
taking
that
part.
lately I'm thinking of changing my variation against this.
All right, okay.
But not because you're convincing me now.
Yeah,
Because I had a couple of losses recently in this game against good players, but
Yeah.
they sort of demonstrated to me that, hey,
okay.
Michael, the surprise of this C4 line has gone away.
right.
Black's playing well now, and
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and you should look for something totally
Okay.
different. No,
I see. Yeah. Well, you
But-
don't have to announce to the, the live audience what your
no problem.
new ideas.
I won't tell them what I'm going to play. Just I'm going
It's
to
good.
change
Yeah,
my
yeah.
variation.
Let's keep our secrets.
Okay, so F5, Bishop F7, G4.
Yeah.
Now it's quite clear that White wants to go for the attack on the king's side.
Yeah.
So Black plays A4, and here White plays Knight D E3. So now he's hitting the D6 pawn,
Yeah. Okay.
which basically forces Bishop C7.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't want to lose that pawn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose that pawn, but in some
You
sort,
can sacrifice
it is
It's possible.
like the ambitious side of me. It's always asking, well, what if I play another move which adds to my coordination and let you take that. But here it does feel as though, like, for example,
Bishop B6.
I would
for
look
instance,
at
no?
this
Okay.
straight away and then takes and try and assess whether I have enough positional compensation here, because
You do have some.
we've got a great range for this piece, but is it worth giving your opponent a supported passer like this? And
when it's not really,
extremely-
not really needed to.
well, yeah, it's extremely double-edged, isn't it? And whether it's worth it. But it will be interesting to see what a computer assessment is.
No,
of
I
that,
think
because
White's better because he played Rook D1.
This one, or
Yeah, because I want to get my bishops out somewhere.
how are we going to do it? I go here.
I'm going to go back to D2.
Yeah.
I might play passive a bit. I don't think you're much worse. I mean, that dark square
No,
bishop
I,
is worth at least half a pawn.
I
Do you think you're better?
I don't think I'm better, but
I can even
I
sack the exchange on D4
I'm
if you put a piece there.
yeah. I'm quite attracted to it in that I feel as though I've got two excellent minor pieces, and there's some potential for me to infiltrate on the A file.
But I would put a knight on D5.
You are going to put a knight on D5, but
You're going to leave it there.
well, I'm going to play around
Play
it.
around it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue with the knight on D5 is it looks great, but it can sometimes get in the way of
There's a really good
the pieces.
chapter in a book playing around. I think it's a John Watson book.
Yeah.
One or chess strategy in action, or the other one. The first one he did two.
Oh,
And it's
asking me now.
playing
I
around-
think I've read it as well.
Playing around the knight on D5 with the bishop on D8.
Right,
From
yeah.
Renaidov.
Yeah.
Extremely well written.
Well, yeah, this is.
Enlightened me a lot. Even though I knew about it, reading it.
I think I've read this in the
probably
past,
read it.
and I think this is maybe a fairly decent example
Yeah.
of the type of thing.
Just
that
play
he was
around.
talking
You don't
about, yeah.
change it, just play around.
Yeah, I mean, whether those moves we've played are really feasible, I'm not so sure. But it's like my first thought, if I'm being ambitious, is can I give this backward pawn, which is, really a pretty negative point in my position anyway, can I trade it in for some activity?
We're not getting much backlash in the chat with our moves, so we
Okay.
can't be doing
Okay.
big blunders at least.
Well, that's reassuring.
Because we'd be quickly
Yeah.
called out. Hey guys, you're losing
Yeah,
forwards
yeah.
all over the place. No,
I wonder if there was something, tactically.
no, but I
quite
know
right
what you're
about
getting
that.
at. That bishop is very
I
strong.
mean, this cannot work
No.
because of here. Yeah.
Looks okay.
Yeah, no, I quite liked the look of.
Okay,
of
so
that position,
bishop
that
c7.
scenario. Okay, we've got this.
Zoe took 2 minutes
Right.
to discover what we've taken 10 minutes to
I'm
assess.
sorry, yeah, real diversion from me. Something exciting.
But he's a
actually
young
happening
player.
in
I
the
mean, he
game here.
thinks, why am I going to sacrifice my d6 pawn?
Yeah, yeah.
I just protect it. And,
Right.
Okay, g5. Pawn takes.
It's very possible that was coming after bishop b6 as well. Anyway, maybe he would
Yeah.
have left the pawn on d6 because, well, he's seen another lovely square for this piece.
Okay. So f6. Now the game is opening up on the king's side.
Yeah.
Not quite sure about this sacrifice, but let's
No,
continue. d6.
It's extremely double-edged.
Knight d5. Bishop d8 again. Now the rook is defending on the second fire as well.
Yeah, We
Probably
should
not
note
entirely
as well-
correct, this sacrifice.
Well, maybe. It's very difficult to form an opinion quickly because,
Or at least put the
you
knight
know,
on f5.
Yeah. I mean, also with the structure as it was, this bishop on g2
It's very
it's
bad.
sort of shouting at the pawns to say, "Help me out," and he's listened to the piece. Sorry, I've jumped there.
Yeah.
He's listened to the piece by doing this because it has potential to.
To go to h3.
Yeah, and it's actually going to perform quite a decent role in that square. The first thing that I considered here is, well, can you neutralise what's going on with something like this worst case scenario?
Okay, yeah.
But I imagine that White is doing probably extremely well here after.
I could even consider queen h3 here.
Yeah, queen h3.
But of course, it changes
just
the
as
main
something
line.
like takes and then here, and
Yeah,
then
now the bishop is.
well, yeah. If we're going to land this pawn on f7, it's kind of irrelevant what's happening on the queen side. It's
This
all
is a very
looking
good
like it's
variation
staying together,
because
yeah.
it gives an insight on what probably Jackson was considering when he
Yeah.
did the sacrifice.
Yeah,
Not only playing for the attack,
yeah,
but also some endings.
yeah.
Get that bishop on the diagonal.
Yeah, so just this feeling of maybe Black can't simply just give back the material to neutralise the pressure. Whether he had to play g6, I mean, maybe he did.
Well, knight
mean,
f5 is a threat now.
Yeah, it is only one
What would
pawn
happen if he captures the pawn?
here?
What
yeah.
would White do? Knight g4?
Yeah, maybe you can just go in with rook takes f6. It's possible to go knight g4 as well.
There's quite a few moves here
yeah.
for White. That looks
Yeah.
quite a good move, actually,
Yeah,
because, yeah, we take on f6
Difficult
and play
move.
queen h3. I
maybe
mean,
this is coming anyway, but yeah, it starts to look quite dangerous,
that's
doesn't
a
it?
bit dangerous.
And we as well, we got to be keeping in mind
Yeah.
this queen swing at some point. I mean, that's quite forcing. Not sure whether it's the best, but just to sort of
yeah,
illustrate
but
that.
this starts to look like,
well, yeah,
like,
it's-
starts to
King's
look
looking
like the
extremely
Gormali
jockey,
game.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And then-
so g6, knight d5, bishop d8.
So it was only a pawn that he gave, and after bishop
After 10
d8,
minutes, and now queen h3, and now knight d4.
yeah,
We have to exchange knights.
takes it.
And now e5, opening up with the bishop.
Yeah, well, I mean, this piece is just thanking
Look,
those
e5 in
three
17
pawns.
seconds.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's more intuitive sacrifice, no? You
Well,
just need to get the bishop out.
yeah, and he may be pretty confident in what's going on. I mean, he's got two fantastic minor pieces now, and this pawn on f6. Although, Black is this is where we're up to. Is two pawns up? Can I
No,
count?
but that pawn on f6 is worth a piece practically.
Yeah, there's so many good things to point at in White's position that this, these extra two pawns. I'm gonna highlight those two. They're just really not counting for much. I think it's a very nice idea, actually.
So what to do with black now?
Well, this move with g5 is. I've not actually seen it before, but I
very
think
interesting.
from what we're seeing, it looks like a fantastic idea to.
And that's why
to
a lot
pause.
of players like the white side of this.
Right,
position.
yeah. Quite attracted to it now.
I
Don't
like to
change your
attack.
system.
No, I like to attack. But you can't always get this in. And sometimes
Yeah.
you attack, you get a promising position,
Yeah,
and then you misplay it and you lose.
yeah.
And
Well,
that also is...
so it's become very critical, hasn't it? I mean, I
Now,
guess
now
we
the
need to
threat is made
consider
straight away.
whether what he's going to do next. So
Well, I was thinking bishop e6, and now I was sort of going, see, knight e7 would force the exchange.
Knight e7 forces the rook to take.
But he might be happy with that. He might be happy with that.
Yeah, it's...
Because
Well,
he takes away my main piece.
White cashes in, but then also black's...
I wouldn't do that with white.
Let's see how it looks at the end. So it would be something along these lines. It starts to look pretty good for black. I mean, the material imbalance is what are we looking at? We're looking at 2 pawns.
Piece and 2 pawns.
So points wise it's equal, but this rook on d1, it probably has a defensive role to stay covering the first rank, and also the fact that there's not many open lines.
But now I'm playing bishop e7, king g7, bishop f5. I'm getting my pieces to good squares.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be much attack
Well,
here either.
it really looks as though black's going to be the one
okay.
to get the pawns rolling before white can.
But let's go a bit back,
neutralise,
because instead of knight e7, I'm thinking that there might be other moves here.
Okay.
Maybe rook d3
Yeah.
to go to g3. Maybe just queen takes g5.
Yeah. It's... I mean,
Maybe bishop e4.
Yeah,
So there's
it
several
really
good
starts
moves.
to look like a sort of position that you'd get in a calculation book where you know white to play. Here's the exercise because.
But there's no crunching move. You need to.
Yeah, well,
the attack,
nothing jumps out to say that's the best move. But when you see this position, you're very attracted to white's attacking possibilities.
You could even put it as an exercise.
Yeah.
Where not to play a move like knight e7, which may be the first idea.
Yeah, because this. Yeah, points-wise, we're gaining some points back, but
we lose initiative.
Quality of position and initiative is lost, isn't it? So
I think either bishop e4 or possibly queen takes g5 with the idea h4, h5.
I also liked you rook lift, but
I can't get the rook to h3, that's the thing.
No.
Oh, sacrificing the rook maybe.
It's possible, yeah. I mean there's maybe rook h3. Not suggesting
it's the best
it's
piece.
a great move.
It's black's best piece.
But yeah, you're still playing with these 4 attackers if you were to do it.
I wouldn't think my bishop is worse than any of his 2 rooks.
No. But also there's this rook swing to g3 and to go
g5
in this way.
And then sack on g6 at some point.
Yeah.
So if we think of a rook on g3, a bishop on e4, and then black is in big trouble.
Yeah. But it also... This is the difficulty for James now, is that there are so many attractive moves. It's going to be quite difficult to pick.
But there has been moves.
Right,
there has been moves, and I think he's played rook d3. Actually.
Maybe he's seen it all already.
No. Because after queen h6, black captured the knight.
Oh wow, okay, yeah.
So he's going to try and make to block on the light squares and king h8.
Yeah.
Now f7, cutting off the defense of the rook. And now it's really a threat, rook d3, h3.
Yeah.
So black played bishop e7. Maybe there was some other threat there. And rook d3. Now the threat is rook h3 and mate. So black played g4, seems to be the only move. Rook g3, just threatening to pick up the pawn and follow up. And white and black is thinking now. Ooh, what to do here? Rook d7 and sack back on d5. You have to get that bishop off the board.
Well, are you in time? You are in time. Well, that's a nice defensive idea.
You have to, you have to get the bishop off the board quickly.
Yeah,
maybe you can exchange pawns first on b3. That is possible.
Okay, but in either scenario, it's not something that I'm happy to allow with white. It looks as though. Say, for example...
At least you defend now.
Yeah, I mean, let's go with this.
Yeah.
What a great transformation that's been for black, although it's, there's still a rook for bishop.
But you got 2 pawns.
Yeah,
you got 3 pawns, actually.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't allow this.
And there's this sort of permanent king weakness.
So let's say pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. For black, after rook g7. Go back 2 moves.
In this position, so just take.
I suppose I have to recapture rook d7. Now, what to do here with what? We could try bishop e6, but maybe there's other moves. Let me think a moment. Always bishop e4 is a possibility.
Yeah. And probably a
which
good
actually
one.
looks good.
Yeah,
now.
it looks good.
Bishop e4. And now we're threatening bishop takes g6, but also rook takes g4.
Yeah.
I don't
I
see
think
how I was going to get out of this one.
I just feel as though black has to be extremely careful in this position.
No, it's because now he's in trouble.
This,
But rook takes g4 now.
yeah. It's just hopeless. It's just hopeless.
He's losing here.
Yeah.
Well, okay, he can try d3. Oh, but we'll sacrifice with the rook, not with the bishop. We'll capture on g6 with the rook first, because then we threaten rook g8.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really...
No, he's lost.
Don't really see a
Looks
defence
as he
there,
lost.
Yeah.
That pawn on f7 is really...
There's a possibility, yeah, but what would you...
But now I go rook h4.
Ah, yeah, there's lovely, yeah. So rook h4, if takes, then it's mate on this square.
No, he's lost.
Yeah.
He's lost.
Yeah. I was also going to suggest c5, but it's not necessary.
Oh, yeah, of
all,
course.
is it? Yeah.
Deviation.
Yeah, just pull this out and then... Okay, but there's numerous ways. I mean, it's just
He's crushed here.
Completely collapsing.
So this would be a major upset for Zoe, who's been playing very well up to now, because he's outrated by nearly 200 points.
Yeah.
I don't have the pleasure of having met James Jackson, but he's playing a very good tournament.
Yeah.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I do. We played in it's almost
He's
a
playing.
year and a half ago.
I think he's
played
playing
James,
I am Norm tournament.
Yeah, well, both players are from seeing their games. I feel like they're both extremely dangerous with the white pieces, and
Especially.
so they're both quite aggressive players. And I've played against both, and I was testing my Sicilians against both and struggling against both, and so. I can fully appreciate that they know the stuff in these lines, and I think both players, if you looked at a list of the results, they'd show very good results with white, and maybe not showing the strength as much with black, because Yang Fan with white is it's extremely strong, but he does tend to drop quite a few losses with the black pieces.
So maybe he needs to.
Yeah, so I don't think it's so surprising that James Jackson's putting him under pressure here, and especially if he can. If he lands g5, f6 like he did under those circumstances and gets to a scenario like this, then fair play to the guy. He's put together a very aesthetically pleasing.
So we are going
sequence
to,
there,
if it's okay with you, let's put back to Ems against McShane.
Yeah.
That game has evolved,
Okay.
and a brief glance makes me think that a draw is the most probable.
Where are we? No, we're there. Okay.
The most probable result. What do you think? But this game has been equal all the time. We were discussing it before.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame actually, because at a stage sort of around move 15, it looked as though Ems had some ambitions to push a bit on the king side, but maybe he just never really felt like it was quite on to justify going for an attack.
It was more a positional decision.
Yeah, well, I mean, now it looks completely equal. It would be a big surprise if it was not a draw.
I think this is a draw.
Yeah.
I would prefer being black in this position because my coordination is slightly better.
Yeah.
And white has advanced on the king side. That could be a problem. But I think it should be a draw with good play. Maybe black can entertain thoughts like h5 at some point.
Yeah.
King f7, h5. Try and provoke some sort of weaknesses.
Yeah.
But if white plays f3, king f2, this should be a draw.
I really do feel like it's...
should be a draw, no?
It looks like a bit of a dead position. Just both sides have ideas of how they could potentially create weaknesses for the other side.
Although Ems is really low on time. Of course, there's only 8 moves to go, but he's quite low on time. But
it doesn't concern me that much.
I don't see him losing this position.
It looks as though you can play
f3, king f2.
Yeah, and then even say for example rook d3 to d4 a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's on to start repeating the position, and in fact,
and let black do something if he has anything to do.
It would be a big surprise if that wasn't a draw from this position.
So let's go to board number 2, where Jones is playing with Pert.
Okay, I'm not sure I've got that one up. I might need a moment to get that. Here we go. Okay, so we should
2-4-6,
maybe
2-4-5.
should we go back a little bit?
Yeah.
for this?
Okay.
Or-
Okay. We left
so-
it. Okay, but we're gonna go.
Yeah.
We left it at Bishop E7 when
think-
White was exchanging pawns on G6. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he changed later. Okay.
We had we were talking about this idea of how to potentially like cover the point, and you came up with rook h. Well, it looked quite interesting. Yeah, I quite like that. Instead,
But
he's going
A3?
with A3.
So he was definitely thinking of
Yeah,
sacrificing.
so we did consider this a little bit
Yeah.
just to show that that's the sort of scenario that could occur if Black was a bit greedy and went after the pawn. But instead, he played a more sensible sort of. Well, I'm not sure it's more sensible or not.
Well, it does sort of introduce the idea of B4 at some point.
Yeah,
And if you do capture on the pawn on D4, A3 is useful.
Yeah.
Because it stops the checks on B4.
yeah.
And also it sort of now your turn.
Yeah.
Tell me what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Because G takes H5 would be bad. You just play G3 or King F1
Yeah.
and recover. He's played Bishop E7, but look, after 21 minutes.
Yeah, 21 minutes. It's okay. It's maybe a little. I'm not really sure how unique this position is. Whether Rook G8's a novelty. It was played quite quickly, wasn't it?
we checked that, and there was a few games.
Oh, there was. Okay,
but
right, I see.
7 or 8 games.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen A4.
Okay. Queen A4. Well, the course of the last few moves, I do feel as though things are going quite well for White because Black's not really got anything quite yet to show for having allowed White to maintain the big centre. If White can hold the centre and
He's just better.
get the pieces out, yeah, for sure, it should just be better.
So critical is to capture the pawn then, and Pert didn't do it.
Yeah.
So
Well,
obviously you know these two guys. So Pert has played the French many years because I remember studying the French years ago when I was playing it, and Pert was one of the players I was looking at his games.
Yeah.
But is he the type of French player to capture the pawns and play defensively a pawn down, or is he the type to close the position and manoeuvre? Which type of French player is he? Korchnoi is the French guy who captures and
he'd
defends.
take the pawn and defend.
But not everyone has that.
Yeah,
For instance, I never take these pawns. I'm in the manoeuvre guy.
Yeah. Well, I think he's pretty versatile. So again, I think he'd be quite willing to do what's necessary under the circumstances. And I mean, it looks as though there's been a bit of a shift in his style recently, where he seems to play a bit more aggressively and also to mix up his openings a little bit more often. I'm not sure that. Well, I know for sure that when he reaches this position after 14 moves, he's not going to be very happy at all because it's very clear that things have gone wrong. There's no counterplay for the space advantage. He's ended up with a rook here. This one's not had to move, and it's already developed
He
fantastically.
played rook G8 super
Yeah,
quick.
he played rook G8 quickly. He played bishop E7, and neither move contributes to the position. He's also played A6, which has sort of very little significance.
No, don't normally do
the
that.
queen's moved twice. So you're looking at a lot of lost tempos, and it shows that he's not really comfortable with the way things went.
Okay, so now the queens disappear,
Yeah. Okay.
and
So,
he gets rook B1 in.
Yeah.
Okay, that prevents knight B3.
yeah.
Knight F8, that's another... very rarely you play a knight to F8 in the French.
Well, it's
But
a
he has to get the
situation
bishop
where
out, no?
things have gone wrong. Let's see if...
But here you put your knight on B6. You don't put it on F8. So why has he gone to F8? Oh, he wants to prevent rook H7.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think it's
Of
a
course,
very
rook
very
H7,
difficult
knight
position
G5.
to play because you're much worse, and you're now looking for ways to get through the next 5 moves without being completely lost.
Yeah.
And so this knight F8 looks horrible, but at least it slows down
the attack.
the counterplay by
There's
taking
no
over
rook
the
H7.
square. Yeah,
And you get your bishop out.
yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that's understandable.
So I don't know if we can be the points where we can be critical of his player earlier. I mean, the damage is done now.
Yeah, I
and,
agree.
He just has to try
He's
and do
trying
what he
to-
can
yeah.
with the situation.
He normally wouldn't do a move like knight F8, but he does
That's-
it to prevent...
That's a clever thing that he's done. So bishop D2. I think the reasoning behind this is that he would ideally like an exchange of these pieces, but he doesn't want to allow black some quick counterplay on the d4. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Doesn't want to allow quick counterplay on the d4 pawn. So, for example, if he'd have played bishop g5, then it's a little bit frustrating for having that knight having gone forward for it to have to now retreat, and then I don't know whether g5 is an option, but even after, say, bishop d7 or, some other move, it feels as though black's situation's been eased a little bit. So he just provokes the knight to come forward, and then he does it, and so there's no pressure on d4 anymore.
That's well played.
Yeah, so even though it looks as though he's wasted a tempo, he's actually pushed a piece to a less threatening square.
Knight e3, exchange off the knight, reinforces. Okay, so rook g7 is already that's the sort of move that you'll never do.
Yeah.
If there's no other reasonable option.
Yeah, and
but why do you play rook g7? What's the threat?
I guess he's looking to exchange it off with rook h7.
Okay,
that's in the plan behind it. So
yeah, but that's clear. Yeah,
and he gets there,
rook
but
h7.
The cost is that. Yeah, I mean this domination on the king's side is it's.
This usually leads to
really.
The loss of a pawn.
Yeah. I mean, f7. If it stays alive, it would be an absolute miracle for black.
Well, you'll have to give the e5 square.
Yeah,
and that will mean some other problem.
Yeah. So just concessions everywhere, really. I mean, one thing he can be happy about is that he's managed to exchange his bad bishop. But at the same time, White has been able to get this grip on the queen's side that is just never going away, and there's no counterplay on the c-file. The king's there in time, covering the squares. It really is just a one-horse race. So.
Okay, but let's see if he's holding. Rook c8, take, rook f1, and he's lost the pawn. Was there no way he could... No, but this is already lost because the knight's going to go to d6.
Yeah.
So... Was there anything he could do
here?
He
could try and shore up a little bit. If he, say, for example, if he
has to exchange now. But now what?
Even so, it just looks like he's.
But now rook
h8.
Yeah, it's tactics time
anyway, isn't it?
No, he's lost.
He's lost. Yeah, he has to do this, and then you'd see that juicy square on e5.
He's lost.
So this is it's just a domination, really, isn't it? And I think I would go as far as to say that if it almost looks like he's changed his mind with what he's looked at in the morning. So, for example, he's been looking at Sicilian lines, and he maybe looked at them for a couple of hours, and then decided,
okay, I'm going to go for the French.
Well, I just don't like the things that I'm looking at. What can I find in the French? And then he maybe gives a line like this 30 minutes consideration and thinks, okay, well,
he might not play h4.
I'm in a bad frame of mind. Yeah, this
happened to me,
and
for sure to you as well.
Well, yeah.
But here, you should have captured the pawn. I mean, if you go for this, and you're making these positional moves, capture the pawn, and if you're crushed, you're crushed. But you've got
Well, it is a little bit criminal to allow this to happen because you're
now you're worse without any compensation.
Well, it's such a gift, you know. Every single white piece is happy.
We're seeing this with hindsight.
Yeah.
We're seeing the moves being played.
No, well, this is
these are grandmasters who obviously take into account all of these considerations, but games are won and lost because of these small mistakes, of course.
I mean, Nick Pert is a fantastic player, and if his opening had gone well,
we're criticising, but we're not criticising. We understand what's happening. We're just trying to point out what may have happened from a psychological point of view.
Well, it's the kind of things that happen under the circumstances where
it's happened to me many times.
You're under so much pressure in like the eighth round of a tournament that you desperately want to win, and you want to perform well, and you want to use your time in the morning to give yourself the best opportunity. And I mean, it stinks of a change of heart at the last minute.
It could be
because of the way this goes. And yeah, sometimes it can happen. I mean, I've been rolled over numerous times where I've just not even got out of the opening.
Many times.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that. I mean, it's really. I mean, you're essentially positionally just done for in this position.
As soon as the bishops are exchanged.
If White gets the moves right, this is winning. Even though there's no material deficit, it's just so.
This would be a holdable position if the pawns on h were still on the board. slightly worse black,
Yeah,
but holdable. I can see him
It
holding
would
this position.
it would be extremely unpleasant to the point where it would actually surprise me if you can hold these kind of things. Because,
Even with the H pawns.
yeah, just see even
Because I
with
get
the
an H4, you have to play H5, then I go for bishop G5.
Yeah, just
Sometimes with a pawn on H6 and G7 against H4, H5, then sometimes you can play with F6.
yeah.
But here it's really difficult.
Yeah. I mean, if you give this position to Magnus Carlsen against, another top player in the world, I would expect him to be scoring sort of 9 out of 10 with white. It's that sort of
Okay, so
French gone wrong. Yeah,
they're now in a night ending. He's 2 pawns down. I think we can more or less go to another game.
Yeah.
And
it's unfortunate because when we started the round, for me it looked like it was going to be the most exciting game of the round. But
obviously it's been very well played by Gawain.
Yeah,
for instance,
sure,
this idea of provoking the knight to come to c4 and then changing.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And the domination's been very well played. So
you
have to give him that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna check here. This one's probably the draw. This one's already won. Okay, let's go back just for a moment to Hanley against Gormali. It is an important game.
Yeah.
And there has been some...
So where were we?
We were just before...
We had this
Queen B1 here.
Yeah.
How has he defended?
Yeah.
He's gone for F4.
So
okay.
This is something that was crossing my mind a bit earlier. I mean, it's clear to me that white is much preferable, but
ways to exchange.
Ways to do it. Yeah, I mean, the first move that crossed my mind, which we never mentioned, and I wasn't brave enough to say it because it's simply because it just looks completely ugly to allow this. But Gormali's found a way of
F4 first,
very resourceful,
and then rook e5.
Yeah, so
interesting.
So he's found a much better version of what.
First of all, he doesn't lose the pawn, and then he gives the G pawn.
Yeah, and we start to see that these two minor pieces with the change in structure, they start to look like quite okay.
The bishop on F1 not so good.
Yeah. And although this is still clearly better for white,
but that doesn't matter. The thing is, here he's fighting.
Yeah. The transfer. I mean, essentially, black has to decide how am I going to be worse.
Exactly.
And I think he's picked an excellent way.
But he's just eliminated his worst piece for white's best piece.
Yeah.
And although he's down in material, he's active.
Yeah.
And there's no real threats on his king.
Yeah.
Or at least not so much as before.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that queen takes G5 might have some tactical response.
Yeah. Queen takes G5 here. Yeah.
Because if it isn't, it seems like the best move.
Yeah.
So what could black do here?
What if we go?
Rook G8 seems good, no? So we have to defend G3, and how we do that? I would really like to get the queen out of the...
It may be possible to stay active and, let it go, but just keep working on coordinating. So
maybe
the queen is
D8 here.
Oh, his rook takes D8 possible. Wow. Yeah, very nice.
Well, queen takes, and queen takes E5. Pawn takes.
Yeah.
This is still tricky. Pawn takes.
Oh, but it looks very
good.
nice. Yeah. I think it was a good decision. Yeah. It's possible that maybe this move first.
This first.
Yeah.
We take back. And now
take back. Still, I also wonder whether white should be using the tempo to work on coordination. And it looks a little bit strange. Yeah, just because we're giving black more initiative.
I actually think that a good move here for white, at least I would consider it, before instead of taking the ball, it's playing C5 here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice
getting my bishop out.
It just goes to show that the material is maybe not the main priority here. It's like creating it's trying to fight for a grip on the position.
Material is overrated, no?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But
giving pawns back and forward.
Well, you're essentially
but that's the way to play. A lot of times.
You give the pawn, but you're fighting for time and control, and by doing it, you've improved this guy, you've improved this guy, and in a sense, by improving this bishop, you're actually really improving the rook on the open file because it can potentially infiltrate at some point. I'm not saying.
No, I'm tempted to look at the computer and see if C5 is the best option, but I'm not going to do it. But I don't like that bishop coming to C5.
It's an excellent suggestion, and why should white? I mean, even if even if objectively taking the pawn is the best move, why should white sort of allow black this counterplay on the king side? So what did we did have g takes f4. While you're having a look at that, I'll just go through to where we're up to. G takes. So c5 did get played. He chose to do it with an exchange of these pawns.
Okay.
So,
he played c5 then.
yeah, it's very difficult
But
to tell which
why did
version
he
is.
exchange the pawns, opening up the file?
Yeah.
He wants to use the file, the file maybe later.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's
Although black doesn't really have his queen near the position.
it's a bit difficult to tell. Maybe he was. I mean, in some cases there was a bit of an X-ray going on with the queen.
So maybe
And-
pawn exchange and some
Yeah.
e4.
It's difficult to say exactly what would have put him off, but say for example if we had something similar to.
Well, now
game
pawn
or-
takes and e4.
Oh yeah, this kind. Yeah, okay. So
Probably trying to avoid this
just
type of
as an
tricks, no?
example,
Yeah.
maybe that could have been something that put him off.
Okay, so pawn takes.
sure.
He might be able to use the file later on. He does have the
Yeah.
two rooks.
But it's also quite nice to clarify the situation. If you feel you're better, then sometimes it's a case of, well, I can't decide which one's best. I'm getting a bit lower on time. It looks like, even if I clarify it, I'm better, so why not? Because now each move, he doesn't really have to take into consideration any of those discoveries.
Yep.
So I think it's a practical decision. Whether it's the best one, it's not clear. But c5, I like it a lot. Bishop e7, but again, we're seeing moves there that it just kind of ignores the material.
Yeah.
It's just a case of a race to see who can get their
Their
pieces
best
to
pieces
the
out,
good
yeah.
squares the quickest. Yeah. So bishop e7 comes. We get the bishop to a great diagonal,
h1.
and he chooses to take with the pawn, which is sensible. It sort of posts up the bishop and restricts this rook.
But actually, now it's
gonna
only
take a
moved
bit
because
more
he takes
time.
with the bishop. The queen.
Yeah,
lost,
yeah,
And with the queen, probably queen takes e5.
yeah, yeah.
No, what black is holding by.
Yeah. Well, when we compare
Very
this
difficult.
to, I mean, just how it's evolved from here, I guess you have to accept that it's a bad position, but from how it was here with some fantastic pressure for white and clearly going to drop this pawn to what he's managed to turn it into, even if white's better, there's an element of psychology that comes into it now because
and
you
the game is still open.
Yeah, at the point he had before, he would have been extremely depressed about the way it had turned out, and to get from 5 moves later to this, even if you worse, you sort of kind of you feel a bit confident about the way things are going because it's not as bad as it was before, and it's not so obvious how your opponent's going to proceed.
You have a pawn and the bishop for the.
Yeah.
Now, I was
Something's
thinking.
quite interesting happens now.
I was thinking bishop c4 just to carry on putting my piece on good squares.
Yeah.
But maybe there's some trick. He's played rook e1,
Yeah.
which is funny because rook e1, black plays e4.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the game. The game continuation is this.
And now, why didn't he capture the pawn? I just don't understand. He's played bishop d2 and allowed the pawn to get to e3.
Why is he not taking
Why
that?
hasn't he captured that pawn? What does black have that's so crushing here? I just can't see it. Maybe there's something, but I can't see it. I don't see any tactics.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that
F3
there's just
maybe.
there's no knight jumps. What happens on
And if
F3?
queen takes f3, knight g4.
But there's queen takes f8 always.
No, it's different. Oh!
Yeah, this is a problem for the
Do
knight
you think
jump.
he might have missed that, and that's why he's...
It would be a big oversight.
But why didn't he take the pawn then?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good question.
It's not only the pawn, he's opening up lines for his own pieces.
Well, there's this sort of positional reroute that is potentially putting him off because I don't know where we put the queen. Let's try and keep it centralised, and just for example, put this on the square. Note that there was no queen takes f8 this time because the knight protects it. Yeah. So
let's say queen.
Yeah,
queen e6,
again he's got this situation where it looks like, oh, I'm losing a pawn, how best to deal with it, and there's just a fantastic sort of transformation of give a pawn for
To
sort of
positional
excellent
resource.
coordination. I mean, every piece is on
Yep,
a beautiful
that is
square
true.
now.
And he does have a pass pawn which you get to F2.
Yeah, and you also by getting the fix on the centre like that, the value of this piece has gone
exactly.
down because of
He nullifies
its scope. You would want this position with the bishop on e4 and no pawn there, for example. Just
But now, for instance, bishop c4,
in this position, yeah,
and if f3, maybe rook g1.
yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
Give him back the
Oh
rook.
wow, okay.
Oh, but this is not working because you have queen takes c4. Oh, no, because then queen takes e5. But you do have knight takes c4.
Okay.
And black is winning.
Yeah.
So it goes to show.
Yeah.
With the knight on e5 and the bishop
Yeah.
on c5 and that pawn on f3, that's very well played by both of them.
Yeah.
And Gormari has found some very interesting resources
Well,
here.
nothing else jumps out at me. I think it
must be that,
It
yeah.
must be this move.
And it
yeah.
looks good. So, yep.
Yeah, I imagine that white is still maybe preferable here, but it does look extremely difficult to play actually. And if the white pawn, if the black pawn reaches f2, then it can quite easily just be better for black.
Yeah.
You know, the knight on e5, it's almost more valuable than a rook, just simply because the rooks aren't active. There's nothing for them to do.
Rook d1 is probably the best move here. Trying for rook d5.
Yeah, trying.
But it's very tricky, and we're moving the pieces.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's unclear if the players can calculate up to
Yeah.
here. They're also in a bit of time trouble.
Well,
Under 8 minutes.
so what did he go for?
He went e4, bishop g2,
Bishop.
e3, bishop f1. So we're trying to get the bishop to d3.
Okay.
Knight d7, which is
Yeah.
one of the ideas you mentioned before.
Yeah.
And now, after knight d7, white went queen e4. Queen e5. That's an interesting idea. He will give the exchange of queens because now his pieces are very well placed. Bishop g2 will fall for knight d3, and
Yeah.
bishop e2 probably rook d8
Well,
and rook
yeah.
d2.
Yeah, another feature of the position now for black is, well, for white, you're looking for targets with the rooks, and there's only really one weak pawn that you can target on the board, and it's very difficult to envisage that it's ever going to come under a meaningful attack from the white
Exactly.
rooks. So I think that's why black is justified in offering an exchange of queens, because even though he's going to be an exchange down and it simplifies the position, there's not really any target for white to aim at, and black's coordination remains really excellent. So,
Maybe bishop d3 instead of... If you want to change the queens, do it in my...
yeah, well, I do feel as though something
I wouldn't have
went
allowed
wrong
the pawn
here.
to get to e3.
Well, yeah, if it's playable, then that move it just looks like quite a nice move to
Of
play.
course, when he played rook e1, I'm sure he wasn't thinking that e4 was so strong.
Yeah, it's
He
possible.
probably saw
that there's
probably
just
saw
an
pawn takes
outside.
pawn, knight d7 afterwards.
Yeah, yeah,
Because if he wasn't going to capture the pawn, well, better
Yeah.
to play bishop d3 then.
yeah, yeah.
And the rook was okay on d1 as well.
I mean, as well, just looking at what move number we're up to, we cannot be.
No, but they're low on time.
But yeah, exactly.
So-
we can't
so-
be too critical of
Yeah.
moves
No,
here
but what, I'm
because
trying to
they're
explain
gonna
what
miss
may
things.
have gone through his head.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
think rook e1, okay, he can't defend the pawn, he has to play passive.
yeah,
Then the guy goes e4. What's
yeah, and it's
Pawn takes pawn, knight d7. Then
Yeah.
you start to rethink. Okay, well, I'll let him go to e3 and then get the white squares.
Yeah.
But then he comes forward with his queen, and things are... The trend now is in black's favour, for sure.
I think this position that we've got
This
up
must be
now
winning.
is, yeah, it's probably winning, but it's still not very easy to find the neatest path for white.
But at least bishop d3. Then we put the bishop on e4,
Yeah, I mean the bishop.
and the pawns still stay on e5 and f4, not on e3.
Yeah, if we can achieve that and not have to, and to be able to capture on e4 with pieces and keep the f3 pawn where it is, then it does feel as though slowly but surely white is going to.
Here you
White's gonna
can't
win
even
this.
play knight d7 here.
Yeah, there's no knight d7 because.
And you can't play knight d5 because of queen takes rook.
Yeah, I guess that a move like queen b7 might be the attempt to prevent it, and then after this, well, can we take? Probably we should take.
Okay. Queen takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, and again, it's we should remember that white feels as though he should be winning and trying to maximise.
But this is quite tricky, actually.
Well, it's probably not winning. It's difficult. It's extremely technical, isn't it? And I wouldn't be surprised if Black had enough play there to hold this together.
Some sort of perpetual.
Well, for example, if you try and go after the pawn, probably not even in time to go after the pawn with f2. I mean, you can even lose the game in a situation like this. You know, okay, there's still a resource to save it.
But then you're looking for a draw now.
Yeah.
No, this could be a draw actually. Maybe white is slightly better, but
it
low on time.
It may come down to a race where you could lose there even.
Okay, let's get to the game because after Queen e5, with the pawn on.
Oh yeah, sorry. So Rook e1.
So we're at the end of the game. Queen e4, Queen e5.
Yeah.
White played Queen b7.
Mm-hmm.
Black played Knight f6.
They've just reached the time control with this move.
Exactly.
Knight f6, yeah.
Bishop d3.
Yeah.
Queen d5.
Yeah, he really wants to straight.
Now the queens are coming off the board.
Yeah, yeah.
Queen takes has been played. Knight takes. Now they've probably got the extra time, although I can't see it yet on the clock.
Yeah. Well, this is the stage where you get up from the board.
Yeah.
Take
a breather. Yeah.
Yeah, having got from the position that you had on sort of move 30 to move 42, you get up from the board and you are extremely pleased with your hour's work there because.
Do you think Black's better here? Or still
I'm
equal?
not sure. I'm not sure. I'd go as far as to say Black's better, but it's certainly it's just such a. It's worked out so well for him since the middle game phase. It feels.
I'm thinking, for instance, Bishop c4 here.
Yeah.
How's Black going to play? He's not going to play Knight b4. He's not going to play Rook d8. He's going to have to fall back with the Knight.
Yeah.
Probably to f6.
Yeah. So I'm trying to visualise where I want the Knight, and I think I probably want the Knight on one of these two squares.
E5
it just operates so well there. And
so maybe Knight e7 then.
Yeah, this is the one. It looks like this is the move which forces its way there, because in order to limit the Knight and prevent it from reaching this square, you need a move like that, but it's not coming in time. So.
White has practically no targets here. He can play King g2, but then Knight g6.
Yeah.
Rook to d1, one of the rooks to d1.
Yeah.
Knight e5.
I wonder if he has to try and play on the fact that there may be a slight issue with the Black King. So, for example, I'm not sure.
I can go to g6 if I want.
Oh, if you go to g6, okay, and let's say.
Oh, I guess Rook g1 for instance.
Yeah, this kind of thing.
Knight e5, Bishop d5, and Rook d8, Rook g2, for instance.
Yeah. To try and stay.
I think it's advantages for White to trade a Rook, because then he can get his king out easily.
Yeah. I mean, the ideal blockader is probably the king, isn't it? But you certainly don't want your king on e2 if the knight is going to reach d4.
No. But if I trade off a rook, get my king to e2, I can go to d3 afterwards, my bishop on e4. Then I can start thinking that White might have some chance to win.
Well, if you
trade off the a
that,
pawns, get my rook active.
Certainly, I mean the h pawn. If White is able to get active, you can envisage losing the h pawn, and then White's h pawn would be enough to win. But whether
the h pawn goes to a black square, and the bishop is white.
Yeah, so
that could be a consideration later on.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't trade off too many pawns.
Yeah. You'd certainly with White, you'd want to keep a rook on the board to maintain serious winning chances. You know, if we're talking about piece for piece trades.
Okay. Well, we're going to see this game a bit later because
if you ask me who I'd prefer to play in this position, it would be Black.
I think I'd still stay with White.
Would you?
I think so, yeah. But the thing is, the trend has been good for Black in the last moves.
Yeah.
Probably when Hanley played Queen b1, I'm not saying that he probably thought he was winning. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he was very happy with this position.
Yeah.
And probably thinking of something very, very crushing. and now he's getting to an ending
Yeah.
with a very good minor piece.
Yeah.
The other guy with a pawn on e3. You can get sort of frustrated with what's happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Yeah. No.
I've
well,
lost
it's-
many games in that type of situation.
It's very difficult to keep your emotions out of
But
what
objectively,
is,
I
what's
think that
happening.
white should still be better.
Okay.
Here.
But I'm interested by what's on your screen there. So what the game move? Are we got?
We're on.
After
Yeah.
knight takes d5.
We're on move 43.
We have rook d1, rook e d1,
Queen takes, knight takes, rook e d1, knight b4.
knight b4. So the reason I'm interested is because there's really two feasible looking options now, and it's whether to post this guy up on e4 to try and maintain activity, or whether we should keep the pawn on a2 and allow black to get this, get the recoordination that he wanted. And if I was white, I'd be looking to make this.
So let's say
I'd
he
be
plays,
wanting to make this work.
Let's say he plays knight takes a2.
Yeah,
And now
this
you have
is
to dominate.
it's a bit of an issue,
rook
isn't
c4.
it? Yeah, this is not ideal because of this move.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah,
But rook c4, it's also tricky. The pawn's going to e2 at some point.
yeah,
To be careful now.
yeah. It may be that it's just not sensible at all. This. It's difficult to tell what the best. This knight, although it looks really offside, I'm quite reluctant to pull it back. Because
the good thing is to leave it there because
if you pull it back and say you wanted to generate some play with e2, and then in this position, if the knight was still on a2, it would be winning because we're covering the c1 square. But
you actually might be winning here anyway.
Yeah, oh right, it's
because
possible.
of bishop f2. But
right, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, is there any sort of results? Maybe this is just winning. Yeah,
this is what we have to prevent.
Yeah.
So maybe
it's just not.
We can't think of dominating knights when the other guy has a pawn about to promote.
Okay, let's see if we can find another way to be active.
That looks good because it attacks and defends at the same time.
Yeah.
This must be the way. Give the a2 pawn and now threaten rook g7.
Yeah, I mean certainly if white's still in winning mentality, which judging by the way that he played against.
Well, this is very threatening because rook d7 wins automatically. So if he gets the rook to g2, this could be a winning position.
Yeah, so he would have to play rook g8, I guess, now.
Okay. And now, funnily enough, rook d7, take, e2, and you lose.
Wow, yeah. Very nice.
No,
we should show that because
full of tricks.
And there's...
You can even take on h7, doesn't matter.
Yeah. So after, let's say, takes e2, and we cannot...
And there's no way of
get
approaching.
Back. Yeah, very nice.
So this is very tricky. I wouldn't have let that pawn get to e3.
Yeah.
Of course, having a blockade on e5 wasn't really my cup of tea either, but I would not let that pawn get to e3 protected by the f4 pawn.
Yeah.
But, as we were saying before, both players were low on time, and it might even be easier to play this position with black than with
we
white.
had this, didn't we? Sorry, I'm just running over our analysis now. So that's the current position with white. Having a bit of a think. Yeah, well, I mean,
okay. I think we're going to take our second break.
Yeah.
By the way, Jones has defeated Pert, as we were expecting.
Yeah.
And not many other results in the main board, so all the games are being played. A lot of results down the bottom. Trent has won, Adair has won, but those were more or less likely results. But we have several games to look at when we come back from our break. So we're going to take a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and we took 10 minutes the other day, and it was a bit more than 10 minutes in the end.
Okay.
And someone said the longest 10 minutes I've ever witnessed.
No, I'm ready to go. Let's a quick break, grab a coffee.
We'll try and be back as soon as possible and carry on with the broadcast. Many games, so we'll probably get at least an hour more in. And, of course, don't go off to Sinkerfield and stay with us here. See you soon. So we're back for the last segment of the round of the 8th round of the British. Some very interesting games soon to be seen. We're going to check the status of the 3 or 4 games on the top boards, and then we'll pop down to the lower boards where there's been some good action and actually quite a good game by Peter Wells against Murphy. Stephen, how are you enjoying this afternoon here in Hamburg?
It's been great, yeah.
You tired? You okay?
Well, a little bit tired.
What about your legs? How are your legs?
Legs are good. I was wearing my Fitbit earlier. I think I've done my 10,000 steps for the day. So
Okay.
managed that yesterday as well, getting here. So been kept on my toes. But...
This is because we decided to do a trip to the St. Michael's Church this morning, and of course we went walking up to the top.
Yeah, no, great idea.
I was a bit dizzy, but I got there in the end.
And your fear of heights is now conquered.
It's better. We went down very fast, so...
Yeah, no, it's... too much.
A bit of sightseeing in Hamburg.
Yeah, nice to see
And, tomorrow we'll be back at 10 o'clock English time.
Yeah,
and,
10 o'clock
which
English
is 11
time,
11 o'clock here in Hamburg. But for you, it's 10 o'clock, and we'll be here. Stephen will be here as well. And we hope to see you tomorrow morning, so don't forget to be here at about 10 o'clock. Okay, so let's start with the Murphy game.
Okay.
Get that one out of the way. It's a good game by Wells and Murphy.
Okay.
If you got it there. So in the break, we were checking some of the games, and we saw that Peter Wells scored a nice win against Conor Murphy, and Conor was playing very well and is playing very well. He had 5 points before the start of the round, and Wells floated up to catch him, playing with the white pieces, and it's been quite a crushing win. So
okay, I think we're ready to look at that one.
Yeah, whenever you want. Let's see what's happened here. So Wells with the white. It's Facebook time, friends.
We're back.
Okay. That was a sneak preview of something that will happen soon. So wasn't totally
So what have
random.
we got?
Okay. A6. Wow.
I've played that move.
So tell me the idea. It must be an idea. We're trying to win a tempo, so white defines.
Well, essentially, you're looking to achieve a Queen's Gambit exchange variation where
black has to commit and you can't go bishop d5.
there's the pin isn't so simple to do, and so it's actually a little bit difficult for.
But if you put knight on f3, then you can't go knight g2, which is the other variation.
Yeah. So, for example, just very quickly to show what the
main variation.
Yeah,
take bishop g5, bishop e7, e3.
And it's why you tend not to see this move order with black. It's because this kind of middle game where you've been given the opportunity to put the knight on this square, so that there's some freedom to advance.
Gary Kasparov used to play this with a lot of success.
Yeah.
But I thought the Armenian players had solved this by playing bishop e7 in the third movement instead of knight f6.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean,
why would that be worse than a6, for instance? Or it isn't, simply it's on different options?
It's just, it allows some different options. So, for example, on bishop e7, there's this bishop f4 move, which is possible.
Okay.
So a6 is really, it's really trying more than other moves to provoke the exchange on d5 straight away. Because if white were to play knight f3,
could you consider taking the pawn?
Well, yeah, I think this is the point. You're announcing that you're now ready to
take the pawn
and try and hang on to it like this.
Okay.
So after a6, pretty typical way to go is as was in the game. I mean, another way here for white would be to go knight here, and then black plays c6 here, I think, most regularly, and the idea is that he is going to confront this bishop on c1, whichever diagonal it chooses to go to. So, for example, if we come out to here, then we challenge it like this.
Okay.
And if we come out to here, we challenge it like this. So there's been some innocuous pawn moves on the queen side, but this is pretty comparable, actually, to the line that you mentioned. You know, why not bishop e7? Well, if, say, white were to exchange and then go here, typical move for black now is to play this. And now one of the lines, it's probably not the most popular, but
bishop d6.
Yeah, to try and neutralise like that. So
don't we have a move with white that can sort of some A4, some A3.
Yeah, well, Wells does something which prevents this kind of.
Queen B3, precisely.
He goes Queen B3, and then after C6. Well, now he's going more critical because this is. I think also there's another route to do this. We'll go back to Wells in a moment, but I saw that Mamedyarov in a game, because Black hasn't spent time developing the knight f6 or bishop e7. It allows quite a serious alternative in going
of course
e4 straight away
with the IQP, but with a very active position.
And actually, even though this looks as though it could be quite nice for White, the most critical move is to go knight g5.
Knight g5.
Because if you don't step carefully, you can be getting
C4,
wipes off the board.
You're going to be crushed here. Yeah.
I think this is bishop e7 first, and then
bishop c4 and queen h5. It could well be.
Yeah, there's something very dangerous going on after bishop c4. I think that players tend to try this move because after bishop takes g5, they're running into this queen h5.
Yeah.
I mean, things can look extremely dangerous straight away.
I can see this can be very dangerous for Black.
Yeah. So I think
in these variations, of course, a6 is a bad move.
Yeah, it's almost like it just plays no part. So if people are interested.
So these variations like of a6 are playable, but you have to be careful. If White opens the game very quickly, I think you could be in trouble.
Yeah, I've played it a couple of times, but I'm not sure I'm going to touch it again, just simply because of these ideas that are linked to
which actually
b4 in this position.
Peter Wells has done that. He's gone queen b3 and then e4.
Yeah. So this is a very dangerous
and bishop
way
c4.
to treat it. Yeah.
Of course, very critical because if Black defends and then goes b5, this is Morphy style.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
You remember the famous Morphy game, of course.
I'm not sure I do. My chess culture's terrible.
Of course, but, the game in the opera where he sacks on b5.
Ah, yeah, okay, I've seen
this.
I've seen this game. Yeah,
but it's funny because the moves are the same. Queen e7.
This kind of thing.
There was a c6, but no.
Okay.
Peter Wells will not sacrifice his knight on b5.
Well, yeah, I mean he's.
Yeah, it's not the same position, obviously.
But
he might have considered it to do it somehow. But,
somehow.
But the thing is, he can't allow b5 to be played.
Well, I guess here he's given up the pawn to get the bishop and queen battery, and also he's really managed to stall any sort of kingside development here. So he takes time out to just fix those guys.
So that the bishop can stay on.
Yeah,
c4.
there's no
Very
b5
important.
to push away. When a6 would actually, prove to be quite useful for Black. So a4, knight f6, bishop g5. So for his pawn, he's getting this kind of activity, and it does look extremely dangerous and quite, just a very difficult situation to handle for Black. So Black has tried, understandably, to try and exchange the queens. And so I assume that after takes, we throw in this intermediate move, and then
now he's holding.
Starts to look totally fine for Black. In fact, it's probably White who has to try and equalise this position. In fact, it should just be dead equal. This, I imagine, it's just totally fine. But Wells obviously
Queen a2, keeping up the pressure.
Yeah.
But now it's threatening to take on g6 and
now
take
it's
on
the
f7.
threat, isn't it? Yeah. So
well, maybe not take on f7, but at least crush him.
Yeah.
check with the knight.
Well, how to defend f7?
No, you can't.
It's
you have to give the square. Maybe not the pawn, but the square.
He's decided to give the square. Yeah.
So he's a pawn down.
Yeah.
There's the attack. No light square bishops.
Well, it feels like it's gone wrong, but it
This
might
is what
just
happens
be,
when you play these variations, and
you do take the
things
risk
don't go well.
With 3a6.
Of course,
These lines with a quick e4
we have to say that
particularly dangerous.
Peter Wells he's a better player than Conor Murphy, so you can lose whatever you do. That's something that can happen.
Absolutely, and it's not so often that you. In fact, it might be the first time that I've seen this in this specific position.
I can check that.
As far as
on the computer,
as far as the ideas go that are known, I think this has happened in a top level game between Mamedyarov and Vallejo Pons fairly recently. But I hope I've got that right. I could just be talking
I'm going to
nonsense.
tell you exactly how.
But As far
Well,
as
funnily-
Wales's move order,
You're going to like this. Karl Schlechter in 1902 played this with Janowski.
Oh, it's been known since 1902.
But these two guys are two of my favourite players.
Okay.
Karl Schlechter, he was one of the best attackers in the world.
Right.
So good. I'm actually going to put this game in here,
Okay.
and let's see. We're going to do this very quickly, but
Yeah, but
we're
but
talking
see,
classical games here.
this move with e4 could have just come as a complete shock, and then obviously when you're getting attacked as soon as move 7, it can be extremely unpleasant and very difficult to handle.
Yeah,
if
the
you've
game.
not seen
The game went
any of
exactly the
this before.
same up to A4, Knight F6,
Okay.
Bishop G5, played by Schlechter, but Schlechter played Knight G2 instead of
Okay,
Knight
instead of-
G2,
right.
Bishop F5.
Okay, there could be a transposition there.
But in 20 moves, the game finished. So let's see it quickly. Bishop F5, castle, Bishop G6, and now F4. E takes F3.
Very nice.
Rook
yeah.
takes F3.
Yeah.
Queen D7. Now, if you told me where did this position come from, I'd tell you a Caro-Kann defense.
Right. I'd be too scared to answer the question. I think it's
Or,
quite.
I'd guess.
It's quite a random situation.
I'd guess
yeah.
the Caro-Kann.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there is one variation of the Caro-Kann with Bishop C4, Knight G2,
Yeah.
a variation where the bishop goes to
Ah,
G6,
yeah,
where you go F4, F5.
I see.
I played it.
Ah, right. I see. Yeah.
And-
yeah.
and it
makes
could easily
sense.
come from here.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously
Absolutely.
there's a pawn missing on the C5.
Yeah.
It's the key, no?
But when you see positions like this from the start of the variation, it kind of puts you off a little bit.
Yeah. So let's go back
Yeah.
to here and
Yeah.
see how he won. Queen D7,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me find.
exactly there, just before the previous line.
Oh, and yeah.
It's there. Queen
yeah.
D7, Knight F4, Bishop D6. Now there's a check on E3 with the rook. King F8. He went back with the rook to F3. Creative play by
Okay.
Schlechter.
Very nice. Yeah.
A5, probably not the best defensive move, but H3, yeah, this is not as I thought. Knight A6,
A3. Yeah.
yeah, and
He's
something,
Sort of going through
yeah. Well,
a few personality changes.
he
James.
captured on G6 now,
Okay.
and when he captured back with the pawn, he didn't want H2 to be attacked.
I see. All right. Yeah.
And okay, Knight E4, that's okay. Rook E8, Knight takes D6, Queen takes D6, Bishop F4, Queen takes D4 check, Bishop E3, and now he sort of resigned. But why can't he move the Queen
Oh, it
here?
doesn't look like it's the end of the world after Queen D7. In fact,
What's going on here?
well, it starts to look as though. In fact, yeah,
that could easily be okay. Here.
Black could.
Okay, Rook
Black could-
F1, and I'm still attacking.
Yeah, yeah.
But, okay, but
It
there's
feels
no-
as though it was maybe.
there was no need to play.
Yeah.
So this was a
It feels
game.
as though it was a little bit misplayed,
Yeah.
but at this
sure, for
at this
sure.
stage, you know,
But you
they
can always-
take white
yeah.
every day. So
You can already see that White has good chances here
Yeah.
for the pawn. So
yeah. Sure.
okay, so getting back to the game.
So
After Queen A2.
Well, it's a sad sight to see this check on F7. It's, I mean, okay, he can castle by hand, but White is for a pawn has got fantastic control of the position, and Rook C1, Bishop D6, Rook D1, everything plays. This king on C7 is still not ideal. Queen A5.
Queen A5, D5.
So yeah,
It's difficult to
I
find a
would
good move
like
here.
to
Get the rook out.
Yeah, so that we can try and tuck the king
Yeah,
away and
yeah.
argue that we're fully coordinated, but there should be.
I wonder if White can play
guess
D5
something
anyway.
wrong. Just plays it anyway. Wow, very nice. What, and then after takes, it's just temporary.
Take.
Yeah.
You're getting back the piece and Knight E5. But here we'd have to calculate lines. But
Yeah, yeah.
even
it's-
this looks good.
yeah.
Bishop takes F6, winning because of Knight D5 afterwards.
Ah, wow.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
getting priced anyway.
it's terrible, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's not too conclusive, but okay. So Rook D1, and he
D1,
goes with Queen
Queen
A5.
and now D5 comes.
Yeah.
So very energetic play by
Yeah.
White. Very aggressive.
Well, this next little sequence starts to look very nice. So after C5, trying to keep things closed. Bishop E6, B5. Wonderful move now. Really like it.
B4.
And just strikes with B4.
But why did he play B5? I mean, no reason to open up your queen side. Is there any direct threat now?
I wonder if B4's coming anyway.
Yeah.
With the idea that if the queen takes it, then you may be able to play A5
And try and trap the queen somehow.
Yeah, and so you're just really dominating the position in that way. So it might be that he's possibly anticipated that after this, well, A5 maybe he can creep his queen back in this way.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if the pawn was still on B7, it would
Okay.
look extremely shaky to be doing any of that kind of stuff.
Or maybe he was just trying to find a move.
Well,
In
yeah,
a bad position.
It could be that just tactically things are going to fall apart. Safest looks like that, but then you have the problem of you're going to have to spend extra time trying to.
Well, I'd go
this
B4
guy
it
back in.
anyway. Well,
You
maybe
just
you
do
can
it
take with the
anyway.
pawn. It's
Well,
B4
yeah,
now.
this is it. Yeah, just so that you can answer by.
Yeah, I would have probably gone for King B8 here,
Yeah.
even though it's not the best of the moves.
Yeah,
but
it looks safe, but it's a very difficult move to bring yourself to play because you're really accepting that things have gone quite
Also,
wrong.
White can capture on D7 here and play knight takes E4.
Yeah,
So
it's
just-
not
this is a
even.
bad
There's no
position.
material advantage, is there? And you might get something like this, but really, it's
this is
it's
very-
probably just lost anyway, isn't it? I mean, I
a very
imagine
poor position.
something like this.
Yeah,
is
nice.
just-
And bishop G3,
Yeah, just
lovely.
keep things simple. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the game finished off with knight, queen takes B4, bishop D2,
Okay, so B5.
so B5, B4, queen takes, bishop D2, threatening all sorts of
Yeah,
discovered attacks.
yeah.
Queen D4,
It's very nice that he manages to keep the queen on it, so he pulls the queen in with b4, and then his next move means that there's no retreat for the queen. It's going to get threatened. And
queen
then,
D, and then take on H2.
yeah, so
Now,
no.
this is just desperation. Take, H5, sort of trying to get knight G4 in, but bishop F4 check and
Yeah,
resigns.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's-
crushing game by
yeah.
Wales.
It's a bit unfortunate, really, because Connor never got out of the opening. I mean, he's been showing in this tournament that he's very capable of fighting with the top players, and has been up there for a while. So it's a bit of a shame, but at the same time, a bit of an attacking
Okay,
masterclass.
let's jump to Hanley Gormley and see how that finished, because the game has ended in a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, although it's a rook up in the final position, it's because black is playing E2, so it did seem to be going in that direction at the end. And
So where
I
did
really
we-
have to commend the defensive skills of Gormley.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he could easily have lost this position. He found some very resourceful moves
Yeah, for sure.
in time trouble,
Yeah,
because it was just before move 40.
yeah,
And now after knight F6, well, we exchanged queens. We saw that before.
yeah. I'll just get to that. I think we left.
We left it with
around
knight B4 here.
Yeah.
Here we were considering bishop C4 or bishop E4.
He played rook D1 where we were considering bishop C4, and so after knight B4, well, okay, I just mentioned sort of briefly. Well, we can try and defend this pawn or play what looks to me like a more active move, trying to stay on H7 and try and come in this way. So we see bishop E4. He must have thought it was worth allowing the pawn to be taken on A2, and I think we're getting a bit of a tell from Gormali's next move as to who's trying to win this position, because after rook G8,
Yeah, because I'm thinking something. For instance, if he captures on A2, there's another interesting move here, which is rook C2
I think we looked at this.
and knight B4, rook G2.
This is what we
We
saw
saw something
had,
like that,
yeah,
right?
and
This is
this
very
is
tricky.
extremely dangerous. This is where you came with the line.
Oh, and the version
well,
with
this
E2.
was
Yeah,
wonderful, isn't it? Yeah. You
I
just
remember
take
that.
and
And then E2, yeah.
so very
So,
nice.
so
line,
that's
yeah.
why King
So
G8.
something goes wrong
so
there for black.
Rook G8 is very good because it prevents all of this.
Yeah, it does feel as though knight A2 is
bad.
you really have
Yeah.
to be absolutely sure you can do it to play it, and this is a safe move, and it shows the intention of Gormali is that actually he feels as though he's defending this because he allows this repetition if Craig wants it.
Craig exchanged rooks.
Yeah, he tries for
A3.
well, he tries, but it's not for long, so it's
Knight
knight
A2. And here, rook C2.
So this is clever to neutralise it. After here.
Good
It
move,
looks
knight
as if
C3.
Yeah, it just looks as if he's giving the piece, but
Very nice.
yeah, it's
And again with the E2
it's a
bishop
way to
F2
force
idea.
a draw. Yeah. Well, we say it's a way to force a draw. White can keep trying with this move, I guess.
I wonder why he didn't. Because now the knight is under attack. What would black play here? Knight d1 looks like the move.
Is knight d1 possible? I'm still quite happy that I've managed to.
But now king g2.
Start going with the king. Yeah.
Okay, let's finish off with knight f2. Bishop somewhere. Bishop c4. Bishop e2. But I'm not sure what I'm doing with my knights.
This is the thing. I'm starting to feel a bit more
Well,
ambitious.
the pawn on
with
a3 is being attacked. Is under attack. But maybe if I keep
pawn on a3 is under attack. But I think if white wants to win this position, what's happening over here is
it's not so important.
Yeah, it's really.
We need to get the
this is the guy that wins the game, and if white can remove this h pawn, then there's excellent chances. I want to do this as
take on a3.
Yeah.
Check on on c7.
Yeah. Whether we can we get away with it before bringing the king round?
Hopefully.
I mean, ideal is to get that in and then win this h pawn.
Okay, but let's try because we might not be able to.
Okay, sure.
No, go for the pawn.
Yeah. Okay.
King f6. Take on h7.
This way.
Yeah. Now, for the moment, he doesn't have e2.
But
now he can go bishop c5 or bishop b4. Bishop c5, for instance, would threaten e2.
Threatens e2. Okay.
And now you have to play king f1.
Yeah.
So a3 for h7, that's in our interest because we now have the h4 pawn.
Well, yeah, I feel as though white has made some pretty decent headway there, actually. And so...
But of course, taking the knight to f2 was not forced at all.
No, but after knight c3... we should just show the game continuation doesn't actually E2, show the full...
And bishop f2. That would be
so this is the draw,
an easy draw.
Yeah.
That's why they agreed the draw.
Simply, we're going to get this. Okay, and then there's nothing to do. But he can try with bishop d3. Which is... I would have liked to try, I think.
Yeah, it's funny
simply because even if things go wrong and we lose this pawn and don't win the h pawn,
it's always a draw.
It just feels as though you can't lose this.
You can't lose this position.
It's a little bit surprising, but we should
tired.
Well, yeah, and I mean if we go through this game from a few stages from start to finish.
Oh, sorry, I just saw a game. I just saw a move there at the last, just before. Yeah,
in
if you
position?
don't play rook takes c3. Oh, it was bishop d3. Exactly.
Yeah, so bishop d3.
It has to be bishop d3.
Yeah, it has to.
d2 comes
sure,
in.
Yeah.
Is there any tricks here? Bishop d4, for instance.
I think you can play bishop d4 and
keep the knight there.
It's also possible that there isn't
G2,
really progress to be made. Although I'd be surprised if there wasn't some progress.
King
to be
f1.
made.
There's always progress here.
Yeah.
A bit. And we also can play rook takes bishop whenever we want.
Yeah, I mean this is a draw whenever, even with the.
It'll still be a draw. Put a pawn on a4, bishop on b5, and wait.
A little bit hesitant to say that.
Well, the h2 pawn
it should be. It should be a draw.
But I put the bishop on d7. You're not getting through, so
never.
It should be a draw anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But if we go through the stages of this game, I mean we've started off with a very quiet looking opening, and then we can jump to where some action starts, and then a few moves later. It's really taking off. Hanley is then clearly better at this stage of the game. We go a few moves later. Gormali's had to give an exchange, and he's on the ropes but surviving. And then after a time scramble and the time control's reach, we get to this position. I think there's been a lot of emotional energy going into this one.
A very tiring game.
It's a topsy-turvy game, and so it can be. If bishop d3 at the end is a winning try and a decent one, I think we can forgive Craig for not wanting to, exert more energy into this one. So
so let's check the game between Arkle and Howell.
Yeah.
And Howell's in really. If the clocks are correct, he's in big time trouble. He's basically playing with the increment.
Okay, just give me.
Although it is an ending. And I think he has an extra pawn.
Here we go.
So yeah, he's better.
Right. Let's see if I can pull this up. Okay.
Have you got it there?
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, excuse me. This one.
There you go.
There we go. Right.
Do you want to briefly go through it?
Yeah, we can have a quick look through. So we did discuss the opening, so I won't go too much into that. Just to say that David's playing something that he wouldn't usually do, and I think it's designed to keep a lot of pieces on the board, keep some tension, and push Keith a little bit out of his comfort zone if he can.
Yeah, in a Catalan sort of position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we got to this position. There were some exchanges.
Yeah, so we had some exchange. I think we left it around this sort of stage.
It was here.
Yeah.
So B5 was active.
Yeah.
The other option was Bishop B7. That's the other move we were considering.
Possibly to go, but again, it's a similar way that Black is going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know. For example, maybe we're going to go A6 and B5. So we might see a fairly similar situation arise.
So B5, A3, Queen B6, Bishop E3, Rook C8. Normal moves. Rook E1, H6. Very solid.
Yeah, it does look a little bit unusual to leave this knight on B8, but it does a decent job of just covering potential weak squares for the moment, and it's also possible that this knight drops back in some situations to challenge the one on E5. So, and I guess he can play knight C6 whenever he wants it.
Yeah.
It's not exactly such a critical position for Black.
H6, knight A2, Bishop B7 to play A5 against knight B4. Knight BD3.
So there's this square.
Yeah, White's trying to control that square with the knight and possibly the rook.
But also it does look as though Black's achieved a pretty good coordination, and it shouldn't really count for much.
Knight A6 is a good move because it also controls that square.
Yeah.
So
we can see from David that he's quite reluctant to offer any exchanges, and
he wants to keep pieces on the board.
Well,
and try to outplay Arco in the middle game.
For me, it looks like Black's slightly better, actually, because there's quite a bit of active play on the queen side, and he's the one with the space advantage over there. So.
Bishop on E3, the rook on E1.
And these guys are just misplaced at the moment, and okay, we can say that the one on B7 isn't really playing.
But it's not much worse than the one on G2, actually.
I think it's better because you can envisage this one actively getting
go on A6
outside
at some point.
Yeah, it sees its way outside the pawn chain a bit quicker than the one on G2 does. So even though, there's a block in the centre, I do feel as though, especially the Black bishops are slightly better placed, and it's really about the pawns as well. I mean, Black's gained some space over there. It's only fair that he should be able to find some better squares for his pieces.
Okay, so let's advance. Rook C1.
So
Knight D7,
but
Queen D8,
there's nothing really
Knight
going
E5,
on. So,
take, Rook C8, Queen B1, Knight D6, Bishop D2, Knight C4. Now I start to like
for sure,
White's position.
Well, he's the first time he's offered an exchange of minor pieces, and he's doing it under his terms, and where in order to exchange it, White has to improve David's pawn structure
considerably.
After this,
this would be a mistake.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
Black will crash through on the B5.
Essentially, it's just a case of relocating these guys, and then
Rook B8, Rook B3.
These heavy pieces are going to start. They're going to start looking at that weak point.
No, this would be a mistake.
Yeah.
You can only do this if you're attacking really strongly on the king side.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you could go Knight F4, Knight H5, but it doesn't seem to me to have much there.
So it does look a bit as though White's been pushed into quite a passive situation.
Rook D1.
Bishop
D6,
okay, so
Bishop
we've
E1,
still got some manoeuvring going on.
Queen F6, E3, Knight B8, Rook
But
C1.
he's offering a pawn now, right? Is he offering a pawn? No, he's not. I was just
He gets the A5
humouring me
pawn
for a
back.
moment. Yeah. So if Black does decide to win that central pawn, it's actually
This might even improve White's situation.
Yeah, I think significantly, because now we're looking at a very powerful bishop, which has actually got a great post-up square on c3. And even though Black has a central pawn for an outside pawn, it's not really significant here because the positions become so simplified that having the central majority, it's not going to limit White's pieces so much. So even advancing the centre is not so good. So. Yeah, it doesn't. I imagine it would have crossed David's mind, but as soon as he reaches this kind of position in his head, it's like this is a no-go, especially given that he's got this fantastic coordination set up where he is.
So Knight B8.
Knight B8.
E7, Queen A2, F6, starting to push.
Yeah.
He went to G6, but Queen F7, Knight G4. And now he starts pushing the pawns. Here you can see the strength of the centre because there's pieces to be attacked.
Yeah.
And you can develop an initiative. No?
Yeah. It just goes to show that, even in a... I think this has been David's thought process.
Even in a solid position,
yeah,
he can outplay his opponent if his opponent
you,
doesn't play aggressively.
You see this after 10 moves and you feel like, it's symmetrical pawn structure, all White's pieces are developed, it looks like it's going to just be easy to neutralise the game, and yet if you just build up with little inaccuracies here and there and your opponent's coordinating slightly better than you are, then eventually you start to see that the way it evolves, he's just been playing slightly better moves each move, and he's reached this situation where...
Already, I like a lot Black's position here.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it?
The key piece is the knight on c4. That's the piece that's really holding down White's play.
And, Black has just been limited into... It's just almost like push back and hold up as much as you can.
Somewhere around here, he loses the pawn. So knight c5...
So that's...
You can't take it directly because of the pin.
Yeah, and even if it were to win a pawn, it does feel as though allowing...
White gets his piece out. Bishop c3, knight d4.
Some kind of, this beautiful square.
This pawn, you have to capture it.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So Black played a4.
Yeah.
No problem if he says my bishop, because his knight is very strong. And White can't protect now the knight with the other pawn.
Yeah.
So b3, pawn takes, queen takes. Now he eliminates the knight, and he plays knight d7. Okay. So what happens if Black captures the pawn on b5? White captures the pawn on b5. What's the move there? Knight takes c5, maybe.
Probably knight takes c5. Yeah.
And Howell's probably thought that the weakness on a3 would fall down.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's some great.
And the knight's going to d3 as well.
Yeah, everything's coming in. Maybe this bishop drops to a6. We should also point out that there's potential at some point for this knight to join in on some attack this way. It's not really. It's on a great square where it is at the moment, but it's just something for the future to sort of keep an eye on. So he goes knight d7. Well, this actually happened.
This happened. Knight d4, bishop a6, queen b1, and wins the pawn.
Okay.
But at least White has a knight on d4 now.
Yeah, so he's chosen to give him the pawn. Maybe he's not chosen to give him the pawn. Maybe he just has to because...
Can he defend it? Queen b4?
Well, any sort
of... Knight d3?
Yeah, this knight comes to d3 if he tries to defend it,
This was probably calculated by Howell before going a4.
Yeah. So now this... Well, it looks extremely difficult for White. But at the same time, there's still some onus on Black to prove that the extra pawn is significant enough for to win this position, because at the moment it's just fully blockaded. So although White is worse, the situation's not. It doesn't appear too drastic as of yet. Okay, rook b8.
So he exchanges off the rooks as well. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
If you don't do that, the rook's coming to b2.
Yeah.
And now queen e8.
Yeah. I think that's a nice move because essentially I think what David is trying to aim for is to leave this knight against this guy.
Okay.
So I'm always sorry to do this again, but just envisaging the piece exchanges.
But that's the correct way to approach this.
Yeah.
You can calculate whatever you want, but you need to know which pieces to change. Yeah, well, which ones you need to win the endings.
Yeah, if you start with this sort of methodology of like how do I want this to look in 10, 15 minutes? What scenario am I aiming for? Then
did you see Nakamura's game yesterday with Wesley So?
This was in
Sinkerfield. Third round. They got to an ending where Nakamura had Wesley So had 4 pawns against 3 on the same ending, on the same side of the board. They had a rook each and 2 minor pieces each.
Right. And I don't think I've seen this.
And you could see, and actually Nakamura explained this later in the commentary. You could see that Nakamura was trying to keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah.
Whereas Wesley was trying to exchange the rooks.
Yeah.
And I thought that the 4 against 3 would be an easy draw with 2 minor pieces. I thought, okay, well, change the rooks, change the pawns, sack a piece, draw.
Yeah.
Because bishop and knight doesn't win against bishop.
Yeah, I see.
But Nakamura was kept keeping the rook on the board.
Right.
And then he explained, if I change the rooks here, he'll put the 4 against the 3, he'll maneuver, He'll improve.
Yeah.
The pass pawn will be the E pawn,
Yeah.
leaving 2 against 2 and 1 in the centre. This could easily be
Yeah.
lost. So it's very important to think about which
Yeah.
pieces to exchange and which pieces to keep in the endings.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, obviously a great strength for the top players, but it's actually a, sort of how David has progressed to the level that he has. He has this very deep understanding of what he can do with a position, and you see it often in games where the position looks quite innocent, and you think, why are you aiming for this? But then sort of long manoeuvring phase comes, and then you start to see where he was going with it from the start. He gets himself into the situation that he wanted. And
do you think, for instance, as you do know, you're friends with David, do you think that's something that you see in many 2700 grandmasters in comparing them with 2500 grandmasters, for instance? Because that's a question that's been asked to me many times. What's the difference between a grandmaster who's 2500, 2550, and a grandmaster who's 2700 and 2750?
Well, I think something that you mentioned with Nakamura there, where he makes the decision, and one of the key things that you said was that he goes with this 4 against 3 and he improves his position. I think that players of sort of 2800 strength, they really have a very good understanding of when the opponent has no counterplay, and so you can improve your position to the point, to the sort of dream scenario that you're aiming for. Whereas maybe players of my strength, and I don't know whether I speak on behalf of all sort of lower rated grandmasters, but we may struggle a little bit to fully understand when those scenarios occur. I certainly there's a lot of missed opportunities in my games where I've had promising positions and I let things slip, and I don't make the choice that they would have, because
I understand.
I don't really.
You don't assess sufficiently well the counterplay or
yeah,
non-counterplay
exactly.
that there's in the position.
I misjudged
so it's a more deep understanding.
Yeah, it's like I misjudged that I feel like, oh, this is going to be easy for them if I do that. But say if I sat down with a player of David's caliber and I showed him a situation where that occurred, and you can see that they probably disagree with you in quite a lot of situations and say, well, actually, you could have gone with this one and you would have been able to make it, and they'll convince you otherwise. And so and you
see something there.
Yeah,
apart from the fact that they're stronger in many of the specific aspects.
Yeah.
But in general, it's a deeper understanding of what can happen and how to approach that situation.
I think because I played quite a lot against all of them, and something that I noticed that they do a lot better than I do is, so I'm talking specifically about David, Gawain, Luke.
Yeah.
That sort of caliber of player is that when they have an advantage, they more often than not are converting.
They convert more often than not.
Yeah, and they make it look smooth as well. Whereas in my games, and maybe sort of players around my standard,
the Mali game is an example.
Yeah, and things.
I'm sure that Howell takes Hanley's position after Queen B1, and he converts it.
He converts it. Yeah, they all convert it, and it's a little bit magical how they make it look so simple.
Because they have more understanding. They calculate faster, probably as well.
Yeah.
Or they envision the positions faster, and they know what's going to happen in each scenario.
Yeah.
It's easy for them to make the correct decision.
They really have. They have this degree of accuracy, and they're very good at controlling the situation. So I very much doubt they would have sort of committed an oversight where the pawn in that game goes from E5 to being a supported pass pawn on E3.
Exactly.
It just wouldn't have happened.
Something went wrong there. They would know.
Yeah.
And if not, they would calculate it. That is not the way to play the position. Of course, as always, easier said than done.
Yeah.
This is all with hindsight.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what happened here.
Okay.
And we'll wrap this game up because it's now in an ending, a knight apiece and 5 against 4.
Oh, right.
And I was always told that knight endings are like pawn endings. If the pawn ending is 1, the knight ending is 1 as well. Okay. Unless, that's the sort of rule of thumb I was taught, different to rook endings, for instance, where an extra pawn may just be a draw.
Yeah.
As long as there's something very specific about a double pawn, something very specific. This is a knight ending with an extra pawn.
Yeah.
So let's get to the knight ending and see if this rule of thumb is valid or it's too generic.
Okay.
So bishop d7.
I do
king
feel
g2.
as though a queen exchange, by the way, that favoured white, whether it was... I mean,
Yeah.
I guess we don't have time to look at every
Of course.
eventuality. But
Every piece that leaves the board
yeah,
brings white closer to
yeah,
the draw. And there's a certain domination of the bishop against the knight. So
yeah. This
it's
is
quite easy to see that
yeah. It's
a knight ending's going to come out. here.
likely that this king comes to support the knight back into the game, and then there's a trade. So
Or a trade on b6.
yeah, I don't actually have any extra moves there. Maybe I should re-upload.
Yeah, because there's quite a few moves being played. Let's go straight to the ending.
Okay, I do have it now. Well, I think we're there. So we'll just go back to that moment. Okay, you can bring the knight back to b6 this way. Okay, so yeah, eventually we get this. Well, we say that
Is the pawn ending one? That's the first
well,
thing.
you're asking me. Yeah, it's an extremely difficult question. I feel like I need to stare at this for a little
Yeah.
bit to offer anything that's sort of reasonable analysis.
Pawn endings with an extra pawn are generally won if there's no double pawns. That's basically the rule. But there's a backward pawn, and that makes things a bit
Yeah,
trickier.
we're watching a player with the white pieces who is fascinated by endings. I mean, Kiefer's he's sort of renowned for
He's an endgame specialist. no?
just understanding how to like get the maximum out of his rook and pawn endings, or he can show you a beautiful endgame sequence. And I think this is a part of the game that he really pays special attention to. If he's gone into this and it's losing, then
Didn't have much choice.
yeah, I guess he's always going to get pushed into a scenario where it's going to be difficult to defend. But you would imagine that from that position where the queen's come off, that he's going to find the one that's drawn, if there is one. So
Well, if I were black here, I would capture on f3.
okay,
Maybe it's not the best move, but I would think that if white captures on e4 and brings the 4 towards the 3, it'll be easy for me to draw afterwards.
yeah,
So I would at least break open his pawn structure.
Okay.
So he's going to take with a king, presumably. And now I tried to get my knight on e5. So the question is, can we play knight c6? And is it a draw if white captures knights?
yeah.
He trades knights. Let's look at this.
I'd be very disappointed if this wasn't winning.
For instance, king f4.
It feels like black deserves to be getting a full
But
point. out of this
h5
one.
is coming now, so this
Yeah.
could be a bit tricky.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, it's tricky. It's not. I mean, you normally play king d6 or king c5 here,
Yeah.
but h5. Okay, I think we could maybe sack the h6 pawn and go for the e3. We have to calculate.
Yeah,
Let's do some calculation.
Well, should I run for a few moves? So you're thinking about
Well, I was
this
thinking king
possibly?
c5 and force h5, then g5.
Ah, right. Okay. Let's
So
go with
king
this.
c5, h5, g5, king f5, king c4, and now just a sec, because king e6 is an
I
option
think-
here.
Okay.
But
I do
1,
feel
2,
as though we might
3,
have to go this way.
4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, white is definitely not losing immediately here. So
In
I
this
don't
one?
think. This is interesting. Yeah, this is going to end in a draw.
Oh, did I make a slip? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
This is a draw. I've seen this ending
Yeah.
because now it's a stalemate. No, when the pawn gets to g.
Wow. Stalemate.
Well,
Are
you
we-
can't-
are
you
we
can't-
sure?
You can't promote. No, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 4. Oh, no.
It's
it's
quite
a win.
interesting, isn't it? And
No, but this is a win because as long as the king is in,
It's a
we
take.
did this yesterday with Daniel. King g7.
okay.
As long as the king is on one of the 4 squares there, it's a win.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So-
I'm learning something. That's
Well,
intriguing.
I'm-
So here?
no, this is. You must know this.
Yeah, go on. Let's see.
So if the king's on one of
So
these
let
four,
me see if I can do
so
it.
these 4 squares is a win. This is a draw, and these 4 squares is a win.
See, I don't know it by the squares, but I understand the idea. So you're gonna show me something along
No,
the
king
lines
D4,
of.
but you know
this.
this obviously.
Well, I've seen this scenario
Okay.
before.
But if the king's on this square here, it's a draw.
But well, when you're talking about squares and which ones are the draws
I'm
and
a
which are the
trainer,
wins, I've not
Steve.
really thought of it
Of
in that way. Yeah,
I'm a trainer, so
no, I would
I've done this a
really,
million
I would
times.
really have had to stare at that for a long time to realise that was.
But this is a nice
that
one for
was
the
winning,
viewers.
yeah.
This
No,
is
yeah,
always a
very,
one.
very nice.
This came
yeah.
up with Daniel the other day.
So it's
the same ending,
yeah, that's
and he knew but didn't knew at the same
right.
time.
Okay, yeah.
So
No,
but if the
I-
king is outside that line, then it's a draw
okay, right.
because you don't have time to get to
I
B3.
see. That makes sense. Yeah.
So it must
yeah.
be. But the funny thing is those 4 squares is a draw.
So we go back to the squares. So it was this situation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we're talking about here.
So,
So if the
we can
king
mark
is-
those 4 squares is a draw, is a win.
This one's
No, these
this,
H,
that's a win, isn't it?
of course no, but you can go outside those ones. The D file, D5, D6, D7, D8 is a win as well if the king is there. Because you play King D3 and Queen C2 mate.
Oh right, I see. Yeah. So
These
if
4
here
these
you-
4
you
are a
get
win.
to the square.
Exactly, and
then mate.
D8 is a win because you
Okay.
go to D1.
Yeah,
But D4 is draw.
that's a draw. Right?
That's a draw because you can't get to D3 and you can't get to B3.
This is great. Well, I feel like I owe you some money for the lesson there. I just, I'll be able to figure that one out quickly
It's
next
nice.
time it comes up. Yeah,
It's nice.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
That's in the
That's great.
in-game Dovetsky manual, by the way.
Right, okay.
And some other places.
That's a
as
book
well.
that's on my shelf that I should have read.
all the grandmasters that appear on one of the famous podcasts,
Yeah.
they're all being asked the same question, and all of them say that that's the best book of endings
Right.
for 2300 plus
Okay.
player.
Yeah.
So if you got it on your shelf,
Yeah. Start reading it.
you have to start
Yeah,
reading
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's 100 points in
Oh God, yeah.
rating.
Wipe,
So
wipe the dust off that book. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Well, there's been moves here.
So
So he has an exchange pawn. So obviously Howell knows
Yeah.
something we don't know.
well, this was very interesting. I mean,
No, but
we didn't.
This was
we,
not even forced. I mean, but
Yeah, but even so, this idea to go H5,
Yeah.
it's a great resource for White to have in the position because he's just a bit quicker with the king somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, if Black had the king on this square in time, then it's probably
a
finished,
loss,
isn't it?
probably a loss, yeah.
But he's just too far away.
So, well, he actually has ended up capturing on F3, but there's been a few moves. So the king went to F4,
yeah.
King D6.
Oh,
So King D6, King F4,
oh, sorry. Okay. King here.
and now he's taken on F3.
Okay.
So
So if we have
okay,
king
so
takes
what,
again.
what does he want to do here? Maybe King E5 instead of Knight
I
E5.
see. Yeah. Goes with the king.
King E5 and then maybe F5.
So this is a possibility.
Of course, if he plays H5 now, then G5 at F5, and that will be very good for Black.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he wants to go F5, capture with the knight, and open up the gap between the pawns.
Well, that's I don't know if we just give a sort of random move. That's a poor move, I know, but this would be a disaster, wouldn't
This
it?
is a
Because you have to,
No, now you're losing.
yeah. You
I'll
have
get a
to-
zip one. Knight takes, King F3, H5 or G5, whatever.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
just lost.
Yeah, it's just clear you can use this pawn to deflect and come and take this one. So
So he's in trouble. He's in big trouble now. What can he do? No, this position has been reached. The king's on F3.
this is so with King D6. Ah, okay. So again, we've got this scenario. Okay, King E5, but potentially he could try Knight C6 and swap the knights. But yeah, this
This is
approach
better.
looks better.
This is
yeah.
better.
Yeah.
The thing is, what useful move does White have here? He has to move the knight.
Yeah.
He can't move his pawns. He
Yeah.
can't move his king because even if he moves his king, King E4 is also very strong.
I feel as though it's conceding too much to let the king come here.
So let's take back with the knight then. But now G5. Well, maybe G5 we don't have to do it. Maybe it's not necessary because also trading pawns is good for White. So maybe G5 for the moment we don't have to do
Yeah,
it. We don't achieve much, so why do it? No.
yeah.
What to do here? Let's see our options. Probably it's a good time to play. But of course, if we play knight c6, then white may go for this h5 move.
Yeah, h5's coming again. Yeah.
So maybe we do have to play g5.
I quite like g5. Just
Push
in
the
sense
king back
the-
and then bring the knight in.
some pawns are going to get exchanged anyway, and it does appear as though in quite a lot of the lines that we've just had a look at, the king positioning is quite important. So
Well,
to be
actually,
able
this
to
has been played. He
push the guy
He
back.
played g5,
Okay.
taken. He took with h pawn.
Yeah.
King went to g3, and now he's played knight c6. Well, he's playing really great. This ending. I'm gonna put this in my
this
files.
is certainly
This one's going to
one
my
of,
files of
yeah,
knight endings.
For sure, yeah.
This one's
The
going to my
next
files.
endgame
Yep.
manual that gets brought out, we might be seeing something about this.
This one's going to my files. Now,
Yeah.
now he's got the idea of king c5, c4, d3.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily knight e5 because the knight goes back to d4. He just brings his king in.
Yeah.
And what can white do meanwhile?
This is a frustrating standoff for white in that now the knight, it feels as though it's been deactivated on f3. It's also got a job to prevent the black king coming into e5. So it's as though white has been just pushed into this passive situation. Again, this highlights, if David wins, this sort of highlights what I was talking about.
He probably
he
might have even knew that this knight ending was won because he might have seen it before, or he might have visualized this position and known that with this structure he's going to unbalance. He's going to win.
I'm
you probably wouldn't be sure.
Yeah, exactly. I'm guilty of making the wrong decisions.
You might have thought, okay, is this ending win? He probably knows it's winning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas
now, if knight d4, we can show this to the viewers.
Oh yeah.
We can exchange knights here and play king e6.
Yeah, it's quite.
And then carry on with f5.
Yeah.
And,
if these pawns weren't here, then
we'd have to calculate tempi, but it might be a draw.
Yeah.
But now f5, king f3, f5, and if you take and if you don't take, you just lost.
Yeah, if you don't take, then it's supported past pawn, and the king sort of makes its way round, and it's over.
So this is lost.
Yeah,
this is lost. Obviously,
is
this
completely lost? I mean, for example, if I try and
let's progress with the king.
Okay,
let's progress with the king. Now king e2, and at some point I'm going to play knight e5, which is another interesting idea. But I'll wait for your king to go to e2.
Yeah, now that the king is coming this way, just going to see if I can try and activate the knight somehow. This is the problem. I'm really struggling to.
Which is the square you need?
I need my knight over here.
But
it's just how am I going to get it there? For example, if I go this way, then you probably go knight e5 to pull the king in, and then the square that I wanted to use to get round to activate. It's just
Now I play king b4.
Yeah.
This is looking bad.
It just looks very.
This
bad,
is lost.
Yeah.
Let's try e4 just for sake of argument.
Yeah.
You pass the ball.
I'll go this way. Yeah. That's definitely over, isn't it?
Completely lost.
He's
played king c5.
Yeah.
Well, knight d2 was played.
Well,
king c5.
I would be pretty surprised if we didn't see that move because it looks.
Well, king g3 has been played.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
But then the knight is still on c6, so this is strange.
How have we got to this? Have I done something? I think I did something wrong at this stage.
We can update with select broadcast and put the correct position.
Okay.
It's probably easier.
Yeah.
There you go.
So this is g5 check, takes, king g3, knight c6.
Knight d2.
Knight d2.
And king c5.
Okay. Yep. Okay. I assumed king e5 was coming after knight d2, but maybe king c5 is just a stronger way. Yeah, it just looks. It does actually look a little bit hopeless. So he's judged this one pretty well to get to this pawn ending and realise that white is the king is forced to stay on this one, and then he's going to have a sort of free. He's got free range to gone with a knight move for the king there, but essentially, yeah, the king is going to infiltrate.
Let's drop back just for a moment to the last piece exchange.
Okay.
Was on when the bishop was traded for the knight. That was move 48, 49. More or less here.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is,
Do you want to
here,
keep that bishop on d4?
No. I'm just thinking that. Do you think Howell already in this position knows that he's winning this knight ending? Because that is really impressive. Or maybe Arkell shouldn't have played f3. It's difficult to say.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say.
I mean, we're talking about the understanding of the grandmaster.
Yeah.
Maybe he shouldn't have played f3.
If he knows, if he's 100% certain that he's winning, then that's phenomenal for me, because I would have a sense that it's probably good, but I wouldn't know it's winning for sure. Yeah.
Because here it's changed, and against knight b5, knight c8, knight d4, knight d7, h4, g6. Here he played f3, and f3 seems to be losing.
Oh, right, okay.
So what happens if he doesn't play f3 here? Let's say he plays king f4, g5. No, king f4,
King F4,
g5,
yeah. Okay.
pawn takes, just like in the game, but without playing f3. King g. So, okay, so the knight will go to e5. I can propose an exchange, yes. Knight f5, for instance. Knight e5. And now your king's tied down to the defense of the pawn of the g4 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
However, how can you win? You don't have a target now because the e3 pawn. I mean, you can bring your king to c5, but then what?
Yeah. Well, again, like the target could be get the king to the square.
But by then, I might be able to attack the f6 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's always going to be this counterplay coming at some point.
So maybe f3 was not such a good move.
Yeah.
Because after the exchange of pawns, not only there's a target on an e3, but also the e4 square is available for white's king, black's king in some variations.
Okay.
But of course, that's easy in hindsight.
Yeah, yeah.
But looking at now, it seems to me that this might be a bit more tricky to win.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. So at this stage, is there any way that when the knight reached f5 in the scenario we had, it did look quite comfortable. Yeah. So I wonder whether black should instead try and prevent that from happening.
Put the king on e5.
Yeah, maybe.
And go f5 himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, we've got a similar situation to the game where if he doesn't play f3, he's kind of left with this.
So for instance, king h3,
G3, yeah.
king e5, king g3, and
but also I wonder about whether there's some plan this way now with d4. Whether it's any good, I don't know.
Okay.
Because we then get into a scenario that might be like this. And
another blockade.
Well, is
and
this
every time I exchange a pawn, I'm nearer to a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that f3 was probably not the best move.
No.
But it was...
when we look at these scenarios...
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll take them over the game situation for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so let's change over to another board. The round is nearing its end. There's practically no other games left. This game is still to be finished, but we think that it's going to be won by Howell. The rest of the games are finished. Zoe defeated Jackson in the end.
I think we should probably take a look at that because that was
we thought he was
very interesting
in trouble,
game. Yeah.
and he ended up winning.
So we left the position at. Well, I was quite fond of Black's position when we first saw this, but then I really like the idea that James Jackson comes up with G5 and F6, and quickly changed my mind. Started to feel as though, especially at this stage, that the initiative for White looks fantastic, and
we thought it was practically winning. So what happened here?
Takes. So this got exchanged, and I think we got to
here. We put the rook on G3. Queen c8. This is the first independent move. Rook FG1 looks okay.
Yeah.
Rook A6, okay. Rook takes pawn. Queen A5. Okay. He could have played bishop E4 instead of rook G1. We can go back to that afterwards, but let's carry on here. So there's no sacrifice now, but rook H4 was the idea we saw before.
Yeah, so if this comes...
That
then
was winning,
it's
and
mate,
now black
yeah.
goes, rook takes F7. Okay, so he sacked the exchange. Instead of on D5, he sacked it on F7.
Yeah,
We already thought that this was good,
yeah.
because then he gets the bishop and then 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, this kind of scenario. So this happened, right?
This happened, and now
Yeah.
black won the game.
Okay.
So that was a mistake by white.
It does look like things have gone wrong.
So
in
the
this
rook
position,
must stay
yeah.
on F1 then, protecting the F7 pawn. And he should have played bishop E4 if that was possible at all.
So we didn't consider this queen. I think we left around this moment and felt as though
He was winning because
looks,
the G4...
Yeah, horrible. But
So here we have H3 is one candidate move.
yeah,
And bishop E4 is the other candidate move. But not rook G1.
okay.
So let's say H3.
That's very interesting.
I want to play rook takes G4. And if he takes on
There's-
H3,
there's
then rook
also,
takes G6.
There's also the idea is just to bring the rook to H3.
Oh, yeah,
like
okay,
this.
so that's
Yeah,
good.
Is it possible?
Okay, so pawn takes pawn and rook H3. Very good, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's black going to do here? Let's say he takes on B3, first of all.
Okay.
We take back for the sake of argument. I mean,
Yeah.
we might not have to do
I
it.
also wonder, do we take back? Should we get on with it?
Well, maybe, yes, because
So-
if he takes on A2, we go rook H3.
Yeah, there's going to be this.
And goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay, so H3 is a good move. Okay,
Yeah.
so what's black going to do against H3? I'm going to cheat
Wow.
here.
That's okay.
It's my first cheat in several
Could
days.
do with some help.
But it's such a tricky position that maybe rook G1 is not such a good move. Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, white is clearly winning here, and the move is H3. Wow!
Wow.
Plus 250. And other moves, or lose or a draw. H3 is the move.
Genius. Yeah.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Winning 250.
It does feel as though something should be...
I can turn it off.
It,
And be happy for a
it
moment.
feels as though White did everything right, and it's actually a beautiful game. If he pulls
He's
it
going
off,
to be
and-
really unhappy when he sees
Well,
that.
yeah,
Because he might have thought of that move.
because it's not just about the loss in the tournament situation. It's also from start to finish. Can you? The goal of every chess player is, can I put together a beautiful looking game?
yeah.
And
Against a strong
James
player.
Jackson, he really had the opportunity today to put something together.
And his
really
I am Norm was
fantastic.
on the line as well.
Oh, was it? Okay, yeah.
And he might have thought H3 here. But he said, well, I played just
Yeah.
rook G1 and that's it. Because it looks winning rook G1 as well.
But yeah, even here, I'm surprised that it's still not.
It says a draw now. But I'm not
Okay.
going to look again. But it seems that it's 0-0.
This situation with bishop e4, presumably queen takes pawn. Well, we're ganging up on g6,
Okay,
but maybe there's not really any.
But this could
Follow
easily
up.
finish in a opposite colour ending bishops. And that's why probably the computer says 0-0-0
I
here.
see. Yeah, yeah.
No, if you do that, I check on F3.
And then is it?
But then
well,
it's a draw.
this is
And
possibly just one of the ways it could
if
be
you
a
block
draw.
with the other rook, I take
yeah,
rook takes
and then
d6.
this is embarrassing, isn't
So
it?
this
Yeah,
might
yeah.
be the draw line. Because it was
That's
saying
possible, isn't
0-0-0
Yeah.
after rook G1.
Okay.
But of course,
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Jackson probably saw this, but still wanted to win. And then he played the other move, which was rook H4, after 12 minutes thought. And now he's losing.
Yeah.
Now he's losing because now he goes for the win.
So he goes here and then he goes rook.
Of course,
Ah,
he's
wow.
being mated.
I mean, it's the tables have turned drastically,
Drastically.
haven't they? I mean, just after takes,
But
you're
that happens
threatening
a lot.
checkmate.
You're winning the
and
game.
then-
Well, he was in time pressure here
Oh,
because they're under the.
Oh,
move
so
40.
this is move 40. Yeah,
But well, funnily enough,
we can't take on b3.
but the thing is, look, after rook takes G4, so he played rook G1 very, very fast, only in 4 minutes instead of H3.
Oh, okay. This
But
is
what-
here.
But when he gets to rook takes G4 and his opponent plays Queen A5, now he sees that things are not going
Oh,
as he
yeah,
wanted.
it's a
Because
12-minute
it takes
thing,
12
and
minutes to play rook
That's
H4.
his time. Yeah.
But this happens a lot. You make a mistake, you don't know it's a mistake, but when you realise it's a mistake, then you make another one.
Yeah.
You try and sort of fix it, or you lose objectivity.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
winning,
it's,
I have to
it's
win
so
here,
easy
no?
to
So
lose
it must be rook H4.
objectivity. Yeah, yeah.
and you're frustrated because you're seeing things, good moves for your opponent.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. So
All of us
often
are.
where things
All
go
of us are.
wrong and you can't bring yourself back to play the sensible move.
All of us are.
Yeah.
If you see it, but sometimes you're so frustrated,
So this
you
is-
just lose the.
So is it just clear cut H3? Maybe there's just nothing going on.
Because the thing is, you threaten H takes, but the computer was saying that A takes B, you had to do A takes B.
Here.
Yeah.
And then
So maybe there's
can we get
something
away
wrong.
with
There's
this?
something wrong with that.
Right.
What it is, I don't know, but maybe there is something wrong with that. I don't see it.
No. I want to throw in this move, which
There might
looks
be some tricky,
completely bizarre.
Yeah, but there might be some
the-
tricky move like that.
The idea is
And take on
simply just
F7.
to get on F7,
Yeah.
yeah.
It might be something like that.
And obviously, if the bishop's taken, then,
And then
we
B takes A2, you get with check.
yeah,
It must be something like that.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's.
So you
some
just take back on
funky move
B3?
like this. Yeah, if you just take back instead.
And then and the threats are.
Yeah.
So we're threatening to take on G4 and Rook H3, and if he takes, then I take in on G6, and I'm winning because of Rook G8.
Yeah.
And plus 2.5 must mean that Black can save this game, giving away his bishop or something like that.
Yeah.
To stop the mates. There must be
Yeah.
a way of, or sacrificing
Yeah, I
the
wonder
exchange
if-
in a bad
I
position.
wonder if this is a possible. I don't want to call it a resource, but for example, if takes, then maybe we can try and evict the queen like this.
Okay.
So that looks maybe like it's a possibility.
But of course, here I take with the rook.
Take
That's
with
the
the rook.
thing. And now you can't get to F5. Rook A6, Rook G1.
Yeah. Rook. So, I see. Right. So rook here. And now we're
this
just
looks
gonna- yeah,
bad.
There's nothing.
But there might be a way to
Nothing
save
to
the
do,
game,
so, yeah.
giving a piece or
Yeah.
sacrificing on F7, for instance, and
Yeah.
then you might avoid mate, but the 2.5 of the
Yeah,
computer will
makes sense.
increase
Sure. Yeah.
increase in a few moves.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So H3.
That's a pity. A pity.
It is because that was it was a very nice game. I'm quite interested to look through that one in full to see what the assessment was earlier on as well.
Okay, so Howell won, and now we're going to check the situation for tomorrow. So we have McShane, Ems on 6.5, Jones on 6.5, and Howell on 6, and
Joined by Craig and
Zoe, Gormali and Hanley, all of those players on 6.
Yeah.
But on 6.5, we have 3 players.
yeah.
So what's going to happen tomorrow? McShane and Jones, I think they haven't played yet. They haven't played yet.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll have McShane with white against Jones with 6.5. And Ems will drop down and play with black against someone who will float up with 6 points. Possibly Gormali. Howell is the most likely player. As long as they haven't played. Let's see. They haven't played. So Ems.
Has it finished? Has he won the game?
Yeah. Yeah, he's
David's won the game.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
He just
I think the way the results have gone, have really they'll be really encouraging for David because there's now 3 players on. There's 3 players on 6.5.
yeah.
I don't know quite how the upfloat works, but he might sort of be in control of his own destiny now because
he'll float up because you can't float up if you float up in the previous round, but he's played against one with 5.
Okay.
He's going to white in principle.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not
And
quite
he's-
sure, but
But
in
I
principle,
think he's
that could be the pairing.
probably old in upfloat as well because he down floated when he was on 4 out of 4 as being the only one. I don't know if it works quite like that, but it
No, I don't think you
does it not work like that?
upfloat more or less if you downfloat before.
Ah, right,
What
I
you
see.
can't do is upfloat or downfloat 2 consecutive rounds.
Okay,
But I think that there might even be an exception for that in the last round.
right.
But I'm not
Yeah.
completely sure. But look at the standings. So, of course, is there a tiebreaker in the British, or is it, or they
Yeah,
use?
there's a playoff.
There's a playoff.
Yeah, there's a playoff.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter your tiebreak as long as you get the same points as the winner. You'll go to the tiebreak.
Yeah, I think one year they they didn't have a tie break and they brought it back again immediately. I think maybe that was last year.
But that's great
Or the
because
year
then,
before. Yeah.
unless Luke defeats Jones or the other way around outright, there could easily be a tie tomorrow.
Yeah, if there's a draw on board one, then...
If there's a draw on board one, we could even have 3 or 4 players with 7 points.
It's
Totally
quite
possible.
likely. It's quite likely that
Possibly
there's a tie.
3, maybe 4, maybe even 5.
Yeah,
I don't think there could be 5.
yeah,
But 3 or 4 is very possible.
yeah. Before today's round, I felt as though 7.5 it wins the tournament. But does it win it outright? I mean, if Luke could have won today and be on 7, I think 8 wins it outright for sure. But then 7.5, it does look as though we could. Oh, sorry, 7. 7.5 is going to. Sorry, 7.5 is going to win it outright, isn't it?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
So, as far as you know, McShane with White against Jones, what type of results do they have, as far as you know?
Well, they're pretty evenly matched, aren't they? I mean, it's.
Does McShane normally defeat Gawain with White?
I don't know what the head-to-head's like, but I would imagine it's fairly even.
It's fairly
They'll
even.
have played in a few of the London Chess Classic
Yeah.
events, and I don't know whether they've faced off in the. There's been an English playoff championship running alongside the Classic in the last few years,
Okay.
and so like a knockout system. I
Okay.
don't know whether they've faced off in that, but
But in any case, it's
talking about
fantastic for the
two-
tournament.
yeah, very
that the
evenly
last
matched.
round, you get McShane with White against Jones,
yeah,
and both of them know that if they win,
yeah,
they might win the tournament
Yeah,
outright. So they'll
yeah.
probably
yeah,
play a
but-
good game tomorrow.
yeah, for sure.
And on the second board, we might easily have Howell playing with White against Ems.
Yeah.
Also knowing that if he defeats Ems,
Yeah.
he might get a chance at tiebreak.
Yes, I think the
So
way the
we're in for a
results
good
have
round
gone is, David would have been so disappointed yesterday to have not converted what was a very strong position that he had, and he's now
But today he had to win a very tough game against Arkle.
Yeah, he's won a
Again,
tough game, and he gets himself the upflow. I think if the
That's
parents
I'm
come
not
out,
certain about that.
if he doesn't get the upflow, I think he'll be quite disappointed because it's kind of out of his hands. Then he's not, he's not in control of
Look,
what's going on. But
Exactly.
if he gets the upflow,
It's
I
'cause
think he'll be very pleased.
There's still a game here
up
to be
for it,
to be decided.
Yeah.
On board 41,
All right. Okay.
Shepherd and Taylor. As soon as this result comes in,
Right. They update.
they compare.
Right.
So this standings is correct
Yeah.
up to about here,
I see.
and then there's a game missing down here.
Ah, okay.
But they can't pair until that game comes in.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Well.
it looks like, and in the case of no upfloat for Howell,
Yeah.
who, by the way, why is he here with 5 points?
Maybe it's not updated the standings yet.
So let's see, with 6 points, Howell, Pert, Howell, Gormali, Hanley, Hawkins and Eggleston, they're out of contention.
We're
Hebden and
looking
Horton
as low
out.
as
Zhao,
yeah. We're
no,
looking
that's
at,
it. That's it. Only
I mean, Yang
Four
Fan
players.
could he could.
Yang Fan could potentially
Potentially.
get to the playoff as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yang, Howell, Hanley, and Gormali. Those are the 4 players with 6 points. But one of them upfloats, so there'll be one of them will have to downfloat as well.
Okay. It's quite difficult to predict. I mean, we can. It feels as though it's almost certain board one is McShane against Jones.
And Howell's going to play against Ems.
Howell plays Ems on board 2.
As long as you can put Zhao Fan, the Yang Fan, with one of these 2 guys,
Yeah.
and the other one can downfloat. Because if you can't do that, then they might change the person who
Yeah, it
upfloats.
looks like Yang Fan against Craig Hanley.
Yeah, by
potentially.
colours it potentially could be, and Gormali downfloats.
Yeah.
But of course, we'll know that when the pairings come out, and for that we need the last round to be finished. In any case, and I think with this we can sort of wrap it up.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for tuning in this afternoon and watching our commentary. Remember that the games are live, but during the evening, the full 5-hour session is published on the ChessBase YouTube channel. So if you haven't been able to see the live commentary, you can always catch it after the game or at any moment during August on the channel. And tomorrow morning, we'll be back here in the studio of ChessBase with the last round, which looks like it's going to be a really exciting round because several players could eventually win the tournament outright or go to tiebreak. We'll try and find out what time is a tiebreak, how that's going to work, just in case.
I think maybe we're going to be live on Facebook 15 minutes before. It's
okay.
Part of the full English breakfast.
Oh, great. It means that it doesn't favour if you have a good or bad tiebreak, and it obviously favours players who play active chess well. By the way, Howell, McShane, Gawain, Ems, who is the better active player there? Rapid player.
It's difficult to say.
Is there any one of the three who really crushes that rhythm?
Well, they're all a bit tough. I've had experience against each one of them. In fact, a few of us were involved in the King's Place Rapid tournament in London, which was just, I think it was it's about a month ago now. And so McShane played, David played, I played. Luke managed to win with 5.5. I managed to join him there.
Okay,
David
very
didn't
good.
do. I managed to beat David.
Wow!
Wow! For one of the very few times.
5
that
minute or
happened.
15 minute?
This was 20 minute plus 5
so
seconds.
So real active.
Yeah, but
they're all tough. None of them really excels in compared with the rest.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think David's extremely dangerous with 30 minutes. I mean, something that is noticeable about his long play games is that he can. It sometimes appears as though he's not using his time very wisely and gets into time trouble. But I think him being used to being in time trouble in long play games, it works quite well for his
funnily
rapid
enough,
play.
I know quite a few players who are always in time trouble.
Yeah.
Grishik, for instance, would be the most clear case.
Yeah.
He's always in time trouble.
Yeah.
But he plays extremely well with low on time.
But they're all extremely good at that as well. It would be interesting to see what because there's now FIDE ratings in those rapid and blitz categories. So I wonder if they'd be pretty evenly matched on those rankings.
We can
as
check
well.
that, but it is true that those ratings maybe are still not completely correct because you need the players to play many tournaments to have a
absolutely
rating.
I certainly wouldn't like to pick a favourite if it went
any
to
one
rapid.
of them could.
I think it's as well. It's about holding your nerves under those situations too. I think. If David were to make it to a playoff with the sort of path of how he's got there, he's going to be feeling really up for it.
Very well. He'll have had to defeat another player tomorrow, and also, presumably, the other two guys might have made a draw.
Yeah.
And which is a possibility.
Yeah.
No risk. Let's make a draw and see if the other guy ties us, and if not, we'll play the playoff.
And it's in some ways it can be sensible if you're feeling like there's a position where there's not too many risks to do. It's going to cross your mind for sure to think, well, why don't we take a draw at this stage, get a bit of rest in and be fresh for the inevitable playoff.
But the risk is, remember the fifth round, Howell took a quick draw with Hawkins.
It was with Gawain.
With Gawain?
Yeah.
And both of them were defeated the next day.
Yeah.
Or Howell was defeated, and so the rest day, we were talking about that on the commentary. It's always tricky.
Yeah, it's tough.
Because you sort of also get out of the tournament.
Yeah, you want to kind of keep in the sort of mentality that you should be in.
The fighting mentality.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But in any case, we'll see that tomorrow. And if you tune in 15 minutes before, you'll see Stephen on the Full English Breakfast Facebook page.
Facebook page, apparently. Yeah, I don't know much about this, but
and
I'm going to be on Facebook.
You'll be live on Facebook. Have you ever been live on Facebook?
Never been live on Facebook.
Live on Facebook?
No, first time for me. So
okay. Have you got a Facebook account?
I have a Facebook account, but I'm very
I tried to
inactive.
find it. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, no, I'm probably hidden somewhere. So.
Okay. So thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Okay.